Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Goodbye's a Witch by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. 1. Evangeline Loren was many things. A talented witch, a savvy businesswoman, a generous friend. And, in something of another life, she'd even been the award-winning star of a soap opera. However, she was not a light packer. "This is the last heavy one, I promise," she exclaimed, pointing to a behemoth of a cardboard box in her nearly barren bedroom. Considering it was placed next to an empty bookcase, I already had a theory as to its contents. My husband, Adam, offered a grumpy grunt in reply as he lumbered over to the box and bent down to hoist it from the floor.
"Yeah, you said that 6 boxes ago."
Evangeline cringed as Adam strained to get his arms around the beastly thing. "I'll admit I may have underestimated how much stuff I had squirreled away in here after these past few years."
"May have?"
Adam sputtered. I stifled a smile and smacked him on the rear. "Eyes on the prize, St. James," I teased him. "Remember that the woman is paying you in authentic, straight-from-Chicago deep-dish pizza." Adam's brown eyes glazed over, with the love-struck teenager expression he only got while thinking about food. I tried not to take it personally. Like a zombie with a new moving target in its sights, he marched out of the second-floor bedroom and down the hall toward the staircase. Evangeline turned to me and giggled. "It really does work every time, doesn't it?" I smiled. When properly motivated, that man could build a tower straight to the heavens. Evangeline grinned. "So what would that take? Like a dozen cupcakes, 3 loaded pizzas, and a 6-pack of barbecue burgers from McNally's?" I considered it for a moment, then bobbed my head. "Throw in a gallon of cookie dough ice cream, with sprinkles, and I think you'd have a deal." "I can still hear you," Adam called from the stairs. Smiling, I shook my head. Dang shifters. Evangeline grabbed her phone from the back pocket of her jeans. She rarely dressed so casually. Even when she exercised, she donned perfectly coordinated athleisure and wore fancy pins in her waist-length raven hair. The boyfriend-style jeans she wore today were artfully torn at the knees and on the thigh, and had probably cost more than all of my pairs of jeans put together. Along with the jeans, she also wore an off-the-shoulder t-shirt featuring some rock band I'd never heard of before. Her hair was back in her signature plait, and a pair of delicate gold hoops dangled from her earlobes. She was also sans makeup, another rarity for my glamazon of a roomie. "Speaking of pizza, I'd better get an ETA on that order from Chicago," she said, still smiling as she tapped one perfectly manicured nail against the screen of her phone. "Remind me how it is that you're getting fresh pizza from Chicago all the way here to Beechwood Harbor." She smiled and slipped her phone back into her pocket. "A few weekends ago, when I was down in L.A., I ran into an old friend who used to work on set with me. At that time, he was a runner, got coffees and juices, did courier work for the producers, stuff like that. Well, now he's opened his own company, GeoBytes. He says to think of it like superpowered DoorDash. His runners can get to any haven city in the world and deliver fresh, authentic takeout to anywhere with a portal. It's not cheap, but he gave me some vouchers to try it out." "So wait. Say tomorrow I wake up and want English tea from the UK, little crumpets and all. And then I want fish and chips from London for lunch and ramen from Japan for dinner. I could actually do that." Evangeline nodded. "Pretty sweet, huh?" My eyes bulged, not only because of the culinary possibilities, but mostly because of the carnage Adam could cause if given that kind of power. Our poor credit card would be begging for mercy within days. "Don't worry," she said, seeming to read my thoughts. "I didn't tell Adam. He thinks I won a bet against Buzz in exchange for a favor. In his head, a tiny Christmas gnome is on the back of a flying reindeer as we speak, swooping down to deliver his pizza." Choking on a laugh, I dropped my head back and cackled. Evangeline gave an impish grin as she shrugged. I figure at the end of the day, all he cares about is getting his deep dish pizza hot and fresh. Very true. I'm sure he'll hear about geobites sooner or later. Let's just hope it's later. I reached up and adjusted my high ponytail. My auburn waves were tough to contain with a simple elastic loop, but after a good cinch, they fell somewhat back into place. You know, the whole Santa thing isn't a bad idea. Your friend should reach out to the North Pole. Maybe they could broker a deal with the big guy and expand their delivery range to homes outside the portals. That's not a bad idea, Evangeline agreed. At least Beechwood has a portal, and now it's so conveniently close. I still can't believe the SPA let you move the line right here to the property. I glanced out the window. Evangeline's room didn't have a straight-shot view to the newly built storage cottage in the backyard, but I could see its shadow on the grass near the tree line. Agent Bramble had called a few months ago and informed Adam and me that our current portal to the Seattle Haven was being uprooted. The bungalow where it currently resided was being demolished, thanks to a development deal to expand Beechwood Harbor's retail offerings. The SPA was going to authorize a new portal to be built, and we successfully petitioned to have it placed at the back of our property. Not only was it more convenient for us, but it also allowed our guests another option to get to the Beechwood Inn, our paranormal-friendly bed and breakfast. Adam spent 3 weeks building a large cottage, and then I took another 3 to paint and decorate the space. From the outside, it looked like a fancy storage shed, the kind people usually filled with rakes and shovels and power tools. But like most things in the magic world, it wasn't as it appeared. The inside was an unofficial lobby for the inn, with a magically powered fireplace, a trio of overstuffed chairs, and a small coffee bar where I could put out refreshments prior to guests arriving. Guests could travel to the Seattle Haven from wherever they lived, then travel to Beechwood Harbor, all within the span of a few minutes. Not to mention, it made getting to my potion shop a snap. Gone were the days when I had to trek into town and wait out any lingering neighbors or pedestrians before slipping into the bungalow's outer cellar. The little town of Beechwood Harbor was getting to be quite a hot spot, with our busy tourist season seeming to grow by a few weeks with each passing year. It was good for the local businesses, but it was making it increasingly difficult to avoid human detection when a witch had magic business to take care of. Naturally, not everyone was happy that our property had been selected for the new portal locations. There were some paranormals in town who thought it was outright favoritism, thanks to our close relationship with Agent Bramble and Agent Merrill Miller, the current agent overseeing the town. I'd combated the complaints by setting out extra pastries in the portal's new shed, and the dirty looks had mostly died off. Of course, that could also be in part because the ire shifted away from us and back to the SPA, thanks to a magic hiccup with the portal itself. For the first few weeks of its opening, the portal had occasionally glitched out, for lack of a more magical term, and sent users to a far-flung locale. I discovered the issue when I tried to make a quick run to my apothecary, only to wind up in the Dallas Haven. 2 days later, Adam had found himself in Miami. Of course, from those large havens, it was easy enough to get back to Seattle and try again. But the shock of wandering out of the fuzzy portal magic into a strange new city was jarring, to say the least. Agent Bramble assured me that they were working on it, but I always added an extra 10 minutes to my commute time just in case. I think that's the last of it for today, Evangeline said, drawing my attention away from the window. The truck is about full to bursting as it is. I smiled, but it faded quickly. I still can't believe you're really leaving. Hey, don't start with that face, Evangeline teased, her eyes glossing over. I've still got a few weeks. I know, but it feels like it's all happening so fast. I slipped my hands into the back pockets of my jeans. I'm so happy for you and Teddy, though. Evangeline laughed softly. I know you are. You tell me every time we start talking like this. I chuckled. I guess I do. It's going to be hard, but I promise I'll be here all the time. I still have the emerald to manage, and whenever I'm in town for the weekend, I expect to have a place to stay. Of course. You always have a home here, Evangeline. All you have to do is say the word, and I'll stock the fridge with all of your favorites. Evangeline bobbed her head. That is, if you can keep Adam from eating everything before I get here. Good point. I shrugged. I'll just stash everything in the vegetable drawers. He never looks there. We laughed together as we headed out of the room. Nearly 3 months had passed since Evangeline told us she would be moving out of Beechwood Manor to go and live with her fiancé, Theodore Travail, in the San Francisco haven. The bulk of her belongings were being sent ahead of her move in order for her fiancé to get the house ready for her arrival. I'll bet Teddy is eager for you to get there full-time, I said, as we started down the stairs to the manor's main floor. Oh, yes. I swear every day he is sending me pictures of another paint swatch, or asking what I think about this sofa or that bookcase. He's insistent on renovating the entire place to my taste. It's very sweet, but I kind of miss when our date nights revolved around going to fancy restaurants or concert halls instead of perusing the aisles of every furniture store in San Francisco or having rousing discussions over the merits of varying shades of taupe. I smiled. The scenario was all too familiar. Sounds like Adam and me when we were decorating all of the guest rooms in anticipation of opening the inn. Evangeline smiled at me over her shoulder as we reached the landing. Ah, but look at you now, all shiny with that newlywed glow. 6 months still counts as newlywed? I asked with a laugh. I think you get to keep that title until your first anniversary, she replied. The front door was open, showing the large freight truck parked along the street in front of the manor. Adam was in the process of stowing the metal loading ramp under the truck. When he turned away, he spotted us and held up his hands. That's it. No more room. Thank you, Adam. Your reward should be here shortly, Evangeline said as he climbed the steps on the front porch. Excellent. He rubbed a hand over his flat stomach in anticipation. Despite the absurd amounts of food he ate, he never gained a pound, thanks to his shifter metabolism. I, on the other hand, struggled to fit into my favorite jeans if I ate even a fraction of his diet staples. If I could find a way to put a shifter metabolism into a bottle, I'd be the richest witch in all the lands. Not to mention I'd look great even in my most unforgiving skinny jeans. A strangled-sounding meow emanated from somewhere nearby, and my heart sent up a flutter of panic. Adam and Evangeline heard it too, and both glanced around, looking for the source of the sound. A second yowl was followed by a loud thump. Pointing at the truck parked along the curb, I bit back a smile. I think there might be a stowaway in the back of the truck. Another thump was followed by the sound of claws scratching on metal. Adam took off at a sprint, muttering a string of curses under his breath. Easy, Boots, before you lose Evangeline her rental security deposit. He reached the back of the truck and raised the door, and a fluffy streak of orange flew out from atop a pile of stacked boxes. Boots raced up the front pathway and shot through the front door, offering a disgruntled meow as he slid on the floors and crashed into the legs of a side table beside the couch. He shook it off, then traipsed over to me. Smiling, I bent down and scratched under his chin. If you wanted to go visit San Francisco, all you had to do was ask, I teased my feline familiar. He meowed again and bashed his face into my shin. Aw, you're okay, Bootsy. With a loud exhale, I scooped the large cat from the ground and slung him over one shoulder, where he finally settled down. Evangeline patted his head. You'll be welcome at my new place any time, Boots. Adam shut the truck's hatch and shook his head as he came back up the walk. I should have known that piling those blankets on top of that stack of boxes would be a magnet for Mr. Fluffy Britches. I shrugged my unoccupied shoulder. Cats. Is Harmony coming home for dinner? Evangeline asked me as she closed the front door. I texted her earlier but haven't heard back yet. She's working the closing shift tonight at the apothecary, but she should make it in time to have a slice or two. I shifted my weight, and Boots made a purring sound as he resettled his head on my shoulder. She's been doing a study group in the morning, so it's worked better for her to do the later shifts. Evangeline clucked her tongue. Burning the candle at both ends. I know. I keep trying to get her to take some time off, but she's got it in her head that if she even takes a day away from work, then all of her potions knowledge will start evaporating or something. I sighed. I'm forcing her to take the next couple of days off. 1 to cram, 1 to celebrate. Evangeline smiled. She's got this. I nodded. I don't have a doubt. Saturday is the day. I'm just glad I'll still be here to see it happen, Evangeline replied. Are we still planning for dinner at Luna on Saturday? She doesn't know about it yet, but I made the reservations. Should I get her a gift? Evangeline asked. She said she doesn't want us to make a fuss, but it's such a big thing. I feel like I should get her something small at least. I got her a little something, I confessed. And there might be a cake, and a few balloons, and streamers. Hey, you had me at cake, Adam interjected with a grin. I rolled my eyes, as if I had a doubt. What should I get her? Evangeline tapped a finger against her lips, her brain already churning through a factory of ideas. She had great taste and loved to shop. I sometimes wondered if the inside of her mind was like flipping through pages of a fancy catalog, the kind with really thick, glossy pages. What did we get her? Adam asked. I got her a handbag she's been eyeing for months. It was in the front window display at one of the shops we pass on our walk to the apothecary. She'd practically stop and drool over it every time we walked by. Evangeline's eyes widened. Ooh, is it that canary yellow one with the tassels? I scrunched my nose at the description. No. She snapped her fingers. Oh, I know. That black velvet clutch with the owl embroidered in silver on the flap? Why would you want a purse with an owl on it? Adam asked. His eyebrows quirked in Evangeline's direction. The right accessories can make or break a look, she replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I was actually considering getting that owl one. It would look great with my black halter dress. All I can say is that I hope Teddy has a massive closet, Adam muttered. He does know how many dresses and bags and shoes you own, doesn't he? Evangeline pursed her lips at him and narrowed her eyes. I laughed. I'm sure that if it all fit in that room upstairs, it will fit at your new place. Evangeline's cheeks flushed as a sheepish smile crept across her face. Well, I may have had a little help with that part. Help how? She laced her fingers together in front of her. About 1.5 years ago, I was kind of bursting at the seams up there. So I hired this witch I met at a business retreat to come and put an expansion charm on the closet. I didn't say anything because Posey was still running things at that time, and we all know she could get a little, upset whenever we talked about changing or updating anything. I burst out laughing, which earned me a glare from Boots before he hauled himself over my shoulder and jumped down. I grimaced and rubbed at the place on my chest where his claws had dug in. You're not mad, are you? Evangeline asked. No, of course not. I just wish you'd told me about it back then. I could have used a little expansion in my room, too. Adam chuckled. It also explains how you managed to fill an entire box truck with the contents of one bedroom. I was beginning to wonder. It's nice and bright, Evangeline added. I had a magic skylight put in, too. Maybe it could be a playroom someday. I laughed. More likely Adam will take it over. He's been pining for his own man cave ever since he saw an episode about them on the Home Renovation Channel. And what would you put in this man cave? Evangeline asked him. A fire hydrant and some squeaky toys? Hey, I have hobbies, Adam protested. Right. I meant you could use those things after a night spent running in the woods and dumpster diving through McNally's trash, Evangeline added with a grin. Adam scowled. You spent too much time with Lacey when she was here. The doorbell rang, and he perked up. It took a lot to truly get on Adam's bad side, and even then, the right pizza could wipe the record clean without too much trouble. He scampered off to get the food, and Evangeline hooked her arm through mine and steered me toward the kitchen. "So, tell me more about this handbag." 2. Spring was on its way to Beechwood Harbor, which meant it was time to start clearing out the manor garden beds to prepare for a new season of crops. Since I'd moved my potions business to the Seattle Haven, the greenhouse and gardens at the manor had transitioned away from the multitude of herbs I grew for potion brewing and now revolved more around food. I still kept a collection of rare herbs inside the greenhouse, but the garden beds surrounding the greenhouse itself were now converted into large veggie patches. Boots followed me outside and immediately set about hunting for the best sunny spot in the grass from which to watch me toil. I tied my hair back into a ponytail before placing a floppy straw hat atop my head. My fair skin was prone to burning, and when I got busy working, I had a tendency to lose track of time and forget to reapply my sunscreen. I shoved my cell phone into my back pocket after making sure the ringer was turned up. I wasn't expecting a call, but if anyone at the apothecary needed anything, I wanted to be available. Adam was working inside the house, doing his best to repair a leaking toilet in one of the guest suites. In all likelihood, he would wind up frustrated enough to call a plumber, but I'd wished him luck on my way out of the house and left him alone with his toolbox and bookmarked YouTube tutorials. Since opening the inn, we'd both had to learn a whole host of new skills. There were some things we hired out. We ordered pastries from the bakery rather than making them from scratch, and we had a landscape crew that came on Mondays to help keep the grounds tidy. But the bulk of the work fell on our shoulders. The bookkeeping, reservations, and basic cleaning were just some of the tasks we took upon ourselves to keep costs as low as we could. Generally speaking, we only had guests on the weekends. Occasionally, someone would request to add a Thursday onto the standard Friday through Sunday bookings, but for the most part we had the manor to ourselves Sunday afternoon through Friday morning. Adam fit his IT clients around that schedule, though occasionally he stayed up into the wee hours of the night working on a project by the glow of a laptop screen. As for me, business at Starfire Apothecary was booming. I'd added 2 full-time employees in addition to Harmony, and at Christmas time had even needed an additional part-time employee who came on weekends just to run the register and package up orders. I still needed to be present whenever possible, but it was nice knowing I could step away for a few days a week and essentially be on call in case of emergency. "All right, Boots, time to get to it," I said as I slipped my hands into my purple gardening gloves. The area around the beds was free of weeds, thanks to the landscaping crew, but the beds themselves still had the remnants of the plants I'd harvested in late autumn. Boots plopped down on one of the steps leading off the back deck and rolled over to expose his creamsicle-colored tummy to the sun. "Or you could just do that," I muttered, shaking my head and smiling at the chunky tabby. The morning evaporated quickly as I worked. As I warmed up, I peeled away extra layers of clothing so that by the time I stopped to take a lunch break, I was down to my tank top. Even in the mild spring weather, I could feel a sheen of sweat across my brow. 2 of the 3 large garden beds were cleared and ready for planting, with fresh compost, topsoil, and organic fertilizer. We didn't run a full-service kitchen for our guests, but I cooked up breakfast every Saturday and Sunday morning and tried to make the bulk of it garden-to-table fresh. Omelets or frittatas with local eggs and fresh-picked veggies, or a big batch of pumpkin muffins using the canned puree I'd stored away in the fall. I'd even canned my own homemade applesauce and jams from fruit I'd purchased at a farm stand a few miles outside of the harbor. I was trying to convince Adam we needed our own orchard and chickens, but he wasn't sold on the idea just yet. My stomach rumbled, and reminded me that I'd likely worked straight through lunchtime. Boots was asleep in the sun, his fluffy tail wrapped around his plump little body. I didn't try to wake him as I passed by on my way back into the house. I dropped my gloves and hat on the kitchen counter before venturing upstairs to find Adam. The bathroom with the faulty toilet was dark, and when I flipped on the lights, I noted that Adam's toolbox was no longer sitting on the floor. Smiling, I went to the other end of the hall and entered the main bedroom suite where Adam and I slept. He was seated at the desk in the corner. His shoulders hunched a little as he stared at a bunch of numbers and gobbledygook on the screen. "So, how'd it go?" I asked, leaning against the doorframe. Adam grunted. "The plumber will be here tomorrow at 1. I tucked my lips together to keep from saying, "I told you so." Yeah, Adam mumbled. "I know, you told me." I laughed and held my hands out in defense. "Hey, I didn't say anything." "Well, I could feel it," he replied, still grumpy. "I guess we've reached that state of marriage." Pushing away from the doorway, I patted across the room and bent to give him a kiss on the cheek. "Lucky us, huh?" His irritation faded a little as he leaned back in his chair and scrubbed a hand over his face. "I think I'm just tired. I stayed up too late last night working on this build, and it's still a mess." I massaged my hands over his tensed shoulders. "I was going to take a lunch break. You want me to run out to Siren Song and bring you back some rocket fuel?" He brightened at the prospect, visions of molasses cookies and triple berry scones dancing through his head. "I'm taking that look as a yes," I said with a laugh. "I'll be back in a few." "Thanks, gorgeous." I gave his shoulders a final squeeze and headed out. Siren Song, the local coffee house, was only a quick walk from the manor, a fact that was both a blessing and a curse. My taste buds and caffeine-addicted brain loved it, but it was something of a detriment to both my bank account and fitness goals. True to its name, the shop was a favorite haunt of most Beechwood residents. Regardless of the time of year or number of tourists in town, there was almost always a steady crowd gathered inside the shop. And in the summer, the back patio was occupied from mid-morning until well past closing time, as people lingered to take in the scenery and ocean breeze. It was late enough that I managed to avoid the peak of the lunch rush, but even still, as I swept through the door, I noticed most of the tables were occupied, and a few patrons were out on the patio, though it was still chilly enough that layers were required to be comfortable. T-shirts, tank tops, and sandals wouldn't be the standard uniform around town for another month or two at least. The smell of rich espresso swirled through the air, mixing with the sense of the pastries and baked goods in the front case. The coffee house sold sandwiches, salads, and wraps, too, but most everything was served cold, straight from the refrigerated side of the glass display case. A family stood at the register, debating among themselves as they placed their order. Cassie Lincoln, one of my best friends in town, had a furrowed brow as she worked with the group to ensure she was putting the order in correctly, which was no easy feat, as 2 of the 3 middle-grade-aged kids changed their minds every time she repeated it back to them. She brightened when she spotted me waiting behind them and offered a quick smile. When the family paid their bill and shuffled to the other end of the counter, I stepped forward to take their place. "I hope they tipped you," I muttered softly as I pulled my own wallet from my purse. Cassie laughed and peered into the mason jar beside the register. "Not that I noticed." Smiling, I slid a $5 bill in, weaving past Cassie's hand as she tried to smack the cash away. "You don't have to do that." "I forgot last time I was in," I lied. She gave me a skeptical glance but stopped fighting, so I chalked it up as a win. I'd worked at Siren Song myself for a couple of years after first moving to Beechwood Harbor. It was where Cassie and I had met and forged our friendship. Back then, we'd both been full-time baristas. Cassie now managed the place, while I'd moved on to other things. I'd learned a lot working at the coffee shop, and always made it a point to leave a tip, especially now that both of my businesses were thriving. I mean, I wasn't ready to have a Scrooge McDuck-style vault installed in the manor's basement or anything, but Adam and I were comfortable and had enough to share with others. Although I do have a bone to pick with you, I told Cassie, giving her my best stern look. It's been 2 full days since my last Ashton fix. I need new pictures every day, and don't tell me you aren't taking any. Cassie laughed as she reached into the front pocket of her apron. She pulled out her phone and flipped through her photo album. When she reached the right place, she handed it to me. "You'll have to forgive me," she said, still laughing. "This last week has been a complete blur. Jeffrey's parents were in town. On the plus side, I got to take my first nap since he was born, but I also had to listen to all of my mother-in-law's cleaning and organizing tips and tricks. Like I have time to scrub the baseboards and properly arrange a spice cabinet right now." Yikes. Yeah. Cassie sighed. "Just be glad your in-laws live on the other side of the country. That's all I'm saying." Noted. My smile rebounded as soon as I started flipping through Cassie's most recent photos of her 6-month-old son, Ashton John. She typically texted me a new picture every day, and I couldn't get enough of his chubby cheeks and gummy little smile. I'd never really considered myself a baby person before, but Ashton proved me wrong. "He's with Auntie Kira today. She's making up for lost time now that she's back from her trip to Africa." Cassie smiled. "It's nice having her with us, and she takes the most beautiful photos of him. I told her she should think about starting her own photography business here in town. She could partner up with the Lilac House to do weddings and elopements, family reunions. I think it could be really steady work." I passed the phone back across the counter. "And what does she think about that?" Cassie's smile turned wistful. "I think she'd rather be out photographing wild lions, not random candids of dancing flower girls and ring bearers." I gave my friend a sympathetic nod. She was probably right. Kira was young, single, and a bit of a free spirit. She was also a very talented photographer, and while her talents could be used in a small town like Beechwood, I honestly couldn't picture her staying here forever, as much as it would hurt Cassie to see her move away for good. I just hoped that when that day came, she didn't go as far as South Africa. "Let's get your order ready," Cassie said, blinking quickly a few times as she tucked the phone back into her apron and began typing my order into the register. Cassie printed off the drink slip and placed it on the counter beside Hazel, a brunette barista working the other end of the bar, and then set about boxing up the rest of my order. In addition to the smattering of pastries I'd ordered to take home to Adam, I'd purchased a Caesar-style tuna wrap for myself. "What are you up to today?" she asked as she slipped a chocolate chunk cookie into a paper bag. "Your chest looks like you got a little sun." Frowning, I craned my neck to glance down at myself. I'd thrown on a lightweight zip-up hoodie over my tank top before leaving the house, but the zipper was broken and had worked its way halfway to my belly button during the walk into town. A layer of pink skin was exposed, thanks to the deep scoop neckline of the tank, and stood in stark contrast to the navy blue fabric. "Nice," I grumbled, running my fingertips over the slightly burned skin. "I've been out working in the garden most of the day, getting ready to transplant my little seedlings here in another couple of weeks, and apparently forgot to hit my chest with the sunscreen. At least I remembered my hat this time." Cassie grimaced. "It doesn't look too bad yet, but I guess it's about that time of year. I always keep a bottle of aloe in the fridge. Although, knowing you, you've got an aloe plant the size of a small dog somewhere in that greenhouse of yours. I wish I had 1/10 of your green thumb." I smiled. "I got it from my mother." That was partially true. Elemental witches usually pass their power down through the mother's bloodline. The magic coursing through my veins was the same magic that had flowed through the entire line of witches in my family, going back centuries. Magic was only part of the story, though. I also had years of experience, and plenty of trial and error under my belt. Ever since I was a young witch, I'd practiced growing my own herbs to use in my potion work. But Cassie didn't know anything about that side of my life. She was a human, and as far as she knew, Magic was just something in movies and Harry Potter novels. Somehow, despite many close calls, I'd managed to keep my secret all these years. When I was first dropped off in Beechwood Harbor, I figured my true identity would be blown within 6 months. Having spent my entire life up to that point in the magical communities known as havens, I'd never had to learn to conceal my abilities. The idea of surviving in a human world without the use of my magic, by and large, seemed an impossible feat. And the notion of becoming close friends with someone who was outside the magic world, that was an even more preposterous idea. Yet here I was, Auntie Holly, to the most adorable baby, human or otherwise, this world had ever seen. A homeowner and businesswoman in a small, close-knit community, and no one knew about my magic. There were times when I wondered what it would be like to live full-time in the magical world again, especially now that I spent so much time in the Seattle Haven for work. But the truth was, my perspective had changed so much from that first day in Beechwood. Instead of wondering how I was supposed to live around non-magical humans, I now could not imagine my life without the wonderful humans who had welcomed me into their community. I would likely always feel somewhat torn between the two worlds, but if I ever had to choose, I knew where I belonged. Shaking off the sentimental reverie, I smiled as Cassie handed me the bag of cookies and pastries. "You've just made my mister's day," I teased. Cassie laughed and then handed me a cardboard takeout box with my wrap. "Tell him hi from me." I nodded. "Will do." The bell on the front door chimed as a new stream of customers entered the shop, and Cassie excused herself to scurry back to the register. Among the new patrons was Nick Rivers. He was dressed casually in a pair of jeans and a long-sleeve sweater and black sneakers. A messenger bag hung across his chest, likely containing his laptop. He started to get in line, then spotted me and sauntered over as I was sliding a cardboard sleeve around my latte. "Hey, Holly, late lunch?" he asked, gesturing at the takeout box and pastry bag stacked in front of me. Nodding, I sipped at the foam from the top of my cup. "Got busy in the garden. You?" He shrugged. "Condo was a little too quiet. Thought I'd come down here and see if the background noise helped." I glanced down at the messenger bag resting against his left hip. "What are you working on these days?" "My resume, mostly," he replied, his tone more than a little deflated. Up until a few months ago, Nick had run a private investigation business in town. When he was offered a job working for the Supernatural Protection Agency, I figured he would jump at the chance to join magical law enforcement, especially since his long-term girlfriend, Meryl Miller, was already an agent. He opted not to renew the lease on his office space, and everything looked set for him to walk into his new role. However, Nick pulled a U-turn at the last moment, opting not only to turn down the SPA's offer, but also to follow through on his plan to walk away from his PI business. Financially, he seemed to be set to take some time away to recalibrate. But those of us closest to him couldn't help but feel confused as we watched him flounder, rudderless and demoralized. "Your resume?" I repeated. "Are you applying for a job somewhere?" "It's time. I've actually been thinking about a new project, and to get it off the ground, I'm going to need some startup cash." "A new project? That sounds exciting. What do you have in mind?" "Well, I guess you could say it would be going back to my roots," he replied, after a thoughtful pause. "After all of that stuff with with Lacey," he said, stumbling a little as he swerved to avoid using the word vampires in mixed company. "I've been thinking about dusting off my journalism degree, kind of blending the two things together, writing and investigating, on my own, not for any kind of, agency." I tried to conceal my surprise, but I'm pretty sure my brows arched halfway to my hairline at his revelation. Meryl and I had just had lunch last week in the city. She hadn't said a word about Nick wanting to pursue some kind of supernatural reporting job. Was it possible she didn't know? Surely Nick had told her before me. Nick caught my expression before I fully wrangled my concerns back in. It's just an idea, Holly. Something to percolate on. No, I wasn't. I think it sounds really interesting. It's just... I glanced behind us. There were too many people in earshot. We couldn't speak freely. Tell you what, I'll go out and snag us a table on the patio while you order. You can keep me company while I eat my lunch. Nick hesitated for a moment, but then agreed with a simple nod. All right. See you out there. 3. Outside, I grabbed a table and then sent Adam a quick text, letting him know I'd be back a little later than expected. When he didn't reply, I figured he'd jumped back into work and was too absorbed to notice. I'd pop his latte in the microwave when I got home. He'd be too busy with the cookies to notice the lack of fresh foam. With that message sent, I briefly considered sending one to Meryl, too. I wanted to find out what she knew about Nick's new plan. But I decided against it and stuffed my phone back into my purse as Nick made his way through one of the double doors leading outside. It's a little chilly, but at least the sun's out, he said, as he took the seat opposite mine. I didn't have to ask what was in the huge cup he held. I'd waited on the man enough times to know he never deviated from his standard order. Extra large mocha with extra sprinkles. It was comforting to know that some things in life never changed. I waited for him to get situated and place his messenger bag on the ground beside his chair. When he glanced up at me, I tilted my head. All right, so spill. What's going on with you? He creased his brows. What do you mean? Nick, you know I'm in your corner. No matter what you want to do, I'll support you, but I'm having a hard time understanding what's going on. 6 months ago, you were all set to leave the PI business and go work for the SPA. Then at the last second, you changed your mind without really much of an explanation, and then you kind of turned into a hermit, and now you're talking about going back to reporting work. I'm not a hermit, he bristled. I just don't have an office anymore, so I don't need to come into town most days. Fair enough. I inclined my chin, awarding him the point. I will say, for the record, that I miss being able to drop in on you whenever I want to talk. A smile ghosted across his lips. I miss it too, though mostly because you usually came bearing chocolate. He lifted his coffee cup a few inches off the table in salute before taking a sip off the top. So are you applying with the Haven Herald? They have an office in Seattle. The commute wouldn't be too bad. And since the new portal is at the manor, I'd get to at least wave at you from time to time. Nick smiled and took another long sip from his drink. I'm not sure just yet. Although, I think that taking a job with a big paper would make it harder to write what I want, so for now I'm going to work on a series of articles and then see where that takes me. Who knows? If inspiration strikes, maybe I could even flesh it out into a full book. I blinked. Oh, wow. He set down his cup and slid a sidelong glance past me for a long moment. As you know, I wasn't always a part of this whole world of supernaturals. And while I don't enjoy the turn itself, I think I've finally reached a place where I'm at peace with what I am now. But it seems that once I found some resolution with my own identity, it threw the other so-called normal areas of my life into the spotlight. Other than the one night a month where things go sideways, my life was static, stagnant, boring. Considering the amount of drama we constantly found ourselves in, it was hard to understand what he meant. Just 6 months ago, a horde of royal vampires had converged on Beechwood Harbor with a plan to overthrow the entire vampiric power system as it had been known for centuries. And at the peak of the talks, there'd been a full-on vampire brawl in the manor's front yard. Nick had been ringside to the whole thing. On top of that, his girlfriend was an agent with the SPA and was constantly pursuing powerful monsters and bad guys. How could he possibly think his life was boring? I woke up every day and went to my office, where I spent 8 to 10 hours in a box, waiting for the phone to ring in hopes of getting an interesting case. But mostly I got called to follow suspected cheaters around, or go spy on some poor accident victim, to see if they were faking their injuries to commit insurance fraud. And that's when the phone was ringing at all. Nick paused and hung his head. To tell you the truth, Holly, the PI business has been running in the red for some time now. If it weren't for a few big payouts from wealthy clients like Georgia banks, I probably would have had to shutter my doors a long time ago. My brow furrowed. Every time I went to visit his office, he always had a stack of folders and case notes on his desk. The insurance agent next door was begging him for help, as she had a staggering mistrust of her clients and seemed to think no one genuinely needed to use their policy. Nick looked up at me, his expression tight. So why not take the job with the SPA then? I asked. The pay is good, the work is steady, and while it may have its share of paperwork to file, you'd be out in the field more often than not. Wouldn't you? I would. And yes, the pay was good, but... He exhaled. I want to ask Meryl to marry me. The news wasn't shocking, but I couldn't help but feel a sense of whiplash at the sudden shift in conversation. Okay. I want to have a family with her someday. And she's this amazing kick-butt agent with a bright future ahead of her. And I never want to take that away from her. I frowned. You're losing me, Nick. How would you, being an agent, take something away from Meryl? If anything, I'd think it would make you both even stronger. Imagine what great partners you would be. You've got the PI skills and she's got the firepower. Stars, you'd be unstoppable. They'd make a movie of you two. Nick smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Maybe so. But I'm also too protective of her. Think about that whole situation with Lacey and the other vampires. I got in Meryl's way and told you to keep her out of it because I thought I was helping to keep her safe. But in reality, I was holding her back from being able to do her job. On top of that, we both tend to get obsessed with a case we're working. I can't really imagine how we would separate our work life from our home life. And having a family? I don't think I would ever be comfortable bringing kids into this world knowing that any given day their parents might stumble into a bad situation and wind up dead. I couldn't help but smile at his rambling explanation. When we'd first met, I thought he was Mr. Cool and Collected. Nothing seemed to rattle or deter him. It actually used to infuriate me before we realized we could be friends. He was persistent and analytical, and while he might be more cautious, he would do anything to help a friend, even running into the path of a rabid werewolf. All of those traits would no doubt make him a wonderful father someday. But it was going to take him some time to realize that he couldn't predict how every scenario would wind up. Nick noticed my smile and stopped speaking, his lips forming a hard line. You think I'm overthinking this, don't you? A little, yeah, I replied with a soft chuckle. Let's set all of that other stuff aside for just a second. What is it you want to do with your life? Do you want to work for the SPA? He sat back in his chair, then shook his head. No. I quirked one brow. Because of Meryl and the theoretical children? It's not just that. He slid his coffee cup between his hands a few times. I nodded. I think that if being an agent were your dream, you'd fight harder to make it happen. When you were waffling last fall, I thought it was because you didn't want to give up your PI business. I didn't realize how unhappy it was making you. Nick straightened. I don't think anyone knew. I guess there was a part of me that felt foolish, or that I had unrealistic expectations, and that I needed to recalibrate them. After all, what did I really expect moving to a small town to open a PI business in the first place? I canted my head. Well, you told me that part of the draw was the Beechwood Manor. You were convinced it was filled with ghosts and spooky things, which, as it turned out, it was. We exchanged a smile. You were going to run a whole Paranormals of the Pacific Northwest tourism thing, if I recall correctly. Nick scoffed. Yeah, and then I turned into one of them. His hand absently brushed over his chest. He no doubt still had the scars from Ben's claws. Scars that would forever hold the memory of the night his entire world flipped upside down. I cleared my throat, drawing his attention back to me. Okay, so tell me about this book instead. What would it be about? About that, actually, he said. About the lives of those of us who have a split timeline. Our lives before and after learning the truth. Not all vampires are like Lacey and the other court members. Some of them, maybe even most of them, were normal humans, wandering around without any thoughts of ghosts and vampires or witches and werewolves. I want to interview them, to talk about what their life was like before they became part of this new world, what their hopes and dreams were before they turned, and whether or not they still think about what might have been if not for the curse. He paused and considered his next words. I would have given anything to read real stories like that, especially in those first months. I think that's part of the reason why I started gravitating toward pack life. It was the only place I could go and talk to others who were like me, who hadn't always been on this side of things. I mean, the whole thing is so bizarre, isn't it? One day you wake up, you're human, everything is as it should be, and then bam, the next minute everything is different, and there's no going back. I nodded in agreement, although as a witch I couldn't fully understand his experience. I'd been born with my powers, into a long line of witches and magic wielders. I'd struggled with my identity, of course, especially during the years when I was forbidden from potion work, and again when I moved out of the magic world into the human one. But even then, I knew it wasn't the same struggle that Nick had gone through. I thought I would start with the pack, see if any of them are willing to speak with me on the record, and then kind of go from there, Nick continued. So what do you think? I think it's a great idea. You have a unique point of view. You have a background in writing and journalistic work. It ticks a lot of boxes, and I can see how you could create something that would really help people and make a difference, which I know is important to you. Why do I feel a but coming on? I smiled. Not a but, more of a question. How are you planning on turning this into a job if you're not writing it for an established paper like the Haven Herald? Oh, right. Well, I wouldn't at first. That's why I'm working on my resume. I'm trying to pare it down so I can get a day job. The writing thing would be more of a side project until I can figure out a way to publish it. Nick, if you needed a job, why didn't you just say so? Between the inn and the apothecary, I could most definitely use another pair of hands. Nick cringed. What? I asked. Don't you think that would be weird? Me working for you? Why would it be weird? I wouldn't even have the apothecary if not for your initial investment in the business. You won't let me pay you back, so the least I could do is give you a steady paycheck while you get this new venture off the ground. You're sure? Of course. I'm heading to the apothecary in a little bit, mostly to make sure Harmony actually took the day off like I told her to, but I'll be at the inn most of the day tomorrow. You can distract me while I wait for Harmony to get done with her test. We'll figure out something for you to do. Nick hesitated for another moment, and I could almost feel him ready to buck the whole idea. So I swept up from the table and snatched my pastry bag, takeout box, and coffee cup carrier before he could back out. See you tomorrow. 4. I really think you should try to eat some breakfast. Your brain needs fuel. My stomach feels like it's stuck on a teeter-totter as it is, and I'm pretty sure throwing up on the test proctor isn't a good strategy. Harmony replied, her voice slightly muffled as she had her face buried in her arms, bent forward to rest on the kitchen table. The kitchen door swung open and Adam wandered inside, dressed in black sweatpants and a white t-shirt. He stretched his arms overhead as he crossed the room, zeroing in on the coffee pot.
Morning, ladies.
Adam, can you tell Holly to stop mother-henning me? Harmony grumbled. I am not mother-henning you. Harmony's blue eyes narrowed as she peeked up at me, frowning. You are 2 minutes away from trying to force-feed me chocolate chip pancakes. Adam chuckled. You can mother-hen me, he told me as he poured a cup of coffee for himself. "I'll take a short stack, extra chips." Sighing, I tossed my hands into the air and then scooped a ladle of batter into the iron skillet I'd preheated atop the stove. "Will you at least take some granola bars with you to the test?" Yeah. Harmony straightened in her seat and scrubbed both hands over her face. She was dressed for the day, but hadn't yet put on any makeup, which was unusual for her. Harmony had an ever-evolving sense of style. She changed her hair color every few months, playing with different lengths and styles. She was currently rocking short, lilac-hued waves that fell to just above her shoulders. Along with her vivid hair, she usually went with bright and bold makeup, too. She'd never met an eyeliner color she didn't like, and even dabbled with colored contacts when she had extra cash burning a hole in her pocket. "You both need to chill out," Adam assessed, leaning back against the counter as he sipped his steaming mug of coffee. "Harmony, you could pass this test wearing a blindfold with your good wand hand tied behind your back." Harmony laughed. "I don't know about that, but thanks, Adam." "I completely agree," I chimed in, still ladling pancake batter into the skillet. I dumped a pinch of extra chocolate chunks into the ones I'd mentally marked as Adam's, then went to chop up the bananas and fresh strawberries I'd set aside for toppings. Normally, it was one of Harmony's favorite meals. She loved my buttermilk pancakes, and had the same policy as Adam when it came to toppings. The more, the merrier. "Did you at least sleep well? Did the tea help?" I asked, as I sliced through the tip of one banana and stripped away the peel. Harmony smiled. "Yes, the tea helped, thank you." A new idea sparked, and I whirled around, banana in hand. "Maybe some peppermint would be good now? It settles the stomach. Oh, I can go out to the greenhouse and get a fresh sprig of—" "Holly," Adam said with a chuckle. "Harmony knows how to make tea if she wants any." I blew a puff of air out one side of my mouth, sending my side-swept bangs flying for a moment. Without argument, I turned my attention back to chopping, but not before I caught Harmony mouth, "Thank you," to Adam. We managed to make it through breakfast, and Harmony even took a piece of dry toast with her as she left through the manor's back door. "Good luck," I called after her from the doorway. "Not that you need it, I mean. You're going to crush it." Harmony waved her hand as she scurried across the deck. Adam appeared at my side and draped one arm around my waist. He gave a low chuckle, and when I asked him what was funny, he nudged his chin toward Harmony as she crossed the backyard. "Just kind of feels like we're sending our kid off to her first day of college or something." I laughed. "Trial run for the real thing, huh?" "Maybe so," he replied, giving me a wistful smile. We were kind of on a when it happens plan with regard to starting a family of our own. Things with the inn were steady, and we were fairly confident we could expand our reservation window and get even more bookings if we wanted or needed the extra income. The apothecary was still relatively new, but all things considered, it was running quite smoothly. Once Harmony passed her potions master test, she'd be able to take on even more responsibility, freeing me up to experiment with new ideas and spend more time at the inn. And there was the idea of turning Evangeline's room into a nursery. I batted away the thought and smiled up at Adam. "Let's hope we still look this good by the time we get around to sending a kid off to college," I teased, brushing my fingers through his thick brown hair. He laughed as he captured my hand and pressed a kiss to my knuckles. "You will always look this beautiful to me." I quirked my lips to one side. "Why do I get the feeling you're about to ask me to make a second batch of pancake batter?" With a devilish grin, he kissed me. "Because you know me very, very well." Nick arrived just in time to grab one of the last pancakes, and I dished us both up a plate. As we ate, I caught Adam up on my plan and let Nick explain his idea for the series of articles. "Personally, I'd steer clear of the vamps, but overall it sounds like a really interesting idea," Adam said when Nick finished. "Noted," Nick replied with a smile. Adam and vampires didn't tend to mix well. I had a feeling that Nick would fare better with them as long as he made sure whoever he was interviewing was well fed beforehand.
So, what is it you want to do around here?
Adam asked, before shoveling his final bite into his mouth. Nick looked to me. I'm not really sure. Holly just mentioned you guys might need some extra help. Or at the apothecary. Adam's eyes sparked.
Oh yeah, you'd look great in one of the frilly aprons.
I elbowed him. They're not frilly.
They're pink.
Guava, actually, I corrected, shooting him a scowl. Brightening, I shifted my attention back to Nick. And now that I'm thinking about it, I could use a dedicated delivery driver. Harmony and I usually end up taking turns, but if we had someone scheduled, it would make for a lot less juggling on our parts. Driving in the Seattle Haven isn't all that different from driving here in the human world. There's fewer cars on the road, but the shimmer buses do take some getting used to. Nick hitched one shoulder.
Sure, that sounds good to me.
Most of the deliveries are courier style, from the shop to clients. But I'm expanding my network of partnerships, so some of them will be more like freight orders to shops that have agreed to sell my potions. And then I have a handful of wholesale herb and botanical clients still hanging around, too.
I think I can handle that.
Great! Oh, this is so exciting. I jumped up from the table and began gathering dishes. Adam helped collect everything, and I filled the sink with sudsy water. Adam planted a kiss on my cheek, said goodbye to Nick, and excused himself to go upstairs and get started with his own day of work. When he was gone, Nick joined me at the sink and grabbed a clean dish towel. He'd spent enough time in the manor that he knew where everything was without having to ask. I filled him in on some of my more eccentric clients as I scrubbed away remnants of mashed banana, sticky syrup, and smears of chocolate from the plates. When the last of the silverware was dropped into the dish drainer, I wiped my own hands and then turned to Nick. Did you tell Meryl about your new gig? Because I'm seeing her next week for our normal lunch date and I don't want to have to lie.
She knows,
Nick said, exhaling a soft laugh.
The woman is like a bloodhound when it comes to secrets. Any shift of mood in the room and she's off trying to figure out what happened.
Good. I smiled at his apt description. Meryl packed a serious magical punch, but it was her sheer determination, curiosity, and grit that made her an excellent SPA agent. I'm assuming she approves?
She does.
Nick tilted his head to one side, considering something for a moment.
I think she's still a little confused as to why I turned down the SPA job. But at the end of the day, she just wants me to be happy.
Why not just tell her the way you told me yesterday?
I want to, but I can't figure out a way to do it that won't make her feel like it's somehow her fault. It's not, but I guess I'm afraid that she'll take it that way.
And what about the proposal? When is that happening? Oh, and you have to promise you won't up and leave me as soon as she says yes. Evangeline's got one foot in a whole lot of suitcases out the door. Posey and Earl are gone. I really can't take one more person defecting from my life right now. Nick smiled.
I'm not planning on leaving Beechwood Harbor anytime soon. Someone has to stick around and make sure you and Adam keep yourselves out of trouble.
Okay, good. Because for a minute there, you and Meryl were talking about moving to the Seattle Haven, and I got a little nervous. Especially now that you've closed down your business.
We thought about it, but at the end of the day, she's still assigned to Beechwood Harbor, so she'd be coming here nearly every day anyway. It's nice being able to go to the Haven whenever we want, but I'm not sure I can see myself living there. Somewhere along the way, I think I turned into a small-town guy.
I laughed and hung the dish towel on the bar across the oven door. Yeah, same here. I grew up in the Havens, and I used to love the hustle and bustle, but now I can't imagine living somewhere without big pine trees and the ocean breeze.
Those white noise machines just aren't the same thing,
Nick agreed. Speaking of the Seattle Haven, why don't you wait here for a minute? I'll go get changed, and then we can go to the apothecary, and I can show you the delivery van and the ins and outs of the behind-the-scenes stuff. By the time we're done, Harmony should be done with her test, and we can go to dinner. You and Meryl were planning to come, weren't you?
Yeah, she's meeting us there as soon as she clocks out.
I clapped my hands and squealed a little as I headed for the kitchen door. It's going to be so good. As long as she passes, Nick said. Hey, none of that. Remember, I have the power to fire you now, I teased, waggling one finger at him. Nick grinned. Right. You know, I hadn't thought about that. Maybe I'd better go ask for a job down at the lumber supply shop in Pine Shoals instead. I guess you could do that, but I'll bet they won't buy you a mocha every shift. With a laugh, he smacked his hand on the stone counter. Sold. Laughing, I headed for the kitchen door. You and Adam really are too easy, you know. 5. Ollie, you're pacing again. Sighing, I realized Nick was right and stopped mid-stride across the back room of my potions shop. We'd gone through everything twice. Nick would start running deliveries the following morning. After introducing him to my employees, I showed him where the special orders were kept and the cellar where I stored overstocked herbs and botanicals for my lingering wholesale clients. I checked the phone a dozen times in the last hour, and there was still no word from Harmony. The test took hours to complete, but there was a limit on it, where, finished or not, the participants had to call it a day. That limit had hit 10 minutes ago. Where is she? I asked. She should know one way or the other by now. Nick frowned. Maybe she got bad news and doesn't want to break it to anyone just yet. I shook my head, refusing to even entertain such a thought. There was no way Harmony would fail. It was her third attempt at the elite test. She knew what to expect, how to prepare, what to study. On top of that, she was one of the most talented potions witches I'd ever met. If anyone deserved their license, it was her. The problem wasn't her skill, it was her nerves. The chink in her tough chick armor appeared to be academic tests. What is this test like? Nick asked. How did they get the results so quickly? It seems like with most big tests, at least in the non-magic world, it takes days or even weeks to get the results. Well, this is a little more hands-on than one of those tests where you fill in bubbles on a form. Either she can brew the potions required of her or she can't. There is a written part too, but she's already past that part. She gets hung up on the practical side of things. Performance anxiety, mainly. She knows exactly what she's doing, but under the spotlight of a panel of proctors, she panics a little. Could she try one of those focus potions you sell? I know when I tried it that one time, I got so in the flow I didn't even hear the phone ringing. I shook my head. They can't take anything to enhance their performance, even a focus booster. The proctor has some kind of detecting spell that would immediately disqualify her if she tried. Ah, that makes sense. Too bad, though. Nick stretched in his chair at the small table in the corner. It was where Harmony and I sat to take our lunch breaks or discuss new potion ideas at our monthly brainstorming meetings. Want to go get a coffee or something? You did promise to keep me caffeinated, and maybe the walk would do you some good, too. We can do that. I crossed the room for the umpteenth time and grabbed my purse from the peg beside the shop's back door. Do you want to go to... Before I could list off the names of the 2 nearest cafes, my phone rang. With a yelp, I dug into my back pocket and tugged the phone free. It's her. It's Harmony. Nick smiled. Then maybe you should answer it. Frantically, I tapped at the screen and then pressed the phone to my ear. Are you finished? I've been finished, Harmony replied, her tone grumpy. The stupid portal glitched out when I was trying to get back to Beechwood. I ended up in the San Diego Haven, and when I tried again, it bounced me to Sedona, where I promptly got into an argument with this pompous coyote shifter that works at the portal station. He says the portal to Beechwood Harbor is now closed, which is obviously ridiculous, but he wouldn't listen to me. My nervous smile slid from my face as I turned to face Nick. Closed? What do you mean? How could they just... My other line beeped. I pulled the phone away long enough to register that Agent Bramble was also calling me. I swore and mashed the phone back to my ear. Where are you now? Agent Bramble is calling. I'm sure she can get this sorted. I'm still in Sedona. They made me get in the line even though it was their fault I ended up here in the first place. Harmony huffed a sigh. Tell her that Agent Farrow is a real piece of work. I cringed. So are you coming to Seattle then? When I can get to the front again, yeah. There's a bunch of people waiting. Seems like the whole system is slow. They're only letting people through one at a time and waiting 5 minutes in between in case there is any bounce back in the magic. Yikes. Okay, let me talk to Bramble. I'll call you right back. I hung up before she agreed and grabbed the incoming call right before it kicked to voicemail. Agent Bramble? Hey, Holly. Do you have a minute? Yes. Is this about the portals? I was just on the phone with Harmony. She's stuck in Sedona. Apparently an Agent Farrow told her the Beechwood portal is closed. What's going on? Nick raised an eyebrow. He grabbed his own phone and started to type out a message, likely to Merrill. As you know, there have been disruptions since we moved the portal in Beechwood, Bramble replied, her tone even more crisp than usual. At first we assumed it was just the magic resettling, but now we're having new problems cropping up at some of the other portal stations. As a precaution, we've closed the portal to Beechwood until we can figure out what is going wrong. Are you there now? No, I'm in Seattle with Nick. But we're planning on having a celebratory dinner with Adam and Evangeline and Merrill. They'll all need to be able to get through. Harmony took her Potions Master license test this morning. I can get Harmony to Seattle. You said she's in Sedona? Yes, at the portal station there. Good, that's easy enough. As for the others, I'm afraid we will have to wait and see. I'll do my best. What time are your dinner plans? 6:30? Agent Bramble made a clucking noise with her tongue. I could picture the hawk shifter seated at the desk in her office at the SBA headquarters building, only a handful of blocks away. She was a senior agent and oversaw an entire department, mainly dedicated to the greater Seattle area, both magic and non-magic. It was a big job, but Agent Bramble was more than capable of handling it with nary a feather out of place. Literally. Let me see what I can do, she said after a moment. Stay by your phone. I'll call soon. Thank you, Agent Bramble. We hung up, and I glanced over at Nick. Where is Merrill? Still in Beechwood? He nodded. Yeah, she's stuck. Agent Bramble called her right before you, from the sound of it. Harmony should be here soon. I shook my head. She didn't say anything about the test results. Nick stood up from the table. Come on, let's go get that coffee. You want to call Adam and Evangeline? We left the apothecary and wandered a few blocks east to a cozy little bookstore/coffee shop on the corner. Nick went to the counter to order, while I left a voicemail on Adam's phone. Nick circled back, 2 ceramic mugs in hand, and offered one to me. Thanks. I left messages with both Adam and Evangeline. I took the large mug and smiled at the foam. The baristas at the shop added a dash of magic to each latte, and today my foam had been charmed to show a curled-up cat with sprinkles of cinnamon artfully arranged to be its stripes. Cute. A swirled mountain of whipped cream peeked over the rim of Nick's mug, with fancy curled pieces of dark chocolate spilling down the sides. I texted Harmony to meet us here, I said, gesturing at an empty table by the window. It was 1 o'clock, and while there were a handful of other patrons lounging in upholstered chairs throughout the shop, it was fairly quiet. The coffee bar was tucked into the left-hand corner of the space, with the rest of it dominated by rows of books and cozy seating areas. The air smelled of coffee and old books, 2 of my favorite things, second only to the smell of fresh soil and herbs. From the look on Nick's face, it was his first time visiting the little shop. I could see this place becoming a regular haunt, he said, still appraising his surroundings as he took his seat across from me. A low coffee table sat between 3 armchairs. The furniture had likely once been quite expensive, but now appeared more like the furniture in one's grandparents' homes after many decades of use. Comfortable and functional, but not quite as glossy or pristine as it had once been. It would be an excellent place to write a book, I agreed. You could always hang out here in between deliveries, too, you know. Nick bobbed his head, a smile spreading across his face as he visualized it. I think I might try that. I called Harmony back and relayed the information from Agent Bramble, and she agreed to meet Nick and me at the coffee shop as soon as she could get back to the Seattle Haven. Our drinks had dwindled to foamy dregs by the time she arrived.
She swept into the shop, swerved around the two middle-aged men waiting in line behind an elderly woman at the counter, and came to our table. She flopped into the chair between us with an indignant grunt and dropped her small purse on the floor at her feet. "What a nightmare of a day," she grumbled. My heart sank. When she hadn't mentioned her test results on the phone, I'd assumed it was because she was preoccupied with getting home. But now, it seemed like it might be bad news. "Want anything to drink?" Nick asked, already rising from his seat. "Or a snack?" Harmony nodded. Yeah, maybe a snack. A cinnamon bun or something like that. And an iced coffee, cream and sugar, please. Thanks, Nick." With a nod, he left to go join the short line at the counter. "How long are we stuck here?" Harmony asked me. "I'm not sure. I'm waiting to hear back from Bramble." My curiosity snapped off its leash, and I burst out, "Forget about all of that. Tell me, how did the test go?" Harmony's expression soured. "I don't know yet." "What? Why not?" My apprentice twisted her lips to one side, her gaze sliding past me and out the window. When she brought her eyes back to mine, a sheen coated them. "They think I cheated on the test." Shock radiated through me, quickly followed by a spike of anger as her words sunk in. It took every bit of self-control to keep from launching myself out of my chair to storm down to the test hall and turn the place upside down looking for anyone who dared accuse her of such a thing. They had to send my final potion away for further testing to make sure none of the ingredients were smuggled into the testing hall. They all but accused me of smuggling extra supplies in under my coat. Harmony broke off and shook her head. Pink blotches were starting to spread across the fair skin at her throat and clavicles. "That's outrageous. I'm calling Bramble back. She needs to know what's going on." Harmony stopped me before my thumb could hit the redial button on my phone screen. "Holly, no, please. I don't want to make a big scene. They're not going to find any extra ingredients. I just have to wait for them to call me with the results." "I've never heard of anything like that happening before," I said, forcing myself to set my phone on the coffee table beside my near-empty cup. "You know who we should call? Phoebe McLean. She could run a story about this in Potions Today magazine, an expose." A tiny smile pulled at the corners of Harmony's lips. "Holly, you're getting kind of mother hen again." "Ha! If only I had a beak. I'd like to do some pecking right about now," I muttered. "What did you submit for the final potion anyway? Those proctors are some of the most well-regarded potion masters in the country." Harmony shrugged. "I don't know about that. They didn't believe me when I told them about the reaction between rosehip oil and pixie peppers." Recognition dawned, and I smiled. "You made them some of the wrinkle dissolver?" Harmony nodded. "If anything, they were just mad because I refused to give them our secret recipe. Crones," she muttered. The potion was our top seller. It was so popular that we kept a revolving waiting list of customers eager to snatch it up every time we brewed a batch. The ingredients were fairly simple, but the technique required concentration and lots of magic. Most true potions required some magic to make them work. Anyone could toss ingredients into a cauldron or kettle and call themselves a potions witch, but it was in the little things, the precise stirring movements, the layering of ingredients, the exact time allowed for each stage of the process. That was potions work. And yes, each brew took a varying degree of magic to complete. Harmony and I could brew nothing but wrinkle-dissolving potions and we'd be wealthy beyond our wildest dreams. But eventually, we would end up hollowed shells, our magic all spent. To grant others the appearance of youth, we would have to forgo our own. So we rationed. 1 batch a week, usually brewed in the quiet hours of the morning before anyone else arrived at the shop. And it would all be sold out by the end of the business day. There were other anti-aging potions on the market, of course. It was hardly an original idea. But our concoction worked near instantly, lasted for months, and didn't have any weird side effects. On top of that, we infused the final draft with lavender and freesia for the women's version
and a cedar and pine finish for the men's. Nick returned to the table with Harmony's drink and a small white plate containing a scone dusted with powdered sugar. "It's cinnamon chip, closest thing they had," he said as he retook his seat. "Thanks, Nick. What do I owe you?" Nick waved off her question. "Not a thing. I just got a cushy new job this morning, so coffee's on me," he teased. "New job?" Harmony asked as she broke off one corner of the scone. "Where?" My blood had slightly cooled, and I tried to shake off the residual frustration with the test proctors. "At the apothecary, actually," I told her. "Nick is our new delivery guy." Harmony's smile widened. "Oh, that's awesome." "Thanks," Nick replied. He seemed to sense that it wasn't a good idea to ask about Harmony's test or our pending dinner reservations, and instead turned the conversation back to the issue with the portal. "So how's Sedona this time of year?" he asked Harmony with a sly grin. "I got bounced to New York a few weeks back. I decided to take advantage of it and got myself a slice of pizza and wandered around Central Park for a little while." "Want me to call Anastasia and see if we can crash at her place in case we can't get back through tonight?" Harmony asked. "She said she had plans tonight, probably some kind of work thing, but I have a spare key." Nick gave me a look, and I exhaled. "I guess we might as well just tell you. I made reservations at Luna tonight. Anastasia and Caleb were going to come, along with Nick and Meryl, Adam, me, Evangeline. Oh, and the witches from your study group and the ladies from the apothecary." Harmony's eyes went wide. "Holly, I said I didn't want you to throw a party." "I know, but I thought you were only saying that because you didn't want any extra pressure, so I just kind of kept it a little secret." I cringed, knowing a lecture was headed my way. My apprentice tossed her hand into the air, sending a shower of powdered sugar falling down around her from the half a scone she had left. "Well, great. Now I get to explain to an entire room full of people that I still don't have my license, and that I got accused of cheating, and was lectured to in front of everyone, too." Harmony dropped what was left of her scone to the plate, brushed her fingers off on a napkin, and snagged her cup as she rose from her chair. "I need some air. Call me when the portal thing gets fixed." "I'm really sorry, Harmony," I said, as she swept past me on her way out of the shop. The door didn't slam closed behind her, but I cringed as though it had. Ugh, could this day get any worse? Nick offered a sympathetic smile. "I've learned it's best not to ask questions like that." 6. Agent Bramble called with a follow-up report a couple of hours later when Nick and I were back at the apothecary. I was working on filling out an order form for supplies, while Nick perused the front of the shop, familiarizing himself with the products. He'd been to the shop at least half a dozen times since I opened, but the inventory changed fairly often as I got better at predicting what my customers wanted and updated the packaging for some of the better-selling concoctions. I'd kept my phone beside me on the desk, hoping to hear from Harmony, and felt a little deflated when I saw Agent Bramble's name on the screen. And to make matters worse, she didn't even have good news for me. The portal to Beechwood would have to remain closed while a team of highly trained witches and wizards worked on it, and there currently wasn't an ETA for when we might be able to get back home. I thanked Agent Bramble for calling, and then went to fill Nick in on the latest update. When I finished, he set down a bottle of Spot Begone Cleanser and exhaled. To borrow your favorite expression, bat wings. Indeed, I smiled. The van's fully gassed up. If we leave now, we'd make it back to Beechwood around 8:30. What do you think? That's probably cheaper than trying to find a place to stay in town, he replied. Yeah, Anastasia's place is nice, but it's also tiny, and I don't love the idea of sleeping on her living room floor. Can you call Harmony and make sure she doesn't want to hitch a ride back with us? She probably doesn't want to hear from me right now. Sure. Thanks. I'll finish up in the back and be ready to go in 10. The drive from the Seattle Haven to Beechwood Harbor took a little over 3 hours. Once you left the magic community and returned to the human side, There were a few entry points from the human version of Seattle into the magic one. On foot, I tended to go to the Magic Beans coffee shop. There was a gateway wedged in between the restroom and the supply closet. Humans couldn't see it, and the staff running the shop were members of the Haven community. When traveling between the two worlds in a vehicle, I opted to use the Ferryborough Bridge. It was more of an overpass than a bridge, and halfway across, the veil of concealment charm slipped away, and you found yourself in the back lot of an abandoned warehouse in the industrial district of Seattle proper. I guided Nick to the bridge, and within minutes we were through the gate and on our way to the interstate. "So what did Harmony say when you called?" I asked as we merged into traffic. "Did she still sound mad?" Nick glanced over his left shoulder to check his blind spot, then crossed into the center lane. "I don't think so. At least, not at you." As expected, she'd opted to stay in the Haven and crash at her sister Anastasia's condo. It was probably the best place for her. Anastasia was one of those people who always knew the right thing to say, and could comfort her younger sibling as she waited out the results of the test. "I still can't believe they accused her of cheating," I fumed. "Absolute nonsense." "Yeah," Nick winced. "Part of me wonders if it's partially my fault, or somehow connected to me." Nick furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "I still have enemies within the so-called proper potion world. People who think I didn't earn my place since I technically never passed my test and got my license anyway. No matter how much success I achieve or how many interviews I give, there are always going to be those who think less of me because of my past. I just hope that my somewhat tainted reputation didn't splash over onto Harmony." "Would the Proctors even know about the connection, though?" "She's my apprentice. That's documented in her records." I exhaled. Hopefully I'm wrong and just overthinking. Nick didn't respond. A smattering of rain came out of nowhere, and for a while the only sounds were the road underneath us and the whoosh of the wiper blades as they swept across the windshield. Nick was a good road trip partner. We were comfortable with each other, and neither one of us felt the need to try and keep a conversation going as we drove away from the city. Once we were off the interstate, Nick turned on the radio, and we skipped around a little from station to station until we found one we both liked. We were about an hour from home when my phone rang again. "It's Bramble," I told Nick as I tapped the screen to accept the call. "Hello?" "Hello, Holly," Agent Bramble replied. "I believe we've resolved the issue with the portal. You should be cleared to go back to Beechwood Harbor." "Oh, Nick and I actually decided to drive back. We weren't sure what was going to happen, and we didn't want to have to find a hotel in the Haven." "I see. Well, when you get back home, you can test it for yourself, and you should find it restored to its proper working order." "Sure. I mean, what could go wrong?" I grimaced. "As long as you promise there isn't a chance of me getting stuck somewhere or having anything spliced off in the process." "Oh, Holly, don't be ridiculous," she scoffed. "It's perfectly safe." "Okay. Well, thanks for the call. I'll let you know if we have any more trouble with it." "Very well. Safe travels." I hung up and stashed the phone back in my purse. Naturally, it's fixed now that our dinner reservations are ruined. Nick smiled and flicked on the van's headlights. The trees were thick on both sides of the road, and I was actually a little impressed I'd had enough of a cell signal to get Agent Bramble's call. There were more than a few dead zones on this leg of the trip, between the big city and the coast. Houses were few and far between, mostly farms or acreages with long, winding driveways. I'd often wondered what it must be like to live so remotely. Beechwood Harbor was a small town, but at least if I forgot a carton of eggs at the store, it was just a 5-minute trip back to get one. I'd have to be a far more organized person to live an hour from the nearest grocery store. Either that or I'd have to talk Adam into getting me a little flock of chickens. Nick dropped me off at the manor, then backed out of the drive and offered a quick wave before heading toward the center of town. He had a condo on the other side of the harbor, one of the newer developments in the area, and was likely going there to meet up with Meryl. I started to head up the front walkway, then took a detour and wandered around the side of the house to the portal's shed to inspect it for myself. As the portal was meant to be accessible to any paranormal, the shed itself couldn't be locked. But I'd set tight security wards around the manor's back deck and my greenhouse and garden area, warding off any nosy would-be prowlers from getting too close to our personal property when we weren't around. As I turned the corner of the house, I realized the shed's windows were illuminated with a pale green light. A tickle of magic shivered at my fingertips as I took a step closer. None of the sconces inside were tinged with shades of green, which only left one explanation for the strange glow: magic. The question was, what kind, and who was casting it? My careful steps quickened as I stepped into the grass so my heels didn't click against the paver stones lining the path to the shed. More magic swirled around my fingers, ready to converge into a defensive spell if needed. At the door, I drew in a silent breath. I reached for the door handle, but the door blew back in my face, knocking me off my feet. I landed with a startled yelp as my rear hit the ground. The green light burst from the shed, blinding me to the point where all I could make out was a silhouette of someone standing in the open doorway. "Don't come any closer," a feminine voice hissed. "Your tricks won't work on me anyway. Not with this light." To prove her point, the green light flashed a little brighter still. I shielded my face. "Who are you?" "Oh, ho, ho," the woman laughed. "Think you're slick? Playing dumb? I see right through you." Another wave of magic hit me before I could even feel the crackle of power in the air. The wind was knocked from my lungs as I was flattened to my back, still struggling against the bright light. "Please, stop! Someone is going to see." "Good. Then you can't snatch me away into the night," she replied, followed by another maniacal giggle that sent chills up my arms. "I know all about you and your deranged little plans." Still wincing, I sat up. "What plans? I don't even know who you are." "Ha! Lies, lies, lies. We all know your kind could trick the devil himself." "Phew, I did not eat enough today to deal with this level of crazy," I muttered as I got to my feet. "Listen, lady, I have no idea what you're talking about, and something tells me I don't want to. But this is my property, and if you're not using the portal, then you need to get going. So what is it going to be, in or out?" The green light dimmed slowly, and when the spots cleared from my vision, I saw the woman standing before me was not at all what I'd expected from the shadow she'd cast. It had to be some kind of illusion that went along with the near-blinding light, because the silhouette I'd seen had made it appear as though an ancestor of the Amazon warriors was standing there in the shed's doorway, when, in reality, the petite woman would likely struggle to hit the minimum height requirement for most of the roller coasters at an amusement park. She was gaunt and thin, with long, stringy, dark hair that fell around her shoulders at varying lengths, as though someone had attacked it with scissors after consuming the better part of a bottle of liquor. She peered up at me with dark, beady eyes. In the softer light, I could see a sheen of sweat across her brow. The green light faded even further as she slumped her shoulders forward and stared at me. "You're not a vampire," she said finally. "A vampire?" I coughed out a dry laugh. "No, I'm not." The light winked out altogether, leaving us in darkness but for the soft lights mounted on either side of the manor's back door. The woman drew her arms around herself. She wore a sleeveless black dress with a full skirt that fell nearly to the ground. The tips of black lace-up boots poked from underneath the uneven hemline. Patches of different fabrics were sewn into the skirt, along with crystals and other small trinkets, held in place by coarse threads. "Do you need help?" I asked, bringing my gaze quickly up from the woman's shabby gown. It was much too cold to be wandering around with bare arms. Had she been thrown here from some faraway portal? It would explain why she wasn't dressed for this climate. "I have extra coats in the house. I could get you one if you'd like." The woman stared at me, not blinking. It was equal parts bewildering and spooky, as I stumbled over my words as I tried to fill the uncomfortable silence. I just mean it's a cold night, and you look... Well, maybe you weren't expecting the cold snap, that's all. I didn't mean...
Who are you?
She asked. My name is Holly Bolt.
Bolt?
Bolt. Her eyes went even wider, and she slapped a hand across her mouth. I winced at the loud smack.
I know you. Oh, stars above and spirits below, I thought you were one of them.
The green light flared back to life. I was starting to get a migraine. Listen, I said, peering over my shoulder at the row of houses on the other side of the street. The portal had deliberately been built as far back as it could go, and slightly tucked behind the manor itself. But that green light was bright enough to be seen from the harbor itself, like a lighthouse beacon of supernatural energy. There was no way the neighbors couldn't see it from their houses. I don't know what's going on here, but this is a human neighborhood, okay? It's in the SPA's terms that anyone using this portal for travel will keep from doing magic upon arrival, so I'm going to need you to...
Oh!
The woman gasped, and the magic light winked back out.
Sorry. I get excited sometimes and it just sort of happens.
Spectacular. Let's take this from the top, I said. I gave you my name. What is yours? The question gave the woman pause. With narrowed eyes, she leaned in a little closer to me. Though if she was trying to be intimidating, it wasn't quite working, given she was a good 6 inches shorter than me.
How do I really know you are who you say you are?
She demanded. Exhaling, I tossed my hands into the air and pivoted on my heels. Never mind. I don't have time for this. Please just follow the rules for conduct in mixed company. It's been a long day, and I really don't need you running amok, causing trouble all over town. As I started back toward the rear entrance of the manor, I wondered if having the SPA change the portal to being accessible to the general paranormal public had been the right call. It made it easier for our guests to come and go, and loosened the restrictions for the other paranormal residents in town to travel. But I hadn't considered that complete strangers could wander in from anywhere, any time of day, for virtually any purpose. But then again, how would anyone even know about the portal in the first place? Beechwood Harbor was barely a dot on the map for humans, let alone for creatures and beings who existed outside the so-called normal world. That nagging thought tugged at me, until I stopped at the base of the back steps. Twisting around, I saw the woman standing in the yard, halfway between the portal shed and where I stood, as though she'd taken a few steps to follow me but then decided against it. Her bony fingers twisted together in front of her.
My name is Serenity, and I did not mean to come here tonight.
7. The lights in the kitchen turned on behind me, illuminating the grass at my feet, and I turned just as the back door opened. Adam stepped out onto the deck. Holly? A few paces away, Serenity's green light flared back to life, and before I could warn Adam, he was thrown up against the side of the house.
I knew you were one of them,
she cried, turning her fury back to me. All right, I've had enough. Clenching my teeth, I threw a stunning spell. Or, at least, that's what I meant to do. Instead of a quick, snapping whoosh of power, a shower of sparks flew from my fingertips, streaked across the space between me and Serenity, and burst into a flurry of snowflakes. What in the other world? I stammered, peering up at the sky, then down at my hands as an icy flake landed on my palm. Snow? Serenity continued to advance, and I tried the spell once more. On the second attempt, the stunning spell seemed to fire in reverse, knocking me off my feet again. Holly, Adam called, his feet thundering on the deck as he ran toward me. I'm fine, I said, pushing up to a sitting position. Magic swelled at my fingertips, but I held it back, reining in the urge to let it fly. Serenity, stop! He's not a vampire either. Adam swooped down next to me. Vampire? Serenity closed in but held her own fire.
Then who are you?
He's my husband, I exclaimed. He's a shifter.
I could give you a demonstration, Adam growled, baring his teeth.
Not necessary, I said, placing a steady hand on his arm. We're fine. Aren't we, Serenity? The witch considered me for a long moment. Her expression twisted.
Are there any vampires here?
I shook my head. No, witches and one shifter. Serenity stared up at the back of the manor. Where were you trying to go? I asked as I let Adam pull me to my feet. Before, you said you didn't mean to come here. Did the portal glitch on you? It's been doing that lately. I have a contact at the SBA. I could call her and— No! Serenity's green light burst back to full power, and Adam swore as we both flinched away from it. Wincing, I held up both of my hands. Okay. No SPA. Please, the light. Someone will see. The green light faded, and Serenity raked her fingers through her bedraggled hair.
I was in Paris, but they found me, she exclaimed.
If they could find me there, then no place is safe. They, as in vampires? I asked. Which ones?
All of them.
She tugged at her hair so hard I cringed. Okay. Tell you what, let's go inside. We can figure this all out. The manor is a safe place. No one will find you here. Serenity scoffed. You don't understand. No, I don't. At least not yet. But feel for yourself. I raised a hand and gestured at the manor. There are powerful wards and concealment charms all around this house. You're safe here. No vampires, I promise. The witch hesitated for a moment, scowling at me with furrowed brows. But when she closed her eyes and sensed that what I said was true, the muscles in her face relaxed ever so slightly. When her dark eyes opened again, she gave a short nod.
Very well. Lead the way.
Adam went first, checking over his shoulder every few steps. If he were in his dog form, his hackles would have shown along his spine. I ushered the witch up the back steps, and we all went into the manor's kitchen. Serenity faltered once we were inside, her eyes going wide as they darted around the room. She gave off a nervous energy, like a deer who just heard a twig snapping in the distance. Do you like tea? I asked. It was a running joke around the house that I thought nearly every problem could be solved, or at least greatly improved, by the right blend of tea. Tea? Serenity said it like the word itself was foreign. But after a quick moment, she bobbed her head.
Yes, I like tea.
Okay, good. I grabbed the kettle from the stovetop, then gestured at the swinging door on the other side of the kitchen. Through that door is the living room. There's a fire going, so why don't you warm up and I'll make us all some tea.
You promise you won't call the SPA?
I promise. I placed my free hand on my chest. The witch held on to her skepticism, but did as I suggested and slipped out of the kitchen.
Stars, Holly. What is going on here?
Adam hissed once the witch was gone. Sighing, I took the kettle to the sink and began to fill it with water. I honestly have no idea. I got home, went to check the portal, and she just kind of flew in from nowhere. He lit the stove burner and I placed the kettle atop it.
And what was with that snow spell you cast? I've never seen you do that before.
Frowning, I opened the nearest cupboard and dug through the variety of glass jars I had stashed there, each containing a different blend of homemade tea. I don't know. I was trying to cast a stunning spell, and it just kind of— I shook my head. None of it made any sense. It didn't work.
Have you ever made snow before? Because that's kind of a whole other level, isn't it?
My heartbeat kicked up another few notches. Adam, this isn't helping. I need to think. I wasn't the strongest or most powerful witch. When it came to raw magical talent, I was probably on the lower end of the spectrum. Potion work was precise and required a lot of skill and patience, but most brews were fairly easy for me. But when it came to more forceful spells, things like defensive magic or combat magic, my skills were limited. I'd been lucky enough to withstand the attacks I'd faced to this point in my life, but even then, it wasn't because I'd been able to overpower my opponent. It was more because of good luck, combined with quick thinking and speed. However, there was one area of my magic I never questioned or doubted, and that was my consistency. I hadn't misfired a spell since my academy days when I was first learning everything I could do. Sometimes spells weren't aimed correctly, or came out stronger or weaker than I'd intended, but I couldn't recall an instance where I somehow fired the wrong spell altogether. It just didn't happen. Not to me, anyway. Until now. The experience left me rattled and afraid. Serenity had calmed down, but for how long? If she went spinning off her axis again, would I be able to stop her? I couldn't risk seriously injuring either her or myself, which meant I had to keep my magic contained until I could figure out what made it go wrong in the first place. I'm an elemental witch. Water magic isn't something I've practiced before, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, I told Adam, and myself, in a calm, collected voice, like that of a teacher gently correcting a favored student. I wasn't expecting to use my magic. I must have mixed up my intentions prior to casting. Adam didn't press the issue, but he couldn't hide the doubt in his eyes. I turned away and distracted myself by looking for my favorite tea tray in a cupboard on the other side of the kitchen. When the water began boiling, I turned off the burner and poured the water into the 3 mugs I'd arranged on the tray, with 4 small jars of loose-leaf tea and a trio of spoons for mixing. "Okay," I said, lifting the tray. "Let's go see what this is all about. With any luck, we can send her back through the portal to wherever she's headed and get to sleep at a decent hour." Adam held the door open, and I passed through into the adjoining formal dining room that opened to the living room. Serenity stood at the fireplace, warming her hands in the soft glow. "Looks like I need to add a log," Adam said, moving to the right of the fireplace where a bundle of cut wood was stacked in a hammered metal bin. Serenity shuffled aside and let him stoke the fire. "Come, sit," I said gently. I wasn't sure what kind of tea you liked, so I brought a little of everything. The medicinal properties are listed on the label. I grow everything myself, and the blends are my own invention. Serenity didn't smile, but the lines around her mouth eased a little. I wasn't sure how old she was, but if I had to guess, I would have said somewhere in her 20s. But then, with witches, if that's what she was, looks could be deceiving. Some witches were descendants of those granted long life. Others used potions and spells to retain their youth. As for myself, I thought I looked my age, but I did occasionally swipe a little dab of my anti-aging tincture around my eyes. Taking the lead, I helped myself to a generous scoop of my tension-taming blend, gave it a stir, and sat back against the couch cushions to let it steep. Serenity slid a suspicious glance my way before she ventured closer. Adam poked at the fire for a few moments, then came to sit in one of the high-backed chairs adjacent to the long sofa. I'd brought a mug for him, too, but he wasn't much of a tea drinker and was too on edge to fuss with it. "So are you some kind of fugitive or something?" he asked. Subtlety wasn't Adam's strong suit. Serenity recoiled. "No." "Can you tell us what happened?" I interjected. "You said you were in Paris, is that right?" The witch stared at Adam, her lips pursed. "I've never been there before," I continued. "One of those bucket list things, I guess." "The SPA doesn't want to arrest me," Serenity insisted, her tone sharp. "They want to give me a job." I frowned. "What kind of job?" She didn't answer. Instead, she swept her full skirt around herself and perched on the edge of the chair opposite Adam. A long coffee table separated them, and I pushed the tea tray closer to her end so she could help herself. She inspected each jar of herbs and tea leaves, carefully reading the labels of each one in turn before circling back to the sharpness blend that I used to help me concentrate. It was especially helpful on mornings following a rough night of sleep. As she scooped heaps of loose-leaf tea into her mug, I wondered when she'd last slept. Now, with proper lighting, dark circles showed under her eyes and illuminated her hollowed cheeks. "Would you like something to eat?" I asked her. "I have some lemon bars in the fridge." Serenity swirled a spoon through her mug, then set it back on the tea tray. I guess that might be nice." I started to get up from the couch, but Adam beat me to it. "I've got it." He left the room, and I met Serenity's gaze. "I want to help you, but I need more information. Outside you were talking about vampires, and it seemed like you thought you might have been followed, but now you're talking about the SPA giving you a job. Help me connect the dots." Serenity exhaled slowly. Her expression remained guarded, but she gave a slight nod. "The SPA recently came into possession of a valuable stone, one meant to control vampires." I blinked. Not only did I know exactly what stone she was referring to, but nearly 8 months ago, the stone had been under this very roof, in the possession of Lacey Vaughn, the daughter of the Baron of the Eastern Court of Vampires, and now the official vampire liaison to the Haven Council. Not that I planned to tell Serenity that part. She'd probably jump straight out of her skin and go running into the night. "But they have yet to find a way to use the stone on a large scale," she continued. "They need someone who understands ancient vampire magic, and there are few still living who could assist them." "I'm assuming that you are one of them," I ventured. She inclined her head. "My mother was a witch, and my father was a vampire lord. Unions like theirs aren't meant to produce children. It's next to impossible. But my mother was a powerful sorceress, and when she wanted something, she found a way to make it happen." A wry smile graced Serenity's lips, revealing a pair of small fangs. "I am the product of her experiments." The way she said it made me think there should be a pair of bolts visible on either side of her neck. "The SPA wants to grant all of their agents the power of Lilith's stone in order to control the vampires. But the only way they can do that is by using magic like mine to unlock the secrets of the stone's magic." I squirmed in my seat. "And you don't want to help them?" Her smile fell away and concealed her fangs. "I have no interest in sacrificing my own life for their foolish endeavor. Even if I could help them, they wouldn't be able to hide or protect me from those who do not wish to surrender their autonomy to the SPA and the Haven Council." She scoffed and shook her head. "For all their talk about staying away from the Vampire Council, it seems like the old alliances are as strong as ever." "What do you mean?" Serenity's eyes bounced back to mine, as though she was surprised she'd said the second part aloud. "The Vampire Council isn't recognized by the Haven Council," I prodded. "Technically, no. But in truth, the SPA is leakier than a scrap of worn cheesecloth. And while they might not have vampires on the payroll, I can assure you there are more than a few agents who funnel information directly to the Vampire Council. How else would you explain the dozens of vampires who've come after me in the past month since I turned down the SPA's job offer? The vampires have no way of knowing who I am, or what I can do, let alone where to find me. I've spent my entire life making sure of it." Adam came back into the room, with a second tray loaded down with lemon bars, crackers with cheese, and a bowl of creamy veggie dip with a side of bagel chips. Even when serving complete strangers, the man didn't skimp when it came to snacks. "So you're saying that someone at the SPA leaked your identity and whereabouts to the vampires who want to stop the SPA from following through on their plan?" Serenity's attention snagged on the food, as Adam placed the tray beside the one with our steaming mugs. One of her hands twitched, but she drew it back into her lap. "It's okay," I said, gesturing at the food. "Help yourself, please." She glanced up at me, and I nodded. Adam took his seat, and Serenity dug into the food, taking a large bite from a lemon bar before scooping an impressive amount of dip onto a bagel chip. After those first bites, it was like a switch in her head flipped, and she unleashed her inner Tasmanian devil, or maybe a piranha was a more apt description. In any case, she began shoveling food into her mouth, chip over chip, bite after bite, until all that was left on the tray were a few crumbs. Even Adam was taken aback, and for him, stripping a charcuterie board down to nothing but the garnishes was how he spent most Sunday afternoons once our guests checked out. When she finished, Serenity looked up, her cheeks slightly pink.
"I'm sorry. It's just..."
She hiccuped and pressed one hand to her stomach.
"It's been a few days since I last ate."
Adam's mouth dropped open. "A few days?"
"I haven't been able to slow down long enough to eat," she said. "The vampires showed up at my house in the Savannah Haven 3.5 weeks ago. I managed to get away from them and hop through a portal to Paris. I have a safe house there. My mother left it for me before she died. Witches like us will always be pursued. People either want to use our power or they want to extinguish it."
She paused and licked the tips of her fingers. There was a strange void of emotion in her eyes as she spoke, and I couldn't help but wonder how I would feel if in her shoes.
"I hid there for a couple of weeks. I didn't dare leave the house in case they were watching it. There were a few staples in the pantry, but I went through those too fast. They caught up with me early this morning before it was light out. I ran for it, crossed through the portal, and when I stumbled through, I was out there in your shed. I turned off the lights and tried to stay quiet, but I heard a noise and got spooked."
"And I showed up just in time to get a face full of magic kapow," I finished. Serenity tucked her chin.
"Sorry about that. You're obviously nice people."
Without warning, she stood up.
"I don't want to put you in danger. It's only a matter of time before the vampires find me here."
Whoa, wait a second. Where are you going to go?" I asked. "How would they find you here?"
"They have eyes everywhere, even in sleepy little towns like this one. Plus, the SPA tracks portal activity.
They'll know someone with vampiric blood recently used the one in your yard." My eyes flew to Adam. "They can do that?" he asked.
"Oh, yes."
Serenity nodded as she crossed the room back toward the kitchen.
"Eyes everywhere. Always remember that."
She made it to the dining room before a loud knock sounded on the front door. Her eyes went wide as she swirled around to look at me.
"Don't answer it."
"Holly?" a voice called from the other side of the door. "It's Agent Bramble. Are you in there?" Serenity bolted. 8. Adam ran after Serenity, and they both disappeared into the kitchen. Another knock sounded, and I hurried to the front window to peek around the curtain. Agent Bramble stood on the welcome mat, dressed in her SPA jacket and black pants, like she'd just come from a raid. Or, perhaps, was planning one. Serenity's warning echoed through my mind. I didn't fully understand the magic behind the portal systems, but the idea that the SPA was tracking movements down to such a granular level startled me somewhat. Perhaps that was because I'd spent years of my life on the Haven Council's naughty list, but in any case, it seemed a little invasive. I wasn't quick enough dropping the curtain, and Agent Bramble spotted me. Her expression hardened, and she jabbed a finger at the door. I peeked over my shoulder. I had no idea if Serenity was still inside the manor, or if Adam was okay. I'd seen her in a panic before and had been lucky to walk away without a serious injury. I paused with one hand on the doorknob and sent out a silent plea to Boots. He was more than a chunky tabby cat. He was my dedicated familiar. And while he didn't like being woken up from a nap to assist me, he knew when something was afoot and wanted to help in any way he could. Overhead, a thump hit the floorboards, and I smiled a little, imagining him stretching his back before coming to my aid. Go find Adam. Stay with him, I thought, hoping the cat understood. With Boots on the case, I exhaled and opened the front door. "Hello, Agent Bramble. What brings you by?" "I need to come inside," she said, already stepping forward. I backed up and allowed her entrance. She swept into the living room, her hawk eyes not missing a single detail. "Who else is here?" she asked, pointing her chin at the coffee table. Oh, Adam and Evangeline? I said, and it dawned on me that I had no idea where Evangeline actually was at present. Her day spa in town would have already been closed for a couple of hours. She usually came straight home after work, but maybe she had taken the opportunity to go out with her employees for a nightcap. Though it would be awkward if she chose this moment to stroll through the door. I haven't gotten a chance to test the portal, I said, hoping to draw Agent Bramble's attention away from the living room. I just got back a little while ago. Nick dropped me off. Agent Bramble shifted her narrowed gaze back to me. I see. Well, as my presence might suggest, it appears to be in working order once again. Technically speaking, as a hawk shifter, she could have flown from Seattle, but it would have taken her over an hour at full speed and in perfect weather conditions. Right. That's great news. Thank you for seeing to that. I took a few steps closer to the front door, hoping she'd get the hint and leave. I'll definitely give you a call if we have any issues. We didn't have any guests booked this weekend, but the next 5 weekends have reservations, so it's a relief to have it back in working order. Holly. Agent Bramble rounded on me, her expression tight. But then she always kind of looked that way. Mm-hmm. I tried not to visibly swallow the lump in my throat. I like to think that you and I have established something of a personal relationship over these past few years. We had a bit of a rocky start, but I believe we've put that behind us. My pulse pounded in my ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was a mouse hiding in a hole in the wall, and a cat was on the other side, asking me to poke my head out, just for a moment. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, I told her. Is something wrong? Bramble's lips tensed, making the lines on either side of her mouth appear a little deeper. I'm asking if I can trust you with something. It's top secret information, and I shouldn't share it at all, but I feel that you need to know, as it seems there might be trouble on the way to Beechwood. What kind of trouble? I'm not sure what Lacey Vaughn has told you, but there have been a few hiccups since the agency acquired Lilith Stone. The power held within the stone is accessible to vampires like Lacey, but so far, it appears that only those of vampiric heritage can use its power. In order for the Haven Council and the SPA to use the stone to its full potential in our fight against the rogue vampires, we need to find a way to unlock its powers. There is a witch, a powerful vampire sorceress, who holds the key to the stone's power. The council brought in oracles and psychics, and they all agree she is the one we need. The agency found her and offered her riches beyond my own imagination in exchange for her help, but she declined. 3 weeks ago, we sent an agent to once again try and persuade her, and her home was found ransacked. We have several teams dedicated to finding her. And tonight, a tip came through that she might be here in Beechwood. It took all of my energy to keep from shifting nervously back and forth as Agent Bramble spoke. What would she want here in the harbor? I asked. I don't know. But if she was indeed the one who came through the portal here, she might still be close by. And you need to know who she is and what she is capable of, Holly. She is considered incredibly dangerous. And I need you to promise me that if you find her, you will call me right away. Meryl is already assembling a search team to comb through the town looking for any sign of her. What will you do when you find her? You can't force her to help the agency. There have to be others who could help. Agent Bramble considered my question for a moment, her gaze drifting back to the set of mugs on the coffee table. Or maybe Lacey could help the agency hire vampires specifically trained to deal with the others. If they're the only ones who can use the stone's power, I mean. Bramble dragged her attention back to me. Obviously, we are working to find a solution as quickly as possible. Word of the stone is somehow spread around, and the vampires in Seattle and other places have become more violent now that they know their time might be limited. We've lost 3 agents in the last week alone. Not in Seattle, but from other departments. My stomach clenched as Meryl came to mind. She was right in the center of the war against the vampires. Could she be next? Agent Bramble reached into the inner pocket of her jacket and retrieved the small notebook she always carried when on the job. She opened the cover and pulled out a small photograph. "This is Serenity Mackenzie," she said as she handed it to me. The version of Serenity represented in the photo was a far cry from the young woman who'd been sitting on my sofa a few minutes before. The one in the photograph had a rounder face, as though she were at least 15 or 20 pounds heavier, and her shoulder-length black hair was styled in a glossy, angular bob cut. Her teeth weren't showing, but she wore a smile, and a spark showed in her dark eyes. "If you see her, call me. Don't try and approach her on your own," Bramble instructed. I lowered the photo to my side. "Okay." Bramble gave a curt nod and headed for the door. "I'd better call Meryl and meet her team." I bid her goodbye and closed the door once she reached the bottom step. From the window, I watched her shift into her hawk form and swoop into the inky night. "Adam?" I called, hurrying to the kitchen. "Boots?" I pushed the kitchen door open and found Adam standing at the counter, his arms folded over his chest. Boots sat staring at the pantry door, his tail puffed up toward the end. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. "Where is Serenity?" Adam pointed at the pantry. "She's hiding in there. I told her it was safer than going outside." "What are we going to do?" I asked, assuming he'd heard most of what Bramble said through the door. He took a few steps closer to the pantry. "Serenity, you can come out now. We need to talk." The door opened a crack, and she peered out, her eyes wide and wild. "She's really gone?" "Yes, but you were right. They know you're here in Beechwood Harbor, or at least they suspect it. They have a team of agents out looking for you." The pantry door closed again. I sighed and scrubbed my hands down my face. It was an impossible situation to be in. Keeping her concealed from the agency would not bode well for Adam and me in the long run. Not to mention, Evangeline and Harmony would eventually need to know what was going on, which would probably make them accomplices. I mean, she's not under arrest, I muttered to myself. So other than lying, which isn't an official crime last time I checked, are we really in danger here? Adam shrugged one shoulder. "Maybe not technically, but I can't imagine Big Bird is going to be too happy if she finds out, and she could make for a pretty irritating enemy." He was right. Being allies with someone as powerful as Agent Bramble had certainly been comforting over the past couple of years. If we needed help, she was only a call away. And especially with regard to running an inn for paranormals, it was nice knowing we had our own personal attack bird on speed dial. I crossed the kitchen and rapped my knuckles on the pantry door. "Serenity, can you come out? We need to talk this out." It took a moment, but the knob jiggled and Serenity stepped out. "I shouldn't involve you in this matter. I just need to think of my next move." She mashed her palms to her eyes. "Mother was always so much better at this stuff. She would know where to go." I glanced at Adam. The pity welling up in my own heart was reflected on his face. There was something about the young witch that made me want to wrap her in some kind of protective bubble. She was clearly powerful, but there was also a fragility to her that was impossible to ignore. "Listen, Serenity, I know I don't understand the full story, but it seems like the bad vampires are already after you. So if that was the thing keeping you from helping the SPA in the first place, wouldn't it kind of make sense to go ahead and work with them now? I mean, if they get control of these rogue vamps, you'd be safe. We all would be." Slowly, she dropped her hands from her face, and her eyes looked even more wild than before. "I can't help them." "Because you're afraid the vampires who don't want to work with the SPA would find you, right? But hasn't that already happened?" "It's not just that." She trailed off and walked to the kitchen sink, her gaze fixed on some point through the large garden window. Her long skirts made soft noises against the tile floor as she moved. "My magic isn't free to use however I see fit. It is intertwined with the other side of my lineage. My father's power runs through my veins just as much as my mother's. I cannot tap into one without the other." A chill crept up my spine as the full implication of her words hit me. "You don't mean
Serenity spun around to face me. Some call it blood magic. There are those who practice dark, forbidden arts, and they call on blood to draw power. It's a choice, a foolish choice that usually leads to destruction. However, in my case, the blood used to draw power is my own, my mortal blood. If I use too much magic, my father's immortal blood overwhelms me, and it makes me... Her eyes squeezed shut tight as she struggled to get a grip on her words. It makes me want things I would not normally want. It makes me crave things I can never let myself have. My gaze shifted to the knife block sitting beside the coffee maker, and for one desperate moment I wondered if that would even work, or if it would take a wooden stake to fend her off if it came to that. I'm not a monster, Serenity said, snapping my attention back to her. Did you tell the SPA all of that? Surely they would find another way if they realized what they were asking you to do to yourself. Serenity scoffed. The less they know about me and my power, the better. I probably shouldn't have even told you. But for some reason I thought, well, you seem trustworthy. And it's been a long time since I met someone I thought I could trust with my secrets. What about the magic you did out there? Adam asked, gesturing at the back door. You aren't, feeling that kind of hungry, are you? No. Serenity shook her head and then gestured down at the skirt of her dress. I keep magic stored here, a little taken at a time, to allow me to recover and still be ready. Wow. I knew it was possible to store magic in crystals and charms, but had never had much success with it personally. Serenity touched one of the crystals sewn into the corset of the dress. This one helps me cast the green light. It's a trick I learned from my mother. Vampires don't like bright lights, and when I'm surrounded by the light, they can't get close enough to try their glamour on me. I can match them for speed, and some even in combat, but I'm not immune to their tricks. Judging by her tone of voice, she considered it some kind of personal failing. If one of them gets too close, they can whisper their poison into my ear and make me do whatever they want. Abruptly, she twisted her head back toward the window. Her eyes went wider, the pupils large enough to make them appear black. They're here. 9. It took me a moment to realize Serenity meant vampires and not Agent Bramble and her band of agents. My first clue was when one of them popped up, fangs bared, and hissed at us through the kitchen window. Serenity flared her near-blinding green light, and the creature outside screeched and vanished. "Lock down the house!" she shrieked, tugging one of the crystals free from its string. Her complexion shone luminescent for a moment, and she tucked the crystal into a hidden pocket among the folds of fabric. "Do you have a panic room?" I blinked. It wasn't a question I'd ever expected to be asked, and yet here we were. "There's a basement," I said. "Good enough. Let me outside. I'll see if I can't chase them off." Adam ripped his shirt off, then quickly shucked off his sweatpants and shifted into his beast form before I could argue with him. The huge black dog stood a little higher than Serenity's hip. If she'd wanted, she probably could have ridden him like a small horse. Her brows peaked. "That'll work too?" Adam trotted to the back door and looked back at me. His meaning was clear, even without words, but I hesitated. I knew he was strong and had more than a little experience chasing off vampires, but I was also used to being his backup. I hesitated, though, unable to shake the reminder of my 2 misfired spells. I wasn't sure I trusted myself to try even my most basic defenses. "Can you tell how many there are?" I asked Serenity, ignoring Adam's low whine. She shook her head. "Not exactly. If I had to guess, 5. That's how many they sent after me in Paris." 5 vampires? I swallowed and looked back across the room to the shaggy dog. He lowered his head. Whirling to Serenity, I barked out a series of orders. "Get to the basement and hide. If this goes south, I'll have no choice but to call in Agent Bramble and her agents. If you have to run, go into the woods and wait. Adam can track you down when it's safe." Serenity looked ready to argue,
But I didn't give her time. I was already spinning back toward Adam. Magic surged to my fingertips and I threw open the door. Adam went through first, and I followed, tugging the door shut tight behind me. The vampire we'd seen from inside was gone. But as Adam raised his nose to the sky, his ears perked. He trotted down the back steps and headed toward the greenhouse. I followed after him and wondered if I should try and cast a light spell. It was simple enough. I couldn't see how it could backfire, and though I'd never tried to make my light spells as bright as Serenity's, it was worth a shot. Adam growled low in his chest, and I attempted the spell. A shower of white sparks flew into the air, in the direction I'd aimed, but a ball of light never materialized. Instead, a soft pop sounded, and a billow of smoke was carried away by the breeze. "Bat wings," I whispered. "Adam, my magic isn't working. I have to call Bramble." He barked loudly and tore off like a streak of lightning, disappearing around the side of the house. Startled, I stumbled over an uneven patch of ground as I tried to follow him, but when I turned the corner, I realized what had startled him. Evangeline's car was pulling back into the driveway. But Adam wasn't running for the car. He swerved off to the left, toward the front steps. It took me a second to fully realize what I was seeing. The vampire we'd seen from the kitchen was pinned underneath the cedar boards of the front steps. It was as though the steps had opened up and swallowed the lower half of the creature like a bizarre Venus flytrap. What in the... A car door shut behind me and I jerked around. We still didn't know how many other vamps were lurking around. Evangeline smiled as she stashed her car keys back into her purse and started walking toward us. "Hey, you two, what's going?" Her question died in mid-sentence, and her face contorted into a look that was somewhere between shock and revulsion. Then she screamed. I nearly tackled her to the ground as I lunged toward her, one finger pressed to my lips. "Shh! Holly," she stammered, peering past my shoulder. I twisted around and took a careful step toward the creature. It was a female vampire, with skin that looked luminescent in the moonlight. Her hair was cut short and looked well-styled. She shifted her black eyes toward me and hissed, her gleaming fangs on full display. The floorboard from the step above lifted up just enough to smack the vamp on the head, like the house was playing whack-a-mole. I blinked, my mouth agape. What was there to say? The whole situation was so off the rails I didn't even know where to start. Evangeline let out a nervous giggle. "Looks like Posy left a little bit of her spirit behind, huh?" "Release me," the vampire demanded, her lips peeled back in a fierce snarl. "What kind of magic is this, anyway?" Adam growled at the vampire as she struggled to break free. I couldn't help but smile, albeit in a slightly deranged way. "Let's just say you picked the wrong house to mess with." The house wasn't giving so much as an inch. Some years ago, I'd found myself in something of a similar situation. Granted, the front steps hadn't tried to eat me, but they'd thrown me back halfway across the yard into a boxwood bush when I'd tried to tread upon them. Posy's emotions had been tied to the manor for over a century, and whenever the ghost became upset, the house manifested those currents of energy and rose up on her behalf. I'd never seen anything quite like it before, and hadn't considered it as even a tiny glimmer of a possibility that some of Posy's feisty spirit might remain with the house, though she and her beloved husband Earl had crossed over to the other world. A low growl shook me from my reverie as Adam tore off around the other side of the house. With a jolt, I spun around toward Evangeline. "Watch her," I barked, already running after Adam. Another vampire, this one male, was pinned underneath a shutter on the other side of the house. He swore and thrashed violently, but just like his counterpart on the porch, he wasn't making much progress toward freeing himself. "Go, Posy," I said with a giggle. Magic pulsed up my fingers once more. Normally, I would try some kind of binding spell to tether the vamp's wrists and ankles together. Vampires were slippery little things, and even with the house doing its best to keep hold, a second set of restraints wasn't a bad idea. A twinge of nerves flashed through me in the split second before I cast the spell. My other magical efforts had gone astray so far tonight, but I had to try. Whispering the incantation for magical bonds, I flicked the magic at the trapped vampire stuck to the side of the house. Dread hit me in the gut like a hit from a sledgehammer as soon as the sparks left my fingertips. They were the wrong color. Instead of binding the vampire, they flew into the dirt and mulch surrounding the flower bed below the window, and a split second later, a pair of huge green vines erupted from the soil. Adam let out a startled bark and backpedaled as quickly as his doggy legs could carry him. The vampire let out a surprised cry as well and tried wriggling away from the thick vines. I bit into my lip and tried another spell, but all it accomplished was some kind of magical miracle grow, and the vines grew from being about the size of a pencil in diameter to the size of rock climbing ropes. They shot up the side of the manor, already nearing the second level, like gravity-defying serpents, wriggling and writhing around the windows, shutters, and trimwork. Adam pawed at my leg, and I looked down long enough to shake my head. I don't know what I did, I exclaimed. My magic isn't working right. Ugh, this is so not worth the bounty, the vampire grumbled. And while he was still shimmying and grunting to try and break free, he sounded almost resigned to his fate. The problem was, I had no idea what his fate should be. If we called Agent Bramble for backup, there was a chance she would find serenity. Or, at the very least, by calling the SPA, we would lose the young witch's trust. The vines reached the top of the manor and crept out of sight. Were they just going to grow forever? And what kind of damage were they doing to the roof? My stomach lurched at the thoughts. Go get Evangeline, I told Adam. We need her to come and break this spell before these vines swallow up the whole house. Adam ducked his muzzle in agreement, then ran back the way we'd come. What's wrong with you? The vampire asked through gritted teeth as he tried once more to squeeze free of the shutter that held him like a mousetrap. I don't know, I replied, my heart sinking. I looked down at my hands, turning my palms over, then back, as if there were answers to be found in the lines running across them. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. The vamp scoffed. Lucky me. A spark of anger reignited in my chest, and I dropped my hands back to my sides. You shouldn't even be here, I exclaimed. And what bounty are you talking about? The vampire stopped struggling long enough to cast me a skeptical look. Don't play dumb with me, Witchy Poo. We know you have her. We can smell her fear. It doesn't matter. You can't have her. I won't let you. The vampire dropped his head back and cackled, the sound ice cold. Oh, yeah? And how are you and your mangy little dog going to stop us? Your magic clearly isn't going to save you. I tensed my muscles in an attempt to conceal the chill that ran up my spine. He was right. If not for Posy's magic, we'd have already lost this fight. Adam was strong and fast, but his skills had limits. He couldn't be expected to single-handedly fight off 2 or more vampires by himself. Evangeline ran around the house, her wand in one hand, her illuminated cell phone in the other. Agent Bramble is on the way, she cried. Adam bypassed me and ran around to the back of the house. Can you do something about these? I asked, as I gestured wildly at the ever-creeping vines. Evangeline's eyes widened as she raised her wand. What happened? Did he do this? She asked, pointing the wand briefly at the vampire. He hissed. What an idiotic question. I did, I said. My magic is... Well, I must have said the incantation wrong or something. Just can you do something? Evangeline set her jaw, considered the vines for another long second, then whispered a spell and shot a searing spell at the base of the vines. The spell cut through the plants like a hot knife through butter. I held my breath for a moment, hoping we didn't have a Hydra situation on our hands. But when it seemed like they were truly dead, I exhaled. Thank you. The vines slid off the roof, and the entire length of them coiled together in a large pile among the rose bushes. What do you want me to do about him? She asked, shifting her attention, and her wand, to the vampire. I was trying to bind his hands and legs to keep him from getting too far if he manages to get free, I told her. Got it. She flicked another spell and bound the vampire, ignoring his threats. What is going on here? She asked, brushing her side-swept bangs out of her face. It's kind of a long story. I'll explain once Bramble is gone. Adam returned to my side and let out a low whine. Are there any more? I asked him. His shifter senses were far more sensitive than when he was in his human form, but even still I knew tracking vampires was hard. He was more likely to hear them than smell them. Vampires didn't sweat, or have other body functions that contribute to a person's scent, which meant that unless the vamp was wearing something like a cologne or perfume, it wasn't likely Adam would pick them up based on smell alone. The dog shook his head. Exhaling, I looked around the darkened yard. Okay. Adam, I think you should go inside and tell our new friend what's happening. Evangeline and I will deal with Bramble. New friend? Evangeline asked as Adam trotted away. Holly? I narrowed my eyes and directed them to the vampire. I'll explain after. Just follow my lead, okay? Evangeline agreed, but her voice clung to a note of skepticism. There wasn't much time to worry, though, because Agent Bramble and a band of 4 agents, all wearing dark clothes, arrived within a few minutes of sending Adam inside. He should have had just enough time to change back into his human form, dress, and get Serenity to a better hiding spot in case the agents insisted on searching the manor for any lingering threats, or at least to use that as an excuse to take a peek around, as it was fairly obvious she hadn't believed our original story and was even less likely to believe us now. In other words, it was going to be a long night, and we were all going to be lucky if we didn't spend it in an SPA holding cell. 10. This is all well and good, but how are we supposed to get them out? It was a good question. One that I unfortunately did not have the answer to. As Agent Bramble stared down at the vampire stuck in the porch, I realized that I'd kind of expected the house to just know when it was time to let go. As for the vampire herself, she appeared to have given up the struggle, her chin propped up on the back of her hand as she leaned one elbow against the floorboards encasing her torso. I cleared my throat. House? The agents flanking Bramble were just as bewildered. I might have a crowbar in the SUV, one of them said. I cringed. I couldn't see that working out well for any of us. Hold on, I said, extending my hands to the agents. This is Posey's doing, right? Bramble asked me. I thought you told me she'd crossed over. I nodded. She did. Bramble cocked her head, the motion strangely bird-like. Well, I'll say in all my years as an agent I've never seen something like this before. The other one might be easier to get free, I said. All we'd need to do is remove the shutters. I jabbed a finger toward the corner of the house. Agent Bramble followed my gaze, then nodded. Got it. Briggs, Paloma, go see what you can do. But be careful. Neither of the 2 agents she'd named looked too thrilled by their new assignment, but Agent Bramble wasn't the kind of boss that you could negotiate with. At least, if she were my boss, I wouldn't try it. Which reminded me that it was equally as foolish to try and hide something, or rather, someone, from her. When the agents were gone from sight, Bramble turned back to me with an expectant glance. I stumbled forward a step and placed my hand on one of the wooden planks, careful to keep it out of the vampire's range. Experience had taught me they could go from 0 to 60 faster than any souped-up sports car. And when they did, it usually involved bloodshed. Lots of it. Keeping one eye on the vampire, I drew in a deep breath, exhaled on a whispered plea. "Posey, I don't know if you're somehow still here, but if you are, can you help me?" Wind rustled through the towering evergreens surrounding the house on 3 sides, and for a moment everything was quiet. Then something creaked, and I jerked my hand back as the floorboards shuffled once more and expelled the vampire. In the half a metaphorical heartbeat it took the vamp to realize she was free, Agent Bramble's agent stepped in and slapped the magical cuffs around her wrists. The vampire swore as her shoulders slumped forward, once more resigned to her fate. Agent Bramble instructed her agents as I pushed up from the porch and brushed my hands together. When she turned back to me, her dark eyes were narrowed. "Any idea what they were doing here in the first place?" she asked. The way she said it made me think she knew full well what the vamps were up to, but wanted to hear it from me anyway. Swallowing hard, I took a beat and considered my options. It felt like walking a tightrope stretched across a tank of hungry piranhas. "I didn't get a chance to invite them inside for a cup of tea," I said, my tone grumpier than I'd intended. Agent Bramble's brow furrowed, and I rushed to continue my explanation. "Maybe they were looking for the stone? Or maybe they want revenge for our part in handing the stone to the agency." Bramble considered me for another uncomfortable moment, but her attention drifted off before she could needle me for more information as her 2 agents trooped back into sight, coming from the side yard. The male vampire marched between them, his wrists bound with a strand of red, glittering magic. "We'll do our best to get to the bottom of it," Bramble said, briefly looking back at me. "We're just lucky you were already in town," I said, hoping to smooth any ruffled feathers. No pun intended. The vampire met my gaze and snarled. I doubted he would tell the SPA about the bounty or explain the real reason behind his appearance at the manor. He'd likely be out of SPA custody before dawn either way. His partner, too. As it was, the agency could only hold them for trespassing, and even that wasn't likely to stick, seeing as our property now housed the portal to the Seattle Haven and was, technically, open to the magical public. It was one of the few downsides to its placement on our land. "You'll call me if you need anything else," Bramble said with a nod. "I will." With a final backward glance, she took her leave, following her agents back to their unmarked vehicles at the curb in front of the manor. I waited until the SUV's taillights faded from view as they drove down the hill, back toward the main part of town, before I went inside. Evangeline was in the living room, perched on the edge of the couch. At my arrival, she popped up like a sprung jack-in-the-box and launched herself toward me. "Adam told me what happened. Are you okay?" I nodded. "I'm fine. The house got them before they could hurt anyone." "What's going on with your magic?" I looked down at my hands. They were still shaking slightly. I don't know yet." "Do you want me to brew some tea? Adam's still down in the basement trying to calm the girl down. She nearly blinded me when Adam called me down there." "Part of me thinks we should have just turned her over to Bramble," I said, though I kept my voice low to avoid Serenity's vampiric-level hearing. Evangeline chewed on the corner of her lip, her eyes darting toward the closed kitchen door. "It's not too late. We could have her come back. I want to talk to Lacey first. She'll know what to do." I took a step, then stopped. "Unless—" Evangeline cringed. "You don't think Lacey was the one who sent the vampires after her in the first place, do you? If this witch is really the key to unlocking the stone's potential, it makes her essential to Lacey's success." I wanted to say no, but the word faltered on the tip of my tongue as a wave of uncertainty swirled through me. I'd known Lacey for a long time and considered her a friend. She'd been there when Adam and I got engaged, and then when we'd married. She'd trusted us to keep her conclave a secret when she'd first rallied some of the other members of the vampire court to reveal the stone's existence. Even still, something held me back from dismissing Evangeline's question. Lacey had a tendency to become single-minded when she was on a mission, whether that was something as silly as getting first dibs on the clearance rack in a designer boutique, or something as deadly serious as trying to take down the shadowy vampire council. Lacey wouldn't get us tangled up in this thing, and if she knew Serenity was here in Beechwood, she would have called it off, I said, for my own benefit just as much as for Evangeline's. But Serenity's appearance here was a glitch, a mistake. If the vampires are working under Lacey's orders, I'm not sure we can stand in the way. Evangeline didn't reply, and for a long moment we stood there, mirroring one another's fears. "Come on," Evangeline said, hurrying toward the kitchen door. "Let's get that tea and we can go from there." To no one's surprise, Serenity didn't want to stay at the inn. In the hour following the vampire invasion, we sat in the dingy basement, under the flickering light of a bare light bulb, trying to coax Serenity into staying one night. She paced endlessly between two support beams anchored in the concrete floor. It was the one area of the manor that no one had thought to renovate over the years. We mainly used it for storage, and even then, I could go weeks or months without setting foot inside. "You'll be safe here," I told the young witch. "We've set protective charms and wards. Even if the vampires come back, they won't be able to get inside the manor. And then it will be daylight and you can travel more safely to wherever you want to go." Serenity continued her long strides, the hem of her skirts covered in dust and dirt from the unkempt floors. "I can't stay in one place," she argued, shaking her head. "I have to keep on the move. Now that the portal is working, I can leave. There's another safe house in New England. I'll go there." "What about the trace?" I asked. "The SBA will still be watching the portals." Serenity scowled, as though angry with herself for not remembering that detail on her own. "Well, then I'll rent a car. It's been years since I tried driving, but how hard can it be?" Adam glanced at me. He was back in his human form now, dressed in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. "I've already tried to change her mind," he said quietly. "Shouldn't we just let her go? It's one less thing for us to worry about." I pinched the bridge of my nose. It was the same question I'd been asking myself. Why should we put ourselves in danger to protect her? She clearly didn't want our help and thought she could handle herself. Exhaling, I dropped my hand and met the young witch's defiant gaze. "I understand you don't want to put yourself at risk, and I don't blame you for that. But it seems like the fact that these vampires are coming after you like this would be motivation to agree to work with the SPA. The sooner you help them channel the power of the stone, the sooner the risk to you will pass." Serenity shook her head. "You don't understand what you are asking of me." "Then please, explain it to me." The witch gave me a guarded look, as if measuring me up by some standard. After a moment, she apparently decided I'd failed and scoffed. "You can't keep me here. I appreciate your help, but it's best for all of us if I leave now." She started toward the creaky wooden staircase, and Adam stepped out of her way. "You know," he said, as she placed her foot on the bottom step, "there aren't any car rental agencies in Beechwood. You'll have to go to Pine Shoals. It's the next closest town, but it's a good 20-minute drive from here. On foot, you're looking at quite a trek. I suppose if you start now—" Serenity scoffed. "I don't mind walking." Adam hitched one shoulder as he crossed his arms over his chest. "That works, I guess. By the time you get to Pine Shoals, they might be open for business. Otherwise, you can probably find a bus stop to wait in. They're calling for quite a rainstorm tonight." That gave the young witch pause. She stopped her ascent of the stairs and twisted around to look back down at the three of us. "We could let you borrow an umbrella," Evangeline offered. "Oh, good idea. I actually just got in a box with the inn's logo on them. I haven't even had a chance to show them to you," I said, gently grabbing Evangeline's forearm. You were right. The blue stripes really work. Ooh, I can't wait to see them. Come on, I said, pulling her toward the stairs. I'll show them to you. Then we can get Serenity on her way. We should also order something for dinner. I was thinking a big cheesy pizza, piping hot with all the fixings. Serenity's eyes widened, and a spark of satisfaction fired inside my chest. Adam caught on to my plan and piled on. Or maybe some barbecue burgers from McNally's. I don't know about you two, but a bucket of battered fries would really hit the spot right about now. I smiled. Well, if we do that, we can get milkshakes, too. Feels like that kind of night, I'd say. I know what you're trying to do, Serenity said, frowning at me. I blinked innocently. I'm not doing anything, just making dinner plans. It's been a long night. With a huff of a sigh, she continued up the stairs. Fine, I'll stay one night, but in the morning I expect a ride to this rental car shop. Deal, I agreed. Just as long as we all survive the night and don't get turned into a vampire nightcap, Adam muttered, climbing after us. 11. As agreed, Serenity stayed through the night. I rose before dawn the following morning and checked the guest suite to make sure she was still there before tiptoeing back to my room. I padded silently to the ensuite bathroom, careful to avoid the one squeaky floorboard, and shut the door softly behind me before turning on the lights. I quickly changed into a pair of thick leggings and pulled on a hooded sweatshirt that technically belonged to Adam, but that I wound up wearing far more often than he did. I splashed some water on my face in an attempt to wake up and then hurried downstairs. The manor was still dark and quiet. It was one of those early mornings that reminded me of Posey. She and her husband, Earl, had crossed over to the other world not too long after Adam and I were married. And while the passage of time eased the initial sadness over losing her, I still missed her presence in the house. She hadn't been a part of the paranormal community in life, but after 100 years as a ghost, most of which had been spent as the landlady of an SPA halfway house for magic misfits, she understood me. She would have undoubtedly had some kind of advice or wise words to offer before I slipped outside into the cold, dark morning. I crossed the backyard with quick strides and ventured into the woods. I'd left a note for Adam in case I wasn't back before he woke up, but I hadn't wanted to tell him about my plans ahead of time. He would have insisted on tagging along, and I didn't need the distraction. Something was wrong with my magic, and I had to figure out the extent of the damage. I knew my limitations. There was no grand illusion of being some kind of all-powerful creature with endless resources and the ability to conjure anything I could dream up with my waking mind. Far from it. I was an elemental witch, and my particular power worked best when applied to the earth or brewing potions. I felt my best and most alive when I was near the ocean or deep in the woods, anywhere I could be alone with the wonders of nature. So, I walked for 20 minutes until I came to a clearing in the dense evergreens. There were no official trails through this part of the forest, but there were some well-trod pathways that were easy to follow. I came to a stop and kicked out of my shoes. It was a crisp morning, and the ground was still wet from the rain last night, but I wasn't worried about catching a cold. That would be the least of my problems. My hair was still tied back in a messy bun from sleep, and I cinched the worn elastic to ensure it stayed in place while I worked. Next, I pushed up the sleeves of my sweatshirt and cleared my throat. The magic came on command as soon as I spread my hands before me. That was a good sign, right? A branch cracked behind me and I whipped around, nearly losing control of the magic strands dancing along my palms. Even though the sun was on its way up into the sky, I somehow expected to find a vampire standing behind me, but then quickly realized that was ridiculous, not only because they hated the sun, but because they would be careful enough to avoid making a sound when stalking prey. A certain Tubby Tabby wasn't quite as discerning. Boots, I sighed. What are you doing all the way out here? The cat tilted his head, as if silently asking me the same question. All right, touché, I muttered. Boots wandered over to a fallen tree and leaped up onto its moss-covered trunk. Despite his rotund belly, he managed to maintain his feline grace and balance and quickly reached the part where the tree had broken away from the stump. From there, he was a few inches higher than I was, allowing him to look down at me with a quizzical expression. Okay, I'm sorry for leaving you behind, I told him. It's just, well, I don't know. For some reason, this feels a little embarrassing. I figured the fewer witnesses, the better. Boots didn't look impressed with my explanation. I'm going to try a few spells. You might want to get back a little farther, I cringed. Just in case this doesn't go right. Boots jumped from his perch to a low branch on the neighboring tree. I blew a puff of air through my lips and raised my hands once more. The magic was still there, waiting for me to give it purpose. I decided to start with a simple stunning spell, the one that had backfired first during the confrontation with Serenity. Resisting the urge to shut my eyes, I drew in a steadying breath, then murmured the incantation and threw the spell out in front of me. On the plus side, I didn't create a snow flurry. On the not-so-plus side, the stunning spell morphed somehow, and instead of a powerful blast of magic meant to disarm or stun an opponent in battle, a cascade of flower petals exploded, like some kind of botanical firework, showering the forest floor with pink and white cherry blossoms. I blinked a few times, making sure I was actually seeing things clearly. Boots cocked his head, his amber eyes gleaming. "Ugh! What is wrong with me?" I exclaimed, kicking a spray of dirt over the petals. Spinning away from the mess, I aimed a shielding spell at the opposite tree. The magic exploded away from me in an orb of near-blinding golden light. I swore under my breath, shielding my eyes from the explosion, and then blinked a few times to clear away the fuzzies from my vision once it faded. My third attempt was an attack spell, and for a moment I didn't think the spell had done anything at all. But before I could conjure another handful of power to try again, a rush of leaves and rocks sounded in the distance. I squinted, trying to see if some small animal was on its way toward me, when I realized, with a stick twisting in my gut, that the vines were back. Crawling over the forest floor like a pack of snakes, they twisted and slithered. A vine whizzed past me, and I jumped out of its way, only to nearly step on another. In my attempt to avoid that one, I stumbled over a rock and fell on my backside. Boots dropped down from the tree branch and raced toward me, carefully avoiding the squiggling vines. He yowled when he reached me and rammed his head into my side. "I'm okay," I promised him, but my attention was on the ever-spreading vines. One darted toward me, almost like it was sentient, and consciously set on attacking me. I didn't dare try another spell. I couldn't risk making more vines, and so far, the only other spells I'd managed involved flower petals and sunlight, neither of which were going to help the situation. There was only one choice left. I pushed to my feet and made a run for it, digging in the sweater's front pocket for my cell phone. As I started to scroll to Adam's number, a vine wrapped around my ankle, and I pitched forward, sending my phone flying out of my hands. I landed hard on one knee, and tears sprang to my eyes, even as I hurried to get back onto my feet. Before I could, another vine snared my other ankle. Snarling, I reached out for the phone. Its light was glowing through the low fronds of a nearby fern, but I couldn't quite reach it. Boots ran to the phone and used his paw and nose in an almost canine movement to try and push it over to me. But when I managed to grab it, my stomach sank at the spider's web of cracks across the glass screen. Another vine wrapped up my calf, and I twisted away, still trying to tap the phone icon next to Adam's name. Nothing happened. "Batwings! Boots! You have to go get Adam and Evangeline!" I exclaimed as I clawed and scratched frantically at the vine around my ankles and calves. "Hurry!" My trusty familiar hesitated for a moment, but then turned and bolted back through the forest, the same way he'd come. I just hoped he could get the others in time. The harder I tried to fight, the tighter the vines cinched around my legs. Panicked pulses of magic flared to my fingertips, but I didn't dare let any of it loose. Instead, I raked my hands over the loose rocks within my arm's reach until I found one with a flat edge and tried to use it as a saw against the vine winding higher up my leg. That's when a vine dropped down from a branch overhead and grabbed a hold of my arm. Suddenly, I was yanked off the ground and held suspended in the air, caught between the ground vines and the one hanging from the tree. Just when I started having flashbacks to a terrible scene from a medieval movie involving a torture rack, the vines stopped growing. Everything went still, and while I was still stuck, the panic clawing up my throat ceased long enough for me to take in a full breath. "Holly?" Adam called from some distance. "I'm here." Boots led the charge, followed quickly by Adam and Evangeline, both of whom were still in their PJs. Evangeline already had her wand out and barely planted her feet before she fired off a spell to cut the vines over my head. I crashed to the ground, and she winced. "Oops, sorry about that, Holly." Adam swore under his breath as he came and scooped me off the ground. "What are you doing out here all alone? It's not even 6 o'clock in the morning," he demanded, his voice a mixture of irritated concern. I could tell he wanted to wring my neck while simultaneously wanting to hold me and never let go. I wanted to see if I could figure out what was wrong with my magic last night," I replied, keeping my chin tucked as Adam pulled me to my feet. I winced as I shook my legs out, trying to kick away the limp vines. Adam grabbed me around the waist as I wavered. "What is it? Are you hurt?" My left knee had taken the brunt of my earlier fall and pinched a little as I tested my weight on it. I think I tweaked my knee. He shot Evangeline a dark look. "Next time, could you make some kind of magic whoopee cushion before you shoot someone out of the air like that?" "I'm so sorry, Holly." She sounded close to tears, and I hurried to hold up a hand. No, this was from before you got here, and it's probably just a bruise. I'm fine." "Come on," Adam said, pulling me into his side so I could lean my weight into him and off my bad leg. "Let's get you to urgent care. They need to check you out." Evangeline got on the other side of me, and while I didn't need her support, I let her help me along back to the manor anyway. When we broke through the tree line into the yard, Adam pointed his chin at the house. "Evie, can you stay here and keep an eye on Serenity?" "Of course, whatever you need." She touched my shoulder as she stepped away. "Again, Holly, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking." "You don't have anything to apologize for," I told her, offering a warm smile. To prove my point, I took a few steps away from Adam and then gestured down at my legs. "See? All good." She returned my smile, but I could still see a glint of guilt lingering in her eyes. "Tell you what, why don't you both stay here and watch Serenity? I'll go through the portal to the Haven and see the healers there. The local urgent care isn't going to do much more than offer me an X-ray and an ice pack. I need to find out what's going on with my magic." "Are you sure you don't want me to come with you?" Adam asked. I knew he would be a little hurt if I told him to stay behind, but I didn't like the idea of leaving Evangeline to contend with Serenity on her own. Nodding, I reached for his hand and squeezed it. "There's no point in both of us spending all morning in a waiting room. I'll call as soon as I know what's going on." "Okay," he said. I said goodbye and then slipped into the portal shed. It was chilly and dark without the enchanted fire glowing. I'd have to ask Evangeline to fix it for me, since my attempt at rekindling it would only lead to more destruction. Merlin knew we didn't need any more of that today. Thankfully, the portal to the Seattle Haven worked on the first try, and I found myself in the SBA headquarters building without a hitch. I hurried out of the building, past the nearest Shimmer bus stop, and instead opted to flag down a cab. The driver deposited me outside the main clinic, and after I paid the fare, I went inside and gave my information to the fairy buzzing around on the other side of a long marble counter. "Very good, Mrs. Bolt St. James," the fairy replied, nodding as she double-checked the paperwork in front of her. "And what brings you to us today?" Well, there's something wrong with my magic. When I cast a spell, it backfires, or else casts some unintended spell. I have no idea what's going on, but I need to figure out why this is happening. I'm a potions witch. I have to be able to use my magic." "Of course." The fairy nodded and took down some more notes. If my situation fazed her, she didn't show it. But then, I imagine working in a magical emergency room presented her with all kinds of strange and rare problems. When magic went wrong, it tended to make a mess. When she finished writing, she pointed with the fairy-sized pen at a bank of chairs on the other side of the waiting room. "Go ahead and take a seat, and I'll have one of the healers come and get you just as soon as they can." "Thank you." She zipped off down the hallway, her pink wings leaving a trail of pixie dust in her wake. Even without an appointment, it didn't take long to be seen by one of the healers, a kind wizard with watery blue eyes and a thinning head of salt and pepper hair. He took down all of my vital information, did a quick spell to relieve the throbbing in my knee, and then set about trying to determine the cause of my magical ills. When the series of tests came to an end, he returned to his perch on the edge of a wheeled stool and squinted down at the assortment of notes he'd written on a notepad throughout the visit. The clock over the door ticked away 1 minute, then another, and it was all I could do to keep myself from interrupting his quiet reflection to ask what he was thinking. Finally, he glanced back up at me, his dark brows still furrowed. "Well, Holly, I believe you are currently suffering a bout of what we healers colloquially refer to as magic hiccups." I blinked. Magic hiccups. The healer smiled, like he knew I thought he was out of his mind and was simply too polite to say it out loud. "That's right. It's not a precise diagnosis, I'm afraid. It's more of a blanket term for situations like these, where everything on paper looks normal, but there appears to be some kind of disconnect between conjuring your natural magic and channeling it into the proper incantation. A momentary misfiring that desyncs the spell and sends it askew. And it usually results in the magic reverting to its natural bent. In your case, as something of an earth witch, you're seeing flower petals, snowflakes, sunlight vines, etc. Let's just all breathe a sigh of relief that you're not a fire witch." He laughed at his own joke, but I couldn't muster more than a dazed nod. "In any case," he hurried to add, "the syndrome usually resolves on its own, similar to hiccups, and we would recommend that you simply avoid using any type of magic until that occurs." "No magic at all? But what about potion work? That's how I make a living." Panic was once more clawing its nasty little fingers into my stomach. How long is this going to last?" The healer offered a sympathetic half-smile as he placed his notes in his lap. "I'm afraid I can't answer that for you. In my experience, it is usually only a few days, maybe a week. But again, no guarantees." I wanted to scream, to demand more information. But I quickly deflated. The doctor wasn't my enemy, and taking my frustration out on him wasn't going to help anyone. So, instead, I gave a polite nod and thanked him for his time. He ushered me out of the room, back toward the lobby, and patted my back as he sent me on my way. I don't remember what happened afterward, but I somehow managed to pay my bill and wander back out to the nearest bus stop on autopilot, all the while wondering what in the other world I was supposed to do now. 12. Since I was already in the Seattle Haven, I hopped a Shimmer bus and went to my shop. Nick was already there, loading up the delivery van with the efficiency of a seasoned employee. "Morning, boss," he said, tossing a grin my way as he backed up from the van's cargo area, brushing off his hands. He turned toward me, and his smile flickered a little. "Everything okay, Halls?" I sighed. There was no point in lying to Nick. He knew me too well. "Not really, but I'll be all right." Nick slipped his hands into the pockets of his khaki slacks. Apparently, even when working as a delivery driver, he felt the urge to dress up for work, though he had at least ditched the necktie and suit jacket. "What's up?" "I have magic hiccups." I squinted at him, judging his reaction to the news. He looked just as baffled as I'd felt back in the healer's office. I'm sorry, but you have what now?" I smiled a little and threw my hands up. "I assure you, it's just as crazy as it sounds. My magic isn't channeling right. Maybe I screwed up my chakras or something." Nick frowned. "Those are real?" I shook my head. Who knows? At this point, I'm grasping at straws. But until it all resolves itself, I can't do any potion work or use my magic for anything. Even simple spells are going wildly awry at the moment. Yikes. I'm really sorry, Halls. Hopefully you can get it sorted sooner rather than later. It's a little bit of a zoo in there," he said, gesturing toward the open side door that led into the storeroom at the back of my shop. "It is?" I poked my head inside just in time to see one of my part-time employees race by, 2 bags in her hands. "Lori, everything all right?" The young witch jolted at my question, as she'd been too focused to notice me in the doorway. "Oh, thank the goddess you're here. Harmony didn't show up for her shift, and we've got a line almost out the door. That sales promotion of yours is working a little too well. At this rate, we're going to run out of cleanser potions by noon." "Harmony has never missed a shift," I said, more to myself than to Lori. The witch shrugged and then bustled through the doorway back onto the sales floor. "Bat wings," I muttered, stepping back into the alleyway. "That's just not like her," I told Nick. Nick's jaw tensed. "You don't think something happened to her, do you?" My hand was already reaching into my purse, searching for my phone. I shook my head as I tugged it free. It was smaller than my normal phone, but after my little adventure in the woods, I'd needed to revert back to last year's model until I could get my screen repaired. "I don't know. She stayed with Anastasia last night. Maybe she forgot to set her alarm." It was a paper-thin excuse, and one that Harmony had never made before. Sure, she was regularly 5 to 10 minutes late, usually due to an unplanned pit stop at the corner coffee shop, but I always overlooked it. She was a hard worker. And if there was something truly important on the docket, she showed up on time and worked hard all through her shift. Potions work was her passion, and it showed in her work ethic. I dialed Harmony's number and waited for it to ring, already imagining her gushing apology and promises to hurry over ASAP. Instead, I got her voicemail. Nick's expression turned even more grave as I pulled the phone away from my ear. I'll try Anastasia. She must know where Harmony is." I scanned through my contacts and found Anastasia's number. Unlike her younger sister, Anastasia answered on the second ring. "Hey, Holly, I didn't expect to hear from you today." "Hi, Stace, how are you doing?" I asked, even as my foot tapped impatiently. "Oh, you know, up to my eyeballs in chiffon and tulle, and I wouldn't have it any other way." Anastasia giggled. "I have a double wedding next weekend. Twins marrying twins, if you can believe it." I tried to smile, but my mind was too distracted. "Sounds fun. Listen, I know Harmony stayed with you last night. Have you seen her this morning? I normally wouldn't call you to ask about her, but it's just that she hasn't shown up for her shift and we could really use her help." "She didn't show up for work?" All the light humor drained from Anastasia's voice. "No, I tried calling her, but it went to voicemail." There was a pause, and I could just make out the clacking of Anastasia's high heels on the floor of whatever bridal boutique she was at. When she came back on the line, I heard the buzz of traffic in the background, suggesting she'd stepped outside to finish our call. She wasn't at the condo when I left for work this morning. I figured she had an early shift over at the apothecary. Where else could she be? Is it possible she went back to Beechwood? She was pretty upset last night. Maybe she wasn't thinking clearly and somehow forgot about her shift. We both knew that wasn't Harmony's M.O., but it was the only theory we had at the moment. I'll call Adam and see if she showed up there, I told Anastasia. Can you try calling her? Maybe she just didn't want to talk to me. She might pick up if she knows it's you. Okay, I'll call you right back. We hung up, and I called Adam. He answered quickly. Are you okay? What did they say? For a moment, I'd completely forgotten about my trip to the healers and the disastrous morning, and I shook my head as I shifted gears. Oh, right. They fixed up my knee. Nothing major. They don't really know what's going on with my magic. I guess it's kind of a wait-and-see type of thing for now. What? That's ridiculous. If they can't figure it out, then they should send you to a specialist or something. How could they just tell you to wait it out? I don't know. I'm frustrated too, but there isn't much I can do right now. I was actually calling to ask if Harmony showed up there sometime this morning. She didn't show up for work and she's not at Anastasia's. Oh? Well, as far as I know, she's not here. And I'm pretty sure Serenity would sound the alarm if someone new showed up. Adam's desk chair creaked in the familiar way it did whenever he stood up or sat down. It was a battered old thing, but he swore he'd tried other chairs and didn't like them as much. Let me go check downstairs. Evangeline is making pancakes for Serenity. Boots is supervising. Evangeline is cooking? I grimaced. Beside me, Nick cringed. It's pre-mixed. All she has to do is add water and... Ah! Adam yelped. A high-pitched noise pierced my eardrum, and I swore as I pulled the phone back from my face. Smoke alarm, Adam called over the line. Call you back in 5. He hung up, and I rolled my eyes. I hope Teddy is prepared to order a lifetime of takeout. Nick smiled and closed the van's back doors. I should probably get this delivery out of the way. I can try to fill in when I get back, although I'll be next to useless. Still trying to remember all the different concoctions. You know how to work a register? I asked. He smiled. It's been a while, but I think I can manage. Then you're hired. I thought I already was, he said with a laugh. You know what I mean. Now scoot. I made a shooing motion, then hurried into the shop. The front of the shop was a swirl of barely contained chaos. Lori was at the cash register, doing her best to combat the line, while the other 2 girls buzzed around answering questions and making sales. Under any other circumstances, the flood of foot traffic would have been exhilarating. Another sign that I was on the right track to having a lasting business and a real place in the potions world. But at the moment, all I could see were the rapidly emptying shelves. With my magic on the fritz, I couldn't keep up with demand. None of my part-timers were trained for potions work. One was in school to learn, but she was nowhere near ready to attempt making commercial potions. I needed Harmony. Before stepping behind the front counter, which was actually a repurposed dresser, I checked my phone once more. Still nothing from either Anastasia or Harmony. Adam was likely trying to battle the overzealous smoke detector, assuming Evangeline hadn't managed to actually barbecue the kitchen to a char in her quest. Why couldn't the woman just stick to Egos? I plastered a smile in place and jumped into the fray. Lori stepped aside and began packaging things up, allowing me to keep my hands on the register keys. We rang up 6 customers before I got a text message. It was from Adam. The fire was out and the stove wasn't melted. But no sign of Harmony. I tamped down my frustration and worry long enough to clear out the line of customers, and then stepped away to go survey the damage. The doorbuster deal had been a smashing success. All the cleaning potions I'd wanted to move were gone, and it looked like nearly everyone who came in for the sale had also grabbed a few additional items. I kept some additional stock in the back, but not enough to replenish the entire store. It was going to require some long nights in the workshop. My phone rang. It was Anastasia. I rushed into the back room before answering. "Any sign of her?" Anastasia sighed. "She's in the lobby of my condo building. When she didn't answer my call, I phoned the doorman to ask if he'd seen her leave this morning, and he told me she'd been there all morning." "So she's dodging your calls, too?" I frowned. That didn't seem like a good sign. The two sisters were incredibly close. "Looks like it. Do you want to go over there and see what's going on? I've got to finish this fitting, but could meet up with you in, say, an hour, maybe 2. "I've got it," I told her. "Thanks, Holly. Keep me posted, will you?" "Of course." I hung up and went to check in with Lori. Things were back to a manageable pace, and Nick should be back within the hour, in case they needed an extra set of hands. With that situated, I grabbed my purse and left the shop. Anastasia's condo building was a mid-rise near the heart of Seattle Haven's downtown, wedged in between upscale restaurants and retail spaces. It cost a small fortune to live there, but it put her right in the heart of the action and was a short trek to the office space she'd rented to run her wedding planning business. It was the perfect fit for her and her fiancé, but I didn't envy the posh accommodations. Despite growing up and living in several different havens in my life, I could no longer imagine myself being happy in a bustling cityscape. I needed the trees and the peace and quiet, the ocean breeze and my garden. But I'll admit, having a full-service cafe in the basement would be a perk. I breezed past the doorman with a polite smile and turned left in the lobby, crossing over to the cafe and lounge area, hoping Harmony had her back to the entrance. Not that I thought she'd bolt at the sight of me, but then I wouldn't have thought she'd skip work and put her phone on Do Not Disturb either. I spotted her lilac-hued waves and wove past a table of 3 people in business attire. Harmony stuck out like a sore thumb among the other patrons. In addition to her pastel-colored hair and her torn-up jeans and black tank top, she was also sprawled in one of the firm-looking armchairs like some kind of strange bird in its nest. A half-finished iced latte sat in a puddle of condensation on the low table before her. She was reading a paperback and didn't notice my approach until I was already dropping into the matching chair across from her. She glanced up, then did a double-take. "Holly, what are you doing here?" As if answering her own question, she shot a look across the lobby, back to the glass doors where the elderly doorman stood watch. "Harry called Stacy, didn't he? Rat?" I kept my expression neutral as I laced my fingers together in my lap. "What's going on, Harmony? Why are you ducking our calls and playing hooky from work? Today was our trial run for the Doorbuster Dash. I needed you there." Harmony cringed and slid her leg off the arm of the chair, dropping her foot to the floor as she straightened. "That was today," she said, not phrasing it like a question. It was more of a pained realization. "Mm-hmm." She sighed and shoved her bangs out of her face. "I'm really sorry, Holly. I completely forgot about the sale. I just... Her nose scrunched up. "This whole thing with the test..." She broke off, her gaze roving past my shoulder for a long moment. My heart twisted. As frustrated as I was, I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, too. She'd been under a lot of pressure for a long time, and these setbacks were big enough to throw anyone off their game, let alone a young witch who was already suffering from bruised confidence after the past test failures. "I get it," I said, keeping my tone soft. "You got knocked for quite a loop yesterday. It sucks, 100%, and it's not fair. But you can't let them win, Harmony. I don't know exactly what's going on with this whole test situation, but I do know that you are the brightest, most talented young potions apprentice a witch could ever ask for. More than that, really. And I would hate for this experience to make you lose your faith in yourself." "It's not that I don't have faith in myself," my apprentice said. "I know I'm good at what I do, but if the Haven powers that be don't want me to practice potions, What options do I really have? I can't stay your apprentice forever. The program eventually ends, and then what? I smiled. Well, if you think I'm going to let you give up potions and scrub the floors and windows instead, you're out of your mind. Especially now. Harmony tilted her head. What do you mean? Buckle up, 'cause it's a doozy, I warned her. Her brows furrowed tighter together. Okay. I have magic hiccups. Harmony burst out laughing, which was a better alternative than her sulking, and I couldn't help but laugh along. I know, I said through a smile. It sounds totally bananas, but that's all I have to go on for now. So, wait, Harmony said, sobering slightly. You really can't do potions? Nope. No potions, no spells, nothing. I hadn't even told her about serenity yet. It wasn't exactly a topic for discussion in such a public place. Besides, I hadn't quite yet figured out how to explain serenity. Oh, by the way, there's a paranoid vampire sorceress living in one of the guest rooms now. Yeah, it didn't exactly roll off the tongue. That could wait. First, I needed to get Harmony back to the apothecary before the shelves could get completely decimated. Then I needed her to give me permission to go and rattle some cages within the potion world. I wouldn't do it without her blessing. But magic or no magic, I was prepared to rain down a lot of hellfire on whoever was standing in my apprentice's way, especially if my suspicions were true and it was more to do with who her teacher was than her own talent. Come on, I said, pushing to my feet. I'll let you buy me a latte, and we can put this in the past, okay? Harmony smiled as she stood up, swiping her own watered-down drink from the table. Deal. My phone buzzed with another text from Adam as we made our way to the counter. He'd sent a picture of the charred remains of Evangeline's pancake efforts. Ugh, that skillet is going to be a nightmare to clean, I muttered to myself. Harmony peeked over my shoulder and grimaced. What happened? Evangeline thought she'd try cooking again, I said. Pancakes. Those look like hockey pucks, Harmony snickered. Poor thing, she really should just stick to Eggos. I laughed. That's what I said. We ordered a latte for me and a refill for Harmony, then made our way out of the lobby just in time to catch a shimmer bus back across town. 13. The rest of the morning passed without event. Harmony jumped back into work, possibly with even more vigor than normal, now that she knew I was out of commission. I played the part of the apprentice. My magic was on the fritz, but I still had my knife skills and could work a mortar and pestle like none other. We stopped to have lunch with Nick, and while I was dying to tell both of them about the Serenity situation, I kept my lips buttoned and let Nick do most of the talking instead. He'd booked his first 3 interviews and was bubbling over with excitement. I also hesitated to tell him about Serenity because I hated to ask him to keep things from Meryl. After lunch, Nick took off, his work for the day done. Harmony went right back to work, and I stepped out to the alleyway for a breather. The healers might not have answers for me, but there was one witch I knew who had more information rattling around her head than the entire ward of healers put together. The problem was accessing it. Ensuring that I was alone, I sat down on the cement stoop and tugged the larkspur necklace from beneath my long-sleeved shirt. It was a family heirloom, passed down to me by my Aunt Bethany on my 17th birthday. Before that, it had been given to her by her mother, and so on and so forth, stretching back at least 7 generations of Bolt witches. The locket was made of rose gold, and although it was hundreds of years old, it didn't have a single scratch, dent, or imperfection on its smooth surface. It had been quite some time since I'd used the necklace, and a quiver of doubt ran through me as I traced one finger over the delicate gold. Technically, the magic of the larkspur was its own, and when I used it, I was merely accessing its power. Surely there wasn't a way for me to screw it up in the process of talking to Grandmother Honeysuckle. Was there? I hesitated another moment, but the truth was I didn't have a lot of other options. If the healers couldn't figure out what was wrong with me, I needed to get a second opinion. And Grandmother Honeysuckle had been around long enough to know just about everything there was to know about magic, especially in relation to the Bolt line of witches. She'd been passed down through the necklace for generations, imparting her wisdom to each witch in my family for centuries. And in the process, she took a bit of their wisdom and magic before they passed the necklace down to the next generation. If she were corporeal, she'd be quite the force to be reckoned with. And for all I knew, she had a spell that would give her such power. But her focus was limited, and her advice came in little spurts. I doubted she could conjure up enough magic on her own to do the spell, even if she wanted to, which was probably for the best. I ran my finger over the warm gold, and then dug my nail into the small latch on the side. The larkspur opened slowly, revealing a mirrored surface glowing with a strange, smoky fog. Almost instantly, it cleared, revealing a shadowed silhouette at first, then sharpened until my great ×7 Grandmother Honeysuckle's wrinkled, warm face was staring back at me. She looked just like my mother. They could have passed for twin sisters if they'd been alive at the same time. They shared the same high cheekbones, round green eyes, and thin lips. Her once chestnut-colored hair had long since turned white, and she kept it in an intricate braid pulled behind her.
"Of course, just when I got to sleep," Honeysuckle groused, squinting her eyes as she leaned closer. "Which one of my granddaughters are you, anyway? The redhead. Yes. Halsey? Harriet?" I tried to keep myself from sighing. It was hard to know how many times we'd had this conversation, but enough that the first 5 lines of any conversation with her were committed to my memory. "Hello, Grandmother Honeysuckle. It's me, Holly." "Holly?" she repeated, as though she couldn't quite place me. "Well, if you say so, dear. What do you need? I was just about to take a nap." Somewhere in the background, a sharp, yapping bark sounded. Oh, good. Weeble has something to say, too, naturally. Honeysuckle and her little white cream puff of a dog had been inseparable in life, and the dog had somehow managed to follow her into her strange, splintered afterlife. I didn't have anything against the little mop of a dog, but he made it hard to carry on a conversation, and our time was already limited. "Yes, I know. You're ready for a nap, too," Honeysuckle cooed at the little puffball as he jumped into the frame and stood on her lap. "First, we need to speak to Haley here." "Ooh!" Her weathered eyes lit up as she shifted her attention back to me. "I remember! You're the one dating that handsome wizard. Atticus?" "Adam," I sighed, not bothering to correct her when it came to Adam's magic. Back in Honeysuckle's day, shifters and witches didn't date, let alone get married, and I didn't want to waste time trying to explain it to her. And we're actually married now. "Married? Well, why didn't you tell me?" I cringed. I knew I should have at least summoned her up to show her the invitation. "I'm sorry, it just..." A whisper of fog started rolling back in around the edges of Honeysuckle's face. That seemed even faster than last time. Was my screwed-up magic messing with it? Or was the larkspur slowly losing its power? "Grandmother, we don't have a lot of time and I really need your help," I rushed to say. "Have you ever heard of a witch just suddenly losing her magic?" Honeysuckle squinted in thought as she stroked Weeble's head. "Well, it's not really lost," I added. "I guess, but there's some sort of disconnect between calling the magic and casting the spell." A slow smile spread across Honeysuckle's face. "Your elemental magic is taking over all of your spells, is it?" I blinked. How did you know that?" Honeysuckle laughed, the sound raspy. "Oh, my dear, this happens to every bolt in this season of life." "What season is that?" Grandmother Honeysuckle's eyes gleamed. "You have a honeymoon witchling on the way." A shot of panic jolted through me, and my mouth dropped open. "Oh, don't give me that look. You and Atticus must have had quite the post-nuptial celebration. My cheeks warmed. I wasn't one to talk about bedroom things in general, but especially not in an alleyway behind my shop with my long-dead grandmother and her little poodle. The fog swirled in again, thicker this time, and my panic climbed higher. Wait, are you sure that's what this is? I asked, clinging tighter to the golden locket, as if that somehow could root her in place for just a few moments longer. I'm never wrong about these things, Honeysuckle replied, her tone sounding a little miffed. Your magic will return to normal once you start showing. In the second trimester, I believe they call it in your time. For now, your magic is concentrating on growing that little witchling in your belly, which explains why your elemental magic is overriding all other spell work. Your daughter will be an elemental witch, just like you and me. Mark my words, Hollybolt. My daughter. The words took my breath away. But why couldn't the healers have told me? Doesn't this happen to anyone else? Perhaps, but it is rare, only found in very strong and ancient lineages, like ours. My mind was racing 100 miles an hour, and I didn't notice the fog sweeping Honeysuckle away until she was already half faded. Goodbye, granddaughter. Next time do be more mindful of the time of day before calling upon me. And then she was gone. With trembling fingers, I closed the locket and put the necklace back over my head, tucking the pendant under the neckline of my shirt. Around me, nothing had changed, but somehow everything felt different, and I imagined it would never go back to normal again. I popped back into the shop, just long enough to tell Harmony I needed to go out and run a few errands. She was in the middle of watching 2 near-boiling kettles and gave a vague nod in reply. I felt bad about leaving her alone with all of the work, but I had to confirm what Honeysuckle had told me. The curiosity gnawing at me would make me all but useless anyway if I tried to jump back into work. So, instead, I hurried back to the SPA building and slipped through the portal to Beechwood. There was a tiny drugstore near Nick's old office building. I popped inside and purchased a pregnancy test, then darted next door to Thistle, the town grocer, and locked myself in one of the bathroom stalls. My heart was threatening to sledgehammer its way out of my chest as I read through the instructions twice and took the test. As I waited for the results, I considered calling Adam. Maybe I should have gone to the manor so we could wait together. But he'd been so busy with work stuff and had already been derailed by Evangeline's kitchen disasters this morning. If this was all for nothing, I didn't want to bother him. I could tell him later, using it like a funny anecdote about baby-crazy grandmother Honeysuckle and my afternoon of panic. The timer on my phone chimed, and I jolted from my reverie. My breath hitched in the back of my throat as I lifted the plastic wand and saw the single word revealed in the little gray display window. Pregnant. For a moment, time stopped, and I'm pretty sure my heart skipped at least a beat or two. All I could do was stare at the test, eyes wide. And then Honeysuckle's words echoed in my head. Your daughter! She couldn't possibly know that I was having a girl. Could she? If we were having a boy, he would have some form of magic too. But no, she specifically said witchling. The thought suspended itself in my chest and spread a warm energy through my entire body. And the next thing I knew, I was sitting there on the public restroom toilet, sobbing my eyes out, wishing I could call my own mother and give her the news and ask her for every last morsel of advice. A soft knock sounded on the metal stall door, and a kind voice called out, "Ma'am, are you all right?" I sniffled loudly and snapped out of the torrent of emotions long enough to answer, I'm fine. Be out in a minute." "Holly? Is that you?" I straightened. "Cass?" "Oh my gosh!" Cassie's voice exclaimed. "It's me. The toilet at Siren Song is clogged, and I couldn't wait long enough to fix it." She laughed. "I swear, since having Ashton, I can't hold it for anything." I smiled and hurried to finish my business,
tucking the test in the front pocket of my jeans. I dabbed at my eyes with a wad of toilet paper and left the stall. Cassie was there in her siren song polo. "Do you need to?" I gestured at the stall's interior as I held the door open. "Oh no, I already did." She pointed at the ADA stall beside mine. "I just couldn't help it over here, but I didn't realize it was you. What's going on?" I moved past her and washed my hands, still sniffling. I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, I am a hot mess, huh? Ugh. I turned off the tap, grabbed a paper towel, and turned back to face Cassie as I dried my hands and then smeared the damp paper towel over my cheeks before tossing it into the wastebasket beside the door. Cassie watched me with concern. I grabbed the pregnancy test from my pocket and turned it so she could see. Her blue eyes lit up like 4th of July before she remembered that she just found me bawling in a bathroom stall. "Wait," she said, her tone guarded. "This is a good thing, right? I mean, were you two trying to get pregnant?" I shook my head and shoved the plastic stick back into my pocket. "Not really. But then I guess we weren't not trying either. I just wasn't expecting it to happen so soon. And then I started thinking about my mom and wishing I could call her to ask a million questions about being pregnant and to tell her she was going to be a grandma and, well..." I gestured back at the stall again, letting Cassie fill in the blanks. She scooped me into a tight embrace. "Oh, Holly." Her own voice sounded thick, and I laughed into her hair. "Hey now, don't you start crying, or we'll both turn into puddles right here on this bathroom floor." She laughed, too, but it was laced with emotion. Right. I know exactly how that feels. I wanted to do the same thing when I found out I was pregnant with Ashton and couldn't call my own mom. Granted, I at least have my dad, but it's not quite the same. And here you are, missing them both." Fresh tears sprang to my eyes, and I held my breath for a moment, willing them away. "I am so happy for you, though. You and Adam are going to be the world's best parents." She brightened as she gave me an extra squeeze and then released me. "And can we talk about how cute this baby is going to be? Oh my gosh! Talk about hitting the genetic lottery." I smiled and grabbed another paper towel to dab at my eyes again. "Thanks, Cass. That's really sweet. Well, I'm always here for you. Anytime you need to talk, just let me know. I've got a truckload of baby books, too, if you want those. Jeffrey made a bunch of notes in the margins of most of them. You know how he is. But I'm happy to loan them out to you whenever you're ready." Cassie tugged open the bathroom door and waited for me to pass through before following me out into the produce section of the market. Her phone chirped, and she frowned as she glanced down at the screen. "I'd better get back over there, but let's get lunch sometime next week." "I'd love that." "Okay, it's a date." She started to scurry away, then stopped and glanced back to shoot me another smile. "Congratulations, Mama." By the time I got back to the manor, I'd settled on exactly what I planned to say to Adam, and walked through the front door feeling far more confident and happier than before. I figured Adam would be upstairs in our room, which also served as his home office, but instead found him in the living room along with Evangeline and... Lacey? I stopped short, doing a near double take at the blonde vampire sitting elegantly in one of the chairs flanking the fireplace. "What in the other world?" Lacey flashed her fanged smile. "Hello, Holly." 14. "This is quite a surprise," I said, quickly shutting the door behind me. I didn't see any sign of serenity, but Adam and Evangeline both looked nervous. "What brings you all the way to Beechwood?" I asked our former roommate. "A little bird told me you were having a little bit of a vampire problem," she said, her voice a velvet purr. "I must say I'm slightly offended you didn't call me for help." "Oh, that." I frowned as I rounded one end of the couch and sat down beside Adam. I had a feeling I knew exactly what bird had called Lacey. "I think it was just a misunderstanding, really," I added. "The SBA handled it." Lacey linked her long fingers together and wrapped them around her knee, which sat atop the other in a dignified posture. She wore a heather gray pencil skirt with a Merlot-colored silk blouse that had a billow of ruffles gathered at the throat. She wasn't dressed for battle, but I knew from experience that if push came to shove, she could kick some serious tushy even in her highest of stiletto heels. "We didn't call because we didn't need your help," Adam interjected. "Like Holly said, the SBA handled it. Can we just cut the bull? You wouldn't have come here all the way from New York, traveling in the middle of the day just to lecture us about not keeping you in the loop about all the things that go bump in the night in Beechwood." Lacey offered Adam a cold smile. The two of them had come to a peace agreement some time ago, and deep down I knew there was a level of affection, despite their endless bickering and teasing. Regardless, they were never going to be overly friendly with one another. "All right, fine," she said. "Does the name Serenity ring any bells?" I didn't dare look to Adam or Evangeline. Vampires had an uncanny ability to sniff out the truth, and Lacey had even more of an advantage, seeing as she'd lived with us for years and knew us well. The odds that we were going to be able to successfully lie to her were minuscule. And a part of me wasn't even sure why I even felt the need to keep the truth from her in the first place. After all, no one knew the vampire world quite like Lacey, and we were all on the same team, weren't we? There was something sharp, almost predatory in her eyes, like a lioness watching an injured antelope through tall, willowy grass. My stomach squirmed. I so did not want to be an antelope. Adam spoke first, his voice even and unwavering. "Whatever is going on with this witch, Holly and I don't want to get involved." "And why is that?" Lacey asked. "For starters, we aren't trained SBA agents, or bloodthirsty vampires with retractable steak knives in our mouths," Adam replied, his tone growing exasperated. "Oh," Lacey choked out a dry laugh. "So now you want me to believe you're a helpless little pup? How convenient for your bravado to fail you now." Adam tensed beside me, and I reached out to place a hand on his thigh. "Lacey, listen. We know the SPA is looking for this witch. The vampires that came here were also looking for her, and they said there is some kind of bounty on her head. Which side of this are you on?" Lacey's eyes narrowed further, but she quickly forced herself to relax and sat up a little taller in her chair. "I work with the SPA now," she sniffed. "Serenity would be an important asset to the agency, and to myself, in the quest to unlock the full potential of Lilith's stone." "Right. But if this witch doesn't want to be found, then maybe it's time to move on to option B," I suggested. "There is no option B," Lacey snapped. "Serenity is the key. Without her, I may as well lock the stone in a vault and drop it to the bottom of the ocean." "Maybe that would be for the best," Adam muttered under his breath. Lacey's eyes snapped to his, her pupils huge. "Is that what you think?" Adam's jaw clenched. "We've managed all these years without it, but since it came into the picture, it seems to be more trouble than it's worth. We run a business here, Lacey. Every weekend we have this place full of guests who are trusting us with not only their comfort and enjoyment, but also their safety. We are also the unofficial guardians of the Beechwood portal now, which means we have any manner of local supernaturals wandering onto our property. We can't have crazed vampires dropping out of the sky on some quest for a stone or a lost witch or anything else you and the SPA might try and drag us into. The season for adventures and danger is over now. All we want is to be left alone, to live our lives in peace." For a moment, no one said a word. Lacey's gaze intensified, but for once she didn't seem to have a stinging reply to hurl back at him. The stretch of tense silence snapped abruptly when the front door flew open. Lacey launched to her feet, her fangs on full display, before she could register who it was bounding into the living room. A gleeful Harmony raced inside, not bothering to close the door behind her as she raised her arms overhead, each hand clasping one side of a thick piece of paper. "I did it!" she exclaimed, before realizing she was squared off with a feral-looking vampire. Her smile twisted into a confused frown. "Lacey?" Lacey stashed her fangs and shifted gears back to her demure businesswoman facade with unsettling speed. "Calm down, warrior princess," Adam snarled, shooting a dark gaze across the living room. I raised my hand, pointing at the paper clenched over Harmony's head. "Is that—" Tears sprang to my apprentice's eyes as she nodded. "Mm-hmm." "Oh, my stars!" I raced around the couch and threw myself at her. "Harmony, you did it!" Careful not to crunch her treasured certificate, I scooped her in a tight embrace, my own eyes filling with tears for the second time that afternoon. "Congratulations!" I squealed. "I'm so proud of you." "Someone tell me what's going on," Lacey demanded. If there was anything she hated more than Adam's stubbornness, it was feeling left out. Well, that and knockoff handbags. "I passed my Potions Master test," Harmony exclaimed, breaking free of our embrace to show off the shiny embossed certificate to Adam and Lacey. "You didn't have anything to do with this?" she asked me. I shook my head and wiped a stray tear from my cheek. "I swear on Merlin's beard, I didn't call anyone. What happened?" "I was at the shop, working on restocking, and my phone rang. I answered, and it was one of the professors from the Seattle Academy. She was there at my test, and the only one who wasn't screeching at me for cheating. She told me that she didn't think what happened to me was right, and she asked me several questions about my final potion, and at the end of our call, she asked me where I was at. I told her the address for the shop, and she said to stay put. I tried getting back to work, but my head was just spinning. And then maybe 15 minutes later, she showed up at the shop and handed me the certificate." Harmony held up the parchment and jabbed a finger at the swirls of ink in the lower right corner. "She signed it right there in front of me and told me congratulations that I was officially a Potions Master and that if anyone had a problem with her decision, they could take it up with her." I blinked. "Wow, that was certainly unexpected." "I know, right? Like, why put me through all of this if all I needed was a quick signature?" Harmony rolled her eyes. "Anyway, she said there is some kind of shake-up going on within the department, but she wouldn't give me any details. Who knows, Holly? Maybe you could apply to take over as the test proctor." I laughed and gestured at the certificate. "Something tells me they already have a good candidate." "I'm going to go put this in my room and tell Poppy the news," Harmony said, one foot already on the first step of the main staircase leading to the second floor. When she was gone, I turned back to Lacey and Adam, still a little stunned by the sudden 180, and more than a little relieved. With the news of my pregnancy, I was going to need Harmony's help at the shop more than ever. Things were looking up. And then Harmony screamed and came running back down the stairs. "There's someone in my room!" My eyes squeezed shut. I couldn't bring myself to turn around and look at Lacey. When I opened them again, Serenity stood at the top of the staircase, her small fangs bared as she glared down at us. Adam swore loudly. "Why can't anyone in this house follow simple instructions?" "It's not what it looks like, Lacey," Evangeline said, wringing her hands together as she glanced between Serenity and the vampire. Lacey scoffed. "Oh, really? So this isn't Serenity, then? Because she sure looks like a dead ringer for the witch in the photographs I've seen at headquarters." "Okay, everyone just calm down," I said, before drawing a silent breath in to steady my own racing pulse. Too much was happening at once. "I would like to speak with Serenity in private," Lacey said. My eyes widened as I looked up the staircase, waiting for Serenity's reaction. To my surprise, the witch hesitated for only a moment before dropping her chin. "Fine." Adam, Evangeline, and I all exchanged a glance. Lacey crossed the living room and joined us in the foyer. "I'm assuming the study is available?" she asked, already starting down the hallway toward it. Yes," I stammered. Serenity trooped down the staircase, her boots clunking on the wooden steps. When she swept past me, I lightly caught her arm. "Are you sure you don't want someone with you?" Lacey shot me a look over her shoulder. "I'm fine," Serenity said. The two slipped down the hall, out of sight, and a moment later a soft click sounded as the door to the study was closed. Exhaling, I whirled around toward Adam. "I thought you were taking her to Pine Shoals to get a rental car." His jaw tensed as he slid a sidelong glance at Evangeline. "Well, while I was putting out the kitchen fire, Serenity was downstairs in the basement. She came up all in a panic. Her safe house in New England was already discovered. I guess one of her contacts called to tell her to steer clear. And we'd just gotten her calmed down by the time the Mistress of Darkness was knocking on the back door, demanding to be let inside." "Batwings." I shook my head. "How did she even pull that off? It's broad daylight outside." Adam twisted and grabbed a heavy, dark cape from one of the hooks bolted into the wall beside the front door. A wide-brim black hat with a sheer veil was perched on the hook beside it. "Oh, she came in looking like Elvira goes to a funeral. I guess for short bursts this getup does the trick. And with the portal in the backyard, she didn't have far to go." "Serenity ran off, but I didn't think she'd go to Harmony's room," Evangeline added. "It doesn't really matter," Adam said. "Lacey wasn't buying our story. Bramble's probably the one who put her up to this in the first place, thinking that because we're all friends we'd spill our guts to her." "What do you think they're talking about in there?" I asked after a moment of silence. "Want me to go listen at the door?" Adam asked. I shook my head. "Lacey would know you were there. Best to leave her alone. She's already going to be mad that we lied to her." "It's not like we asked for any of this to happen," Evangeline said. "What exactly is happening?" Harmony cut in. "Who was that?" I glanced down the hallway, then exhaled a resigned sigh. "Come on, let's get some tea and we'll fill you in." An hour had passed by the time Lacey and Serenity re-emerged from the study. They found us in the kitchen, gathered around the table. Evangeline, Harmony, and I were all sipping on the long-cooled remnants of our tea, while Adam worked his way through a bag of trail mix, tossing aside most of the nuts and seeds in favor of the chocolate morsels and chunks of dried fruit. Neither of their expressions gave away the results of their conversation. Lacey didn't look happy, but her eyes had gone back to their normal icy blue, and she no longer looked ready to carve us up into an afternoon snack, so there was that. While we'd waited for the two to finish, we'd managed to plan an impromptu make-up dinner to celebrate Harmony's big news. Nick and Meryl were on board, as were Anastasia and Caleb. The girls from the apothecary were set to close a little early and meet us at the restaurant, which, thanks to some small miracle, hadn't booked their party room for the evening. Of course, with Anastasia's connections, we could have easily found another place to go. There was just the matter of what to do with Serenity once we all left the manor to head into the Seattle Haven. "Glad to see you're both still breathing," Adam jeered. Or whatever it is you do, Princess Fangs." Lacey didn't take his bait. "Thank you for your time," she said to Serenity. "I trust we will be in touch soon." Serenity gave a shallow nod. Lacey left the kitchen just long enough to gather her cape and hat, donning both before opening the back door. She did indeed look like funeral parlor Barbie, with her fair skin and platinum hair obscured by the black veil and oversized hat, though the cape made her look more like a hornless Maleficent. Not that I would dare to tell her such a thing. "Thank you for the use of your study," Lacey said, though there was a cold twinge to her voice. She didn't bother waiting for a reply before slipping out onto the back deck, closing the door behind her. I waited for a moment, guilt building furiously in my chest, before I burst out after her. "Lacey!" I called, bounding across the yard. Darn her vampire speed walking. "Lacey, wait, please." The dark form stopped, slowly turning back around. "In case you hadn't noticed, it's not exactly the best time of day for an afternoon chit-chat," she snapped, flinging an arm up at the sky, careful to keep her skin concealed from the sun's harsh rays. It was a pretty nice afternoon for March, breezy and chilly, but no rain clouds in sight. "Come on, we can talk inside," I said, taking the lead to go the rest of the way to the portal shed. Once I closed the door, Lacey removed her hat and sighed. "What do you want, Holly?" "I'm sorry we didn't tell you the truth about Serenity. I honestly didn't even know she was still at the manor. She was supposed to leave this morning, but I guess those plans got derailed. Yes, she told me about the invasions at her various safe houses." "Oh, okay. So then maybe you can see why I hesitated to tell you. She's literally being hunted right now, and I didn't want to say anything to put her in harm's way." "And you think I'm on the side with these rogue vampires?" Lacey snapped, sounding more than a little offended. "No, but I don't know what's going on. Bramble is acting weird. Serenity said there is some kind of a leak or a mole between the agency and these rogue vampires. It's not that I don't trust you." Lacey bristled. "Are you sure? Because it seems like you don't. What did you think I was going to do? Throw her over my shoulder and drag her to headquarters myself? If she doesn't want to help our cause, there is nothing I can do to force her. And to be honest, now that she's explained it to me, I understand why she is afraid. She can't stay here, Lacey. What Adam said was true. We don't want to get involved with this, especially now." I stopped myself from giving away the news. It was already strange enough that Cassie knew before Adam. I didn't want to tell anyone else before him. Lacey eyed me for a moment, but she didn't press for details. "It's just, with the inn and everything," I hurried to add. "Do you have any ideas? Surely you and House Vaughn could protect her." "We could. It's not about protecting her. At least, not from others." I cocked my head. "What do you mean by that?" Lacey considered me for a moment. "She didn't tell you the full story, did she?" My stomach clenched. There was something more going on? I wasn't sure how much more I could take. I needed a pair of ruby slippers, because all I wanted to do was close my eyes, clack my heels together 3 times, and make this all go away. "The reason Serenity doesn't want to help us fight the vampires is because every time she uses her magic, she loses a little bit more of her control over her vampiric side," Lacey explained, her tone sober. "She's afraid that if she unleashes her full magical potential to help us in this fight, she'll wind up losing herself." "Earlier, you said there is no option B. So if not Serenity, then what happens?" Lacey quirked one of her pale blonde eyebrows. "I thought you didn't want to get involved." I clenched my jaw. "I don't. I guess what I'm really asking is, what's going to happen to her? The last thing I want to do is kick her out and then find out she's been hurt. If she won't take my protection or the SPA's, then I'm not sure what else there is to do. She told me she wants to leave, but she needs time to find a safe place to go. In the meantime, watch your back, and call me if any more vampires come sniffing around." I started to nod, and Lacey's voice grew sharp. "Promise me, Holly." "I do, I promise." Satisfied, she turned, swirling her cape around like a proper lady, and stepped closer to the portal. She paused once more, turning back to me for just a moment, worry clouding her eyes. "Be careful, Holly." And then she was gone. 15. After saying goodbye to Lacey, I went back inside. Evangeline and Harmony were upstairs in Evangeline's ensuite bathroom. Evangeline had Harmony seated at her vanity table and was artfully applying some eyeliner when I poked my head in to check on them. "Where's Serenity?" I asked. "Basement," they said in unison. Evangeline smiled and scooted around the back of Harmony's chair to get a better angle before beginning work on her left eye. She said she had a lot to think about and asked us to leave her alone. What are we going to do when we go out to dinner? I asked. Should we leave her here by herself? She's not an infant, Holly. She can fend for herself, Harmony said. She just about blasted me out of my own room when I went in there to talk to Poppy. Poppy was a talking skull. Or rather, an immortal spirit trapped within a skull. Harmony met her during a rather dicey potions delivery job and had somehow wound up with custody of her until her ex-husband could be brought to justice for her murder, among other crimes. Somehow the two had bonded, and Harmony confided in the skull as though she were a living, breathing friend. But then, who was I to judge? For the better part of the last 5 years, my closest confidant had been a 100-plus-year-old ghost. On top of that, I was married to a dog and spent several minutes every day arguing with a tubby tabby over the size of his dinner portions. Lacey's words also echoed in my head. The more Serenity used her magic, the more her vampiric side started to take over. Okay, I sighed. Maybe by the time we leave, she'll have come up with a plan. Maybe, Evangeline said, her signature sunny tone back in place. Do you want me to do your makeup too? Maybe. I need to talk to Adam first. He's in your room, Evangeline replied, using a long, skinny makeup brush to gesture at the far wall. Okay. I squeezed Harmony's shoulder. I'm so happy for you, Harmony. Congratulations again. Thanks, boss. Couldn't have done it without you. I laughed and headed out of the room. Adam was sitting at his computer with his headphones on when I pushed open the door. I took a step inside and realized he was on the phone with someone when he started speaking in techie code. He saw me and held up a finger to his earphone before mouthing the word, sorry. I wanted to tell him to hang up. My news was more important than anything a client was going to tell him on a call, but I resisted and backtracked out of the room. As I passed Evangeline's room, I heard the two of them giggling together. I was tempted to go and join them, but instead headed down the stairs and went into the informal sitting room. Since opening the inn, we'd renovated the space into a casual den that was off-limits to the guests, and even when we didn't have any guests checked in, it became the space we gravitated toward in our downtime. That was likely thanks to the monstrosity of a TV Adam and Harmony had campaigned for the household to buy. I often commented that we could open the doors to the entire neighborhood and charge tickets for admission. This usually led to Adam realizing we were missing buttered popcorn and scurrying off to the kitchen to make a batch. Smiling at the memory, I sank down into the middle cushion, my usual place, and leaned back. Soon, everything would change. Evangeline would be gone. Movie nights would get replaced by late-night feedings. Long shifts at the apothecary would have to taper off as I turned over more responsibilities to Harmony. Posey and Earl had already gone. How long before Nick and Meryl got antsy for change and took off on their next adventure together? A rolling wave of panic crept up like a riptide, and I was sucked away in a swirl of nerves and anxiety. I didn't want everything to change. I didn't want people to leave. And was I even ready to be a mother? How could I have been so carefree as to let this happen, without fully thinking through just how scary it would be after the fact? Tea, I decided, already pushing to my feet. I needed a cup of tea to smooth the frayed edges and chill out before Harmony's big dinner. The last thing I wanted was to be a downer at the celebration. Boots had other plans, and sidetracked me on my quest with a persistent howling while he raked one padded paw down the cabinet door where his food was stashed. I was in the middle of giving in to the tiny tyrant's demands when my cell phone buzzed in my back pocket. I halfway expected it to be Cassie, wanting to ask how Adam took the news, but found an unlisted number on the screen instead. Hesitantly, I tapped the button to answer and placed the phone up against my ear. Hello? The voice on the other end sounded male, but wasn't terribly deep. "Is this Holly Bolt?" he asked in a quick, businesslike manner. Slowly, I set Boots' saucer on the floor. He dove in with gusto, sending little blobs of food flying as he face-planted into the mound of gravy-coated mush. Smiling at the cat, I straightened and answered the unknown caller. "This is Holly," I replied. "Who is this, please?" "My name is not important," he answered. "You need to pay close attention to my next instructions." I turned around, my mind on alert. "Instructions?" "We know you have the witch," the voice continued. "We tried to take her off your hands without getting you involved, but it would seem you've decided to place yourself in our way. And so, the time for courtesy is over. We've decided to keep one of your companions company, and if you bring us the witch, we will give you your friend back all in one piece." My heart jumped into my throat as I raced across the kitchen. I needed to get the others. "We have eyes and ears inside the SPA. If you so much as think to call in one of your agent pals, we'll snap Blondie's neck and then come and get the little witch for ourselves." Blondie. A cold fist clenched my stomach as I realized who they meant. "Lacey?" I whispered. "You have Lacey?" There was a muffled sound. Then a female voice cried out from somewhere in the background. "Holly, don't do it! It's a trap!" The fingers wrapped around my stomach turned to ice. "Meryl." "That's right," the original voice said. "As soon as night falls, you will bring Serenity to us." "But I—" "Silence!" I bit my lower lip to keep from arguing. I didn't want Meryl getting hurt because of my running mouth. Where do I go?" I stammered. The voice began rattling off an address, and I whipped around to race back into the kitchen to get the pen and paper notepad we kept by the landline phone. I scribbled it down, then repeated it back. The person on the other end of the line neither confirmed nor denied that I had it right. Instead, I was met with 3 beeps as the call ended. My heart rate still hadn't returned to normal even 30 minutes later, as Evangeline, Adam, Harmony, and I stood in the kitchen, trying to decide what to do. Serenity was still down in the basement. I'd called Nick, but got his voicemail. I'd fired off an SOS text for him to call me back as soon as he saw it, but so far, nothing. "I don't think we have a choice here," Evangeline said, her gaze nervously flicking between us. "Meryl is like family. We can't let anything happen to her." Harmony nodded in agreement. "Do we even know that Serenity is one of the good guys in this situation? I mean, Holly, didn't you say she basically tried to kill you when you first found her on the property?" "Kill is a little strong," I replied. "She was scared and trying to defend herself. I don't think she intended to seriously injure me." Neither Harmony nor Evangeline looked convinced. But then Harmony was still a little upset at the blasting spell Serenity had slapped her with earlier that afternoon. Outside the kitchen window, the sun was still fully blazing. It would take another couple of hours for night to fall, which gave us some time to form a plan. This time of year, sunset was around 6:30. The address the caller had given me was a warehouse in Seattle, on the human side of the city. We could easily go through the portal and slip through the Seattle Haven to the other side via a few different locations. The only problem was, then we'd be left without a mode of transportation. And while the warehouse might be on a public bus line, that wasn't the best option for a quick getaway, if need be. The SPA has a secret charm that enables them to move vehicles through portals, but I don't know how they do it, and I couldn't call Bramble to ask. Number 1, she probably wouldn't tell me, and number 2, it would raise all kinds of red flags. "I think we should call Lacey," I said. "Right before she left, I promised to keep her in the loop. Besides that, she could go with us and help us fight back." "Maybe there's a way to get a message to Bramble in code?" Adam suggested. "They said they have eyes and ears inside the agency, but Bramble's good at her job. If we could somehow get word to her and tell her to keep it to herself, maybe she could give us an idea." Something squirmed in my stomach. I hated to voice it, to bring it to light, but the words slipped out of my mouth anyway. Bramble has always had our back in the past, there's no question. But this whole business with Lacey and the stone, it's so much bigger than anything we've come up against in the past. Are you saying you think Bramble would sacrifice one of her own agents to get to Serenity? Evangeline asked, her eyes wide. I'm not saying she would want that, but you didn't see her the other night when she was here looking for Serenity. She was different somehow. Like she didn't believe what we were telling her. Well, yeah, probably because she's like a walking polygraph test and you two were lying your butts off, Harmony said with a soft scoff. I mean, nothing gets past her. It's kind of freaky, actually. I held up my hands, surrendering the point. Listen, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes here, and I'm not saying that I think Bramble is the mole or anything like that. But when I think of our options in terms of allies, right now Lacey is the better choice. She can rain down a lot of hellfire, and if this is indeed vampires we're going up against, she's best equipped to deal with them. Okay, we can call Lacey, but what is the plan? Adam asked. Are we turning Serenity over or not? He cast a nervous glance in the direction of the basement door. We can't do that to her, I whispered. There has to be another way out of this. Do you think we should tell Serenity what's happening? Adam grimaced. I think we both know how that would end. He was right. Serenity was edgy enough as it was. If we told her the truth, she'd fly through the portal to Merlin only knows where and we'd never see her again. It's not like she's going to go willingly, Harmony said. How are we planning to get to this little shindig? It would probably look a little nuts if we all went through the portal into Seattle and hopped an Uber with a hostage in tow. She's not a hostage, I snapped. We could drive there, Evangeline suggested. If we left now, we could get to Seattle around 7 o'clock. The sun would be down by then. We'd all fit in your SUV. Before I could fully ruminate on the idea, my phone buzzed on the counter beside me, and a wave of nausea rippled through me when Nick's name flashed onto the screen. I glanced up and met Adam's eyes for a moment before answering the call. Nick, where are you? Sorry I missed your call. I was at Scarlett's shop getting a bouquet for Harmony. Meryl thought it would be a nice gesture for the dinner tonight. He sounded so happy, not a care in the world. I suddenly felt like a gigantic storm cloud, furling with thunder and rain, hovering over his head. When did you talk to Meryl? I asked. Oh, maybe an hour ago? I called her after you texted me the news on the dinner invitation. So, at most, Meryl had been missing for an hour. She was on duty today. Weren't agents always supposed to work in pairs? How had she been abducted in broad daylight by a pack of vampires who couldn't go out in the sun? Listen, Nick, I need you to come to the manor right away. Is something wrong? Nick asked. I squeezed my eyes closed and drew in a shaky breath. Meryl is in trouble, and we don't have a lot of time to figure out how to help her. Please just hurry, and whatever you do, don't tell anyone or call anyone at the SPA. In the background, I heard the familiar chime on the front door to Scarlett Sanderson's flower shop in the center of town. For a moment, I considered having her tag along. She didn't have any magic in the traditional sense, but her posse of ghost pals could come in useful. But I decided against it. Things were already complicated enough, and even if they could do recon work, vampires could see ghosts, and if they thought we were pulling one over on them, they might do something rash. I'm on my way, Nick said. Then the call ended. 16. Nick arrived at the manor, and things started to click into place. We would take 2 vehicles and make the drive to Seattle, and not risk being left stranded, especially if the portal decided to act up again. We couldn't afford any mistakes. I called Lacey and put her on speakerphone to explain the situation. She'd already arrived back in the New York haven, where she now lived with her husband Matthias, but as soon as we explained what had happened, she agreed to meet us in Seattle once night fell. We were to liaise with her, before going to the warehouse to meet. That just left Serenity. I doubted that she was completely clueless. She might be downstairs, underground, but her heightened sense of hearing would have made it impossible for her to have not picked up what was going on, which made me curious to know why she hadn't just emerged from the basement and jumped into the planning process. Unless... My cheeks flushed as I glanced at the basement door. You don't think she made a run for it, do you? Everyone started to shoot down the theory, but their protests all trailed off and lacked a ton of conviction. Adam rose from his seat at the table and went to the door. Only one way to find out, I guess. He twisted the knob and tugged the door open, only for a bundle of black fabric and clatter of trinkets to come tumbling out onto the kitchen floor. She's still here, he said dryly. Serenity got to her feet with a mix of indignity and frustration on her face. I was just coming to tell you I can hear everything you're saying, she said crisply, and I may have tried the basement windows, but they're painted shut. Adam slid a glance at me. Oops, that's probably not up to code. I sighed. I think we can worry about that another day. So you all really expect me to come along like a sacrificial lamb? Serenity asked, wrapping her thin arms around herself. No, I replied, before anyone else could jump in and say something that might set her off. This is strictly a rescue mission. We have to save our friend Meryl. It would help if you came along, as it would give us more options during the negotiation process, but I also understand if you want nothing to do with it. Even with all of us there to protect you, I can't promise that you would be safe. I glanced around the table, pausing for just a moment to look at each face gathered. Every one of them meant the world to me. And while we'd faced dangers together countless times before, there was something ominous about tonight. A pit in my stomach that I couldn't bury or ignore. We could charge in, trying to save the day, but if things went sideways, there was a good chance not all of us would make it back to this room. It could be the last time all of us got the chance to sit around the table in my kitchen, the place where so many of our best memories were anchored. I struggled to shove aside the dark thought, but no matter how hard I tried to banish it from my mind, it lingered like a creeping phantom. Holly? With a jolt, I realized Adam was trying to get my attention. Sorry, I said, shaking my head. What were you saying? We should get going, he said gently. We have a long drive. Right. I pushed to my feet. Where will you go? I asked Serenity. I don't know, but I promise to be gone before you get back. She tucked her chin, and when she looked back at me, her chin was set with a hint of defiance. But there was something else in her eyes. Regret? Or maybe she was just afraid, like me. I hope you get your friend back. I'm truly sorry I brought you into this mess. Words failed me. All I could muster was a slight nod before turning away and following the others out the back door. The drive to Seattle felt like the awkward span of time preceding a funeral. The silence was uncomfortable, but somehow any efforts to make small talk felt even worse. No one cared what kind of music we listened to on the radio or wanted to discuss the latest episode of some TV show we all watched. There were no road trip games, cheesy sing-alongs, or jokes to crack to pass the time. Everything was stiff and claustrophobic. I spent most of it clinging to Adam's free hand as he drove our SUV. Nick and Evangeline had taken her car and were a few yards ahead of us on the highway for the majority of the trip. Harmony had opted to go with us, but she too was uncharacteristically quiet. No one wanted to say it, but without Serenity there, things were likely to go south in a hurry. As soon as the vampires realized we'd come empty-handed, they would lash out, and Meryl would be the one to suffer the consequences. I could only imagine how Nick was feeling. My stomach squirmed, and I shifted in my seat. Adam glanced over at me. We're going to get her back, Holly. I attempted a reassured smile, but it flickered out immediately. Meryl's tough, Harmony added from the back seat. If we can distract those cockroaches long enough for her to get a shot, she can take them out. We'll have Lacey, too, Adam said. That's a wild card they won't be expecting. And if she brings the stone, it's game over for the Fangers. I blinked. How had I forgotten about the stone? Do you think she will? I thought it was with the SPA. It's Lacey, Adam said with a soft laugh. If she wants something, well, I pity the poor soul who tries to get in her way. But they'll ask her why she needs it, and she can't say anything without tipping them off. I guess we'll see when we get there. But even without the stone, she's downright scary. He paused for a moment, then quickly added, But you cannot tell her I said that. Harmony snickered. Oh, I'm totally telling. We faded to silence after that, each of us likely running through any number of scenarios as the tires ate up the miles separating us from Seattle. As we got closer, Adam plugged the address Lacey had given us into the GPS, and we ended up parked on the curb a block away from a downtown hotel. I'll go collect the Princess of the Damned, Adam said, leaving the vehicle idling as he threw open his driver's door. I will seriously never understand their relationship, Harmony said with a laugh, watching him cross the street to the hotel's front doors. That makes two of us, I added. Lacey hadn't come into the city alone. Her husband, Matthias, and her right-hand woman, Jupiter, were in tow when Adam led the way out of the building. Relief flooded through me at the sight of the three powerful vampires. Hello, Lacey said, sliding in beside Harmony. She changed clothes since our visit this afternoon, ditching the business wear for a pair of dark-washed jeans and a black long-sleeved shirt, and trading her stilettos for sturdy boots. Jupiter, her assistant and longtime friend, slid in beside her, also dressed down. Thank you for coming, I said, twisting around to make eye contact with both vampires. You as well, Matthias, I said, leaning over to wave at the broad-shouldered man standing just outside the vehicle. He smiled politely. Hello, Holly, Harmony. I have to say I wish we were just getting together for dinner plans. You and me both, I replied. Matthias went ahead to where Evangeline was parked and climbed awkwardly into the back seat of her small coupe. I have a truck full of backup already en route to the location, Lacey said, as Adam got behind the wheel. They'll hang back so as not to draw any attention, but if we need them, all I have to do is make a call. I blinked. Oh, wow. Okay. These rats have had enough fun, Lacey snarled. It's time to put a stop to this. Tonight. Are you going to have to worry about the court vampires in charge of the Seattle area? I asked. If they have a problem with it, they can bring it to me, she replied, and judging by her tone, that wasn't a bone I would choose to pick. The SPA has given all of the courts 6 months to get their territories in order. It's being portrayed as a transition period, but in reality, it's the time we thought we would need to unlock the stone's potential in order to distribute its powers to all of the SPA and their agents. However, seeing as progress has stalled, she paused, glancing around as if only then noticing we were one short. Where is Serenity? Is she in the other car? She didn't want to come, I said, already bracing myself for Lacey's reaction. Want? She repeated. What does want have to do with any of this? What were we supposed to do, Lacey? Tie her up and put her in a burlap sack? Adam asked. I expected Lacey to flip out, to scream at us for being incompetent. But after a beat, she composed herself. I see. Well, it doesn't matter. We have the numbers. Adam slid a cautious glance at me across the center console, and I gave a tiny shrug. Since we don't have Serenity, I thought we could stall for time by telling them she's out in the car with one of our associates, I told Lacey. Assuming they have eyes on the parking lot, we brought a disguise for Harmony to put on right before we get there. Nick will stay out with the car, pretending to guard her. As much as I trusted Nick to have my back in a fight, he was the weakest link in the chain, magically speaking, because without the full moon, he had no access to his powers. On top of that, if the vampires realized he was Meryl's significant other, they could try and use that against us.
Okay. Lacey agreed with a nod. So what is the demand? You're planning to ask them to release Meryl without letting them see Serenity for themselves? Showing them a cloaked figure in the back of an SUV isn't likely going to be enough to get them to release her.
Right. We were kind of hoping that's where you would come in, I said, twisting to glance back at her. We were thinking that you might have an idea for how to distract them long enough for Evangeline to cast a spell.
Lacey nodded. Oh, I think I can do one better than that.
Night had completely fallen by the time we approached the warehouse. No one seemed to be around, the vast gravel parking lot surrounding the building appearing abandoned. A fence with razor wire stretched around the perimeter of the lot, but it looked like there were a few places it had been breached. And as we got closer, I saw spray paint tagging the side of the building itself. At the front, a busted-down gate flopped to one side of the driveway, leaving plenty of room for a vehicle to pull through. I wasn't entirely sure where Lacey's truck of reinforcements was parked, but I didn't see the truck, and hoped that meant the vampires who took Meryl also hadn't spotted it. Our plan had changed slightly, and instead of leaving Harmony behind to pretend to be Serenity, it was Lacey who wore the hooded cloak. We parked in the lot, and Jupiter hopped out first, her senses on high alert as she looked around before stepping aside for Lacey to exit the vehicle. We'd called Evangeline while driving to the warehouse, so everyone was on the same page.
"You're sure about this?" Evangeline asked as she, Nick, and Matthias joined us. I nodded. "Okay. Lacey, hold out your hands," she said.
Lacey did as she was asked, and Evangeline cast a quick spell to bind the vampire's wrists in an effort to make the whole thing plausible. Lacey was taller than Serenity, especially in the heeled boots, but she slouched forward a little and took slow, careful steps as Evangeline took on the role of guard and pretended to propel her toward the building. Adam shifted into his dog form and raced to catch up to Evangeline, Lacey, and me. For now, it would just be the four of us going inside. Slow and easy. There was a chance the vamps had no intention of holding up their end of the bargain. For all we knew, they planned to jump us as soon as we stepped inside, taking the girl for themselves and doing away with us. But I tried very hard not to dwell on that possibility. With a confidence I did not feel, I threw my shoulders back, set my jaw, and hardened my stare, moments before the door of the warehouse was flung open, just shy of smacking into me. I flinched and quickly rearranged my expression to infuse my feigned bravado, offering a sneer to the pale man standing with a leering grin. "So you decided to show up after all."
"Where is Meryl?" I asked, keeping my tone cool.
"Inside."
He swooped closer as we tried to enter.
"So this is who all the fuss is about? I've heard she's got a really pretty face. It's a shame we'll have to kill her."
Adam growled. "Move!" Evangeline barked, raising her wand to the vampire's nose. "We're not here to deal with henchmen." The vampire hissed at her, but did as she asked and retreated. Adam walked ahead, taking careful strides, his thick hackles raised as his head scanned from left to right with each step. The warehouse was nothing special. It looked like any abandoned warehouse would, I supposed. It didn't appear to be some long-term vampire nest. Judging by the thick layer of dust coating everything, it had been some time since the previous business had shut down operations. It was dimly lit, despite the rows of light fixtures overhead. Vampires weren't huge fans of fluorescent light, and they had seemingly opted to leave them off. Instead, the scene was backlit by 3 sets of headlights beaming from a trio of hulking black SUVs parked inside the warehouse. And I noticed a bay door open at the rear of the building. A dozen people stood silhouetted in the lights,
each of them standing at attention like army soldiers awaiting orders. In the middle of it, a chair with another silhouette sat between two additional men. The henchman who'd opened the door scampered toward them like a puppy expecting a treat and a pat on the head. Instead, he was dismissed with a single flap of a hand. "There's more of them outside," the henchman said, before veering to the right to take his place among the half-circle of others. "Yes, I know," a cold voice replied, and one of the men standing beside the form in the chair took a step forward, his hands held behind his back. "Well, well, a lady who likes to make a fashionably late entrance," he clucked. "I suppose I should have expected it. Who are your friends?" "I want to see Meryl," I said, ignoring his question. "Holly!" Meryl exclaimed, suddenly struggling against the bonds tethering her to the chair. Adam whined, and the sound caught my attention for a moment. Following his nose, I realized Meryl wasn't the only one who had been taken. To one side, on the outskirts of the light coming from the SUVs, a man lay sprawled on the cement. I couldn't tell if he was alive or not. "Oh yes, that's Agent Andrews," the lead vampire said with a casual air. "We tried to get Agent Miller alone, but it seems she has something of a shadow. Or had, as it were." My magic swirled through me, fast and furious, rising alongside my pulse, but I bit back against it, fighting for control. A misfiring could provide a wild distraction, but I wasn't going to attempt it until it became the last option, and even then, the idea gave me pause. "I'll make this simple, Ms. Bolt. You hand over the girl, I'll cut Agent Miller loose, and you will have all of 30 seconds to get out of my sight. Otherwise," he paused to give a meaningful glance over his shoulder, "things will get messy." "Please, Holly, just leave," Meryl pleaded. "Silence," the vampire snapped. "Just trust me, Meryl," I whispered inside my head, wishing I could reassure her. Beside me, Lacey's hooded head dipped an inch, a subtle nod. She was ready to make the switch. Evangeline caught it too, and made a show of releasing the magical cuffs. "She's your problem now," I said, grabbing Lacey by the arm. "Release Meryl from her bonds." The vampire hesitated for a moment, and a bead of sweat dripped down the back of my neck. Did he know we were about to double-cross him? Had we played it too easy? Too compliant? Before my worries could consume me, a loud crack sounded, and I realized it was the vampire snapping his fingers together. The henchman scrambled forward and worked clumsily at the ropes encircling Meryl's wrists. When she was free, he jerked her to her feet and ripped away a cloth blindfold. "See?" the main vampire spoke. "I am a lord of my word. Now, no sudden movements, or my pets might mistake you as a threat." "He calls them his pets?" Evangeline muttered. We began marching toward one another, holding our respective hostage. My leg muscles felt like they were made of rubber, threatening to collapse with each step. When we came face to face, I was met with a smooth, poreless face. He had sharp eyes that glittered with danger, and seemed even darker in contrast to the fair skin stretched tight over his high cheekbones. His fangs were on full display as he smirked down at me from his 4 or 5-inch height advantage. Dark eyes full of hate and just a whisper of desperation gleamed in the low lighting between us. "It was a pleasure doing business with you, Miss Bolt." "Oh, I assure you, the pleasure is all ours," Lacey purred, thrusting her hood back, sending her platinum locks flying as she bared her fangs. The vampire reared back with a hiss. I didn't waste a single second. While the vampire lord was still reeling, I grabbed Meryl and tugged her into my arms. "You're okay. We've got you." Adam began wildly barking, the signal to the others outside that we needed help. Lacey lunged forward, clutching a thin wooden stake with runes carved into a makeshift hilt. With a movement that was so quick I barely registered it, she managed to grab the vampire lord and spin him around so the stake was aimed at his chest. Now, standing to her full height, plus the boots, she was nearly as tall as the vampire lord.
"Damien, I should have known it," she said, with a mocking cluck of her tongue. "Cast out by your house, what was it, 60 years ago? It was before my time, of course. But the legend of your fall is one of those stories they tell us young bornlings to try to scare us straight."
Damien swore and commanded his troops into action, but Lacey pressed the stake in a little deeper.
"You really don't want to do that?"
she growled. Adam snapped his jaws at the nearest vamp for emphasis.
"And what do you think they'll do if you kill me?"
Damien demanded.
"Oh, I have a little backup on the way. You have us outnumbered now, but in 3 minutes this warehouse is going to be flooded with court-allegiant vampires, and you and your so-called pets won't stand a chance."
"Court-allegiant?" Damien scoffed.
"That's rich. Coming from the little tramp who sold us all out to the magic wielders."
Lacey's jaw flexed, and for a moment I thought she was about to plunge the stake into Damien's chest. But before she could, the doors opened behind us, and Matthias called her name. She snapped out of her rage just in time. But that split second was all the room Damien needed. With a lightning-quick strike, he twisted out of her grip and knocked the wooden stake from her hands. It hit the cement floor and rolled away, like a scene playing out in slow motion. And then all Hades broke loose. Lacey, Matthias, and Jupiter all walled up around the rest of us. Adam wasn't having any of that and quickly circled them just in time to bite into a vampire flying at Jupiter. Evangeline pointed her wand and cast an orb of light over the fight, giving those of us without heightened night vision an even playing field. Harmony cast a conjuring spell and snagged the wooden stake back from where it had rolled into the shadows. It rebounded into her hand, and she immediately jabbed it into a vampire's side as he took a swing at Lacey. The vampire crumpled to a pile of dust, and Harmony let out a whoop. "Wicked!" "Give me that!" Lacey snarled, grabbing the stake from her. Harmony sulked, but it didn't last long. There was no time. The remaining vampires were coming too fast. Matthias had 2 of them occupied, but I wasn't sure how long he could keep them busy. Lacey, once again armed with the stake, was on a stabbing spree. But when Jupiter took a hard hit, she whipped around, only to get a face full of vampire claws. She screamed and clutched at her cheek. One of the other vampires grabbed a hold of the stake, turning it against her. Before he could plunge it into her chest, a tidal wave of magic poured from me. The spell was pure instinct. I couldn't even be sure I'd consciously loosed it, but it came flying forth all the same in a blinding ball of light the size of a heavy-duty truck. The vampires screamed and dove for cover, desperate for any protection, Lacey, Matthias, and Jupiter included. The magic continued to pour forth for a full 20 seconds before it receded. "What in the other world was that, Holly?" Lacey sputtered, crawling out from behind a stack of scrap metal piled in the corner behind us. Matthias and Jupiter poked their heads out too, though from the dazed looks on their faces, neither could see very well just yet. "I might have forgotten to mention that my magic is a little screwy right now," I said, giving her a sheepish look. "The elemental side is taking over and everything else is a little haywire. But it looks like in this case the mistake actually worked." Adam whined and came up beside me. I ran my fingers through the soft fur on his ears. The doors burst open again, this time bringing Lacey's small army of backup. And the sight of the near 24 vampires storming into the warehouse sent Damien's pets running for their SUVs. Even the henchman we'd met at the beginning was begging for someone to take him with them. Damien shrieked for them to get back, but not one of them was willing to go down with his ship. "It's so hard to find good help these days, isn't it?" Lacey said, striding to the head of the column, descending onto the scene. "Meryl, care to do the honors?" Meryl squared her shoulders and conjured a ball of fiery magic, her face twisted with fury. She released the spell at Damien, and the vampire lord was immediately bound at the wrist and ankles with thick cords of pulsing red magic. Standing over him, Meryl sneered, "I can't wait to put you away for the rest of your long, long life. You know, I used to be an SPA warden, and believe me when I say the vampires suffer the most." Nick stepped to her side and pulled her back, whispering something in her ear as she began to tremble. With their vampiric speed, the horde of court vampires quickly dropped the bay door at the rear of the warehouse, preventing 2 of the 3 vehicles from leaving. From there, they began pulling the rebels from the vehicles, and Evangeline and Harmony helped to apply magical restraints. When they got to the last passenger, a ripple of shock went through the crowd standing nearest the vehicles. I glanced up at Adam, then strode forward to see what the commotion was about. Lacey herself yanked the last passenger free, a snarl curling her lips all the way back from her fanged teeth. "You traitorous piece of scum." "Agent Dell?" Meryl's voice sounded from behind me. She rushed forward, her cheeks blotchy from crying. "Agent?" I whispered. "Agent Dell is not just an agent," Lacey clarified, keeping her iron grip on the back of the man's neck. "He's the head of the department that's supposed to be fighting rogue vampires. I've been liaising with him almost exclusively since this all started." "Everything you told him went straight back here," Meryl said, her own voice devoid of anger at first. "That's how they were always one step ahead of us," she continued, her tone sharpening. That's why Andrews and I were sent here today. It was a trap. You set us up. And now he's dead." Meryl flew for the agent, only to be pulled back at the last second by Nick. I had a feeling Lacey would have let her tear the man limb from limb if she'd wanted to. "It's not worth it," Nick said, reining Meryl back into his arms. "You don't want to do something you'll regret later." Meryl's nostrils flared, but she didn't put up a fight against her boyfriend. "He's right," I said, coming to stand beside them. "It's best we let Bramble deal with him, and I'll bet he won't exactly have the Club Med experience inside an SPA prison either. In fact, there are probably a lot of familiar faces in there who will be dying to have a word." Agent Dell's face blanched. "Cuff him," Lacey spat, shoving the man aside like an unwanted toy. The aftermath of the confrontation was a flurry of activity, as seemingly the entire Seattle division of the SPA descended onto the scene. Agent Dell and the vampires were quickly taken away, while both vampires and SPA agents were dispatched to track down the 3rd SUV, which had managed to escape. We all gave our statements to multiple agents, and it was well past 11 o'clock by the time the crowd inside the warehouse started to thin. "You all are free to go," Bramble said, approaching us with measured steps. "Thank you for your patience while we got things contained. If we have follow-up questions, I will send an agent to the manor." Harmony sighed. "Sounds like a blast." Evangeline smiled faintly and jumped down from the shipping carton she'd been sitting on for the better part of the last 2 hours. "Come on, Harmony. You can ride with me on the way back. Meryl and Nick will probably want some time alone." Harmony shrugged and hopped down to join her. "Think we can hit up a drive-thru before we check in? I'm starving." "I'll do you one better," Evangeline said with a grin. "Unlimited room service. On me." Harmony squealed and began scampering to the exit. "I think we'll take the portal back tonight, come back for our car in the morning. We can't leave Boots on his own all night. So I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow."
I untucked one leg from underneath me and grimaced as I stretched it out. My foot's asleep, and I'm pretty sure I'll snap an ankle if I try walking on it right now. Adam chuckled as I shifted my weight gingerly and lowered my other leg over the side of the wooden crate we'd been using as a chair. Want me to carry you? Don't you dare. Harmony and Evangeline linked arms and wandered off. From the sound of it, Harmony was busy debating whether they should order breakfast for dinner or really live it up and skip straight to chocolate cake and French fries. Dang, can I go with them? Adam asked, smiling over at me as I winced through the pins and needles sensation in my foot. Do you think Serenity will be gone by the time we get back? I asked. He sobered. Hard to say. Before I could speculate further, Nick and Meryl came over to join us. Meryl looked exhausted, like the only thing keeping her on her feet was Nick. We just finished up here, Nick said. We're going to check into a hotel, go back to Beechwood in the morning. Harmony and Evangeline are doing the same thing, I replied, gesturing in the direction the two had just gone moments before. Adam and I are heading back tonight, but we'll use the portal and come for our car tomorrow. I can have an agent bring it to you, Meryl offered, her voice scratchy. Thanks, but no need. A little road trip back tomorrow is just what we need. We just don't want to leave the place unoccupied all night. Understandable, Nick said. If you change your mind, just say the word, Meryl said. Thanks. You two should get out of here. We'll be on our way as soon as Holly's foot wakes up, Adam told them. Nick chuckled softly. Good luck with that. Thank you, you guys, Meryl interjected. It's going to take me some time to process everything, obviously, but thank you for risking, well, everything, to come for me. We didn't even think twice, I assured her, slowly lowering my foot to the floor so I could test my weight. When it held, I lumbered over to her and embraced her tightly. I'm just so glad you're safe. Meryl choked on a sob and squeezed me back. Thanks, Holly. When we parted, she wiped at her eyes and shook her head. I still can't believe Agent Dell was behind this. It adds up, though, Nick said. It explains why there was never enough funding or attention given to the raids in Seattle. If not for you and Andrews and a handful of others, who knows if any of this would have even come to the surface. You should be really proud of yourselves for sticking with it and trusting your gut. Meryl looked grief-stricken all over again at the name of her former boss, Agent Andrews, and she dropped her head to Nick's shoulder. Thanks. Come on, Nick said, wrapping a supportive arm around her waist. Let's get out of here. Good night, Adam and I called after them. Once they were gone, Adam exhaled. I don't know about you, but I'm ready for a long, boring weekend filled with nothing but yard work and a football game. I quirked an eyebrow. You don't even watch football. I'm not even sure this is the right season for it. He shrugged one shoulder. You know what I mean. Smiling, I nodded, and then leaned into him. I suppose. I should let you enjoy it now, because pretty soon peaceful weekends are going to be in short supply. He laughed. Yeah, I was just looking over the booking requests this afternoon. No. I shook my head, a swell of emotion rising in my throat. Actually, I wasn't talking about guests at the inn. More of a permanent member of the household. I placed a hand on my stomach and smiled up at him. Adam's brows furrowed for a split second before they jumped halfway up his forehead. You're... A smile tugged at the corners of my lips, even as tears sprang to my eyes. I took the test earlier today. I was coming home to tell you before all of this happened. Adam crushed me to his chest, only to recoil and look down at my stomach. Laughing, I wiped away the stray tears from my cheeks. You're not going to hurt her, I assured him. Her? His eyebrows climbed even higher. That's what Grandmother Honeysuckle said, and I've learned it's best not to question her. With a laugh, he embraced me again, and I melted into his arms. The world around us was ever-changing, but there was one thing that would always stay the same. The way our love made me feel like I was home. 17.
A little higher on the left, I said. Harmony waved a hand toward the large banner floating above the fireplace, and the left side hitched up a few centimeters. Better? She asked, craning around to look at me. Perfect. She brushed her hands together, then came to sit beside me on the sofa. How long do you think your magic is going to be on the fritz like this? I smiled. Oh, I'd say for another few weeks or so. Is that what the healers said? She asked. Do they know what happened in the first place? Adam and I had planned to keep our news a secret for a little while longer, but it was getting harder and harder with each passing day. I wasn't the best at keeping secrets in the first place, especially not ones this big. I wasn't going to say anything tonight. It's Evangeline's big night after all, but my magic isn't really broken. It's just being borrowed right now. Borrowed? By who? Whom? I never can keep those straight. She shook her head. I placed a hand on my stomach. A very special little lady? Harmony's brow furrowed. Then her eyes popped open. She began gesticulating wildly at my stomach. Laughing, I nodded. Yes, according to my great-grandmother Honeysuckle, we Bolt women have a tendency to suck the magic right out of our mothers while getting ready to make our debut. She said it will get better after the first trimester. Harmony did another double take. So wait, you already know that you're having a girl? Not 100%, but that's what my grandmother said. And she's just about seen it all, so I trust her judgment. I smiled at the memory of the afternoon she told me the news, there on the back steps of the apothecary. The rest of that afternoon and evening had turned into a whirlwind of chaos, almost threatening to swallow up the first part of the day. Finding out I was pregnant, meeting Cassie in the women's room while I was a blubbering mess, and then the race of emotions as I walked up the hill to the manor, intent on telling Adam the news, only to get sidelined by Lacey. I swear, sometimes I think someone should write a book about my life. Anyway, I said, smiling at Harmony, the doctor will be able to tell me for sure if we're having a girl here in a few more weeks. Wow, I can't believe you're pregnant. She grabbed me in an exuberant embrace and squealed. This is so exciting! You're pregnant? Harmony and I both turned as Meryl bustled into the room, her arms loaded down with a tray of cupcakes. Did I just hear that correctly? Oops, Harmony whispered. Sorry. I waved a hand. It's okay. I was planning on telling everyone soon, but can we keep this a little quiet for the party? Tonight is about Evangeline and Teddy. I don't want to steal their thunder. Right. Good call. Meryl nodded as she placed the tray on the dining room table. But once her hands were free, she rushed into the room and embraced me. I'm so happy for you two. And can we talk about how cute this baby is going to be? Merlin's beard, we're going to spoil them rotten. Yes, Harmony exclaimed. I keep telling Anastasia that she and Caleb need to hurry up and get to the baby-making phase, because I am absolutely dying to buy all of the adorable baby stuff in the display window of that shop a few blocks down from Starfire. Did you see that pink and purple stuffed dragon they had at Christmas? It actually flies. It's got a little saddle and everything. Meryl's eyes widened. Oh, my stars, how perfect. And the precious little outfits. I mean, come on. Everything is 100 times cuter when it's miniature. Like those tiny baby sneakers. Ugh, I could just die. I laughed. I guess it's a good thing Evangeline had that expansion charm put on the closet after all. Sounds like we're going to need the extra room to hold all the presents. Ooh, where should we hold the baby shower? Harmony asked. We should see if we can rent out the botanical gardens. I mean, how perfect would that be? And the party favors could be little potted plants. Succulents, maybe. Something hard to kill. She paused and tapped a finger against her lips, considering all the possibilities. Trust me, we have plenty of time to sort all of that out, I said, reining in the conversation before it spun off in too many directions. And speaking of parties, we still have a lot to do to get ready for this one. Meryl and Harmony reluctantly agreed, and we got back to work. Teddy and Evangeline would be arriving around 6 o'clock for dinner and the small party, and when it was over, they would slip back through the portal, back to the San Francisco Haven, to officially start their new life together. I knew we would still see each other all of the time, but couldn't fully shake off the emotions of saying goodbye. The party guests would be a mix of both humans and paranormals. So while Harmony and Meryl used magic to help get everything ready, we had to stick to non-magical party decor and stamp out any talk of havens and portals once Cassie and Chief Lincoln arrived with baby Ashton. Lucy, the local telepath who worked as a manicurist at Evangeline's day spa, was also coming, along with most of the other staff members. Harmony and I hurried to get the rest of the decorations in place, while Meryl and Nick worked on setting out all of the food. We kept it pretty simple, with finger foods and desserts. But by the time it was all out, the formal dining room, coffee table, and end tables in the living room were covered with trays of treats. Boots started slinking through the room, his pink nose in the air, wondering what he might get himself into. Holly, better make sure Bootsy doesn't discover the crab cakes," Harmony said with a giggle as the tabby swirled around one leg of the dining room table. "Oh, no you don't," I said, taking a few quick strides before he could execute whatever plan he was cooking up. "These are for the guests." He looked up at me, his amber eyes huge and pleading, and my heart melted. "You know, that's playing dirty," I scolded, even as I slipped one of the crab cakes from the tray to feed to him. "Oops, now how did that happen?" "You're so bad, Holly," Harmony snickered. "Total sucker. Between you and Adam, I'm not sure which one is going to wind up more wrapped around your baby's finger." "Baby?" I rolled my eyes at the sound of Nick's voice and turned to find him coming through the kitchen door, a bottle of wine in each hand. He was the unofficial bartender for the night and was stocking up a drink cart near the fireplace. "Halls, you're pregnant?" he asked. Meryl scurried into the room after him, nearly smacking him with a swinging door. "I swear I didn't tell him," she exclaimed, her expression panicked. I laughed and waved a hand. "It's okay, Meryl. This one's on Harmony." "Oops." "And yes, Nick, to answer your question, Adam and I are expecting, but we're trying to keep it quiet tonight, since it's Evangeline's going-away party." Nick bobbed his head and hurried to put the wine bottles on the metal cart. Right, I won't say a word, but wow! Congratulations!" He came over and embraced me. "You and Adam are going to be the best parents. That's one lucky kiddo." I squeezed him back. "Thanks, Nick." Tears sprang to my eyes, and I quickly stepped out of the embrace and fanned my hands at my face. Okay, let's not play who can make the pregnant lady lose it first, all right?" Everyone chuckled and went back to party prep. It took another hour, but when all was said and done, the place had never looked better. It was well-deserved. After the last couple of weeks, we all needed the break from reality. Following the confrontation with the vampires in Seattle, Adam and I had returned home to find Serenity hiding in the basement, the piece of paper with the warehouse's address clutched in her hand. She was just as surprised to see us as we were to find her. Through tears, she told us that she'd tried to leave the manor, to force herself to follow us to meet the vampires, but in the end her fear paralyzed her and sent her scurrying to the basement to hide. We told her what happened, and at the end, she smeared her hands across her face and swore that she would do everything she could to help us. Serenity revealed that in her conversation with Lacey, the vampire had promised to protect her and restrain her if her vampire side took over in the process of trying to unlock the stone's secrets. After telling us everything, she got to her feet and asked us to call Lacey to come and get her. Shortly after midnight, Lacey, Matthias, and Jupiter arrived through the portal, and they escorted Serenity back to the New York Haven. The whole affair was top secret, and while I knew Serenity was with Lacey and was helping the SPA, I didn't know any details as to how the process was going. But whenever I talked to Lacey, she seemed uncharacteristically optimistic. Even without the stone, the tide in the war against the rogue vampires was starting to turn. With Agent Dell removed from his position and his die-hard allies reassigned to other departments, Merrill had been promoted to take over the helm. And if there was anyone qualified to run a contingent of agents, it was Merrill. I knew, though, she carried some guilt about it, as the position was only available because of Andrews's death at the hands of the vampires. All in all, things were starting to settle down in the larger supernatural world, even as my own small world in Beechwood was about to change forever. Evangeline and Teddy arrived to a house full of well-wishers, and while the party itself wasn't a surprise, I think they were both a little overwhelmed as they walked into the living room and took it all in. Hugs and excited greetings were exchanged as the pair started their rounds. Adam brought me a glass of sparkling cider, winking as he pressed it into my hand. "A little something for the mom-to-be?" "Batwings, I forgot, no wine," I pouted. With a chuckle, he pressed a kiss to my temple. "So, sounds like word got out about our news," he teased. My cheeks warmed. Yeah, about that." He laughed and wrapped an arm around my waist. "That's all right, gorgeous. I'm actually surprised you managed to keep it a secret during this last week." I started to protest, but I knew I didn't have a case, so I just laughed and relaxed into his side. Yeah. We mingled with the other party guests, although I think I spent most of my night entertaining baby Ashton, so Cassie and Chief Lincoln could enjoy some time off duty. Not that I minded in the slightest. After a few hours passed, Adam went to stand beside the fireplace, a glass in one hand. He tapped a fork against the side, using the tinkling chime to bring the room to attention. He smiled as silence fell and hoisted his glass a little higher. "Thank you. I thought that before we sent these two on their way, we might open the floor for anyone who wants to say a few words. And I guess since this was my idea, it's only right I kick it off. So, here goes." He paused and cleared his throat for dramatic effect, which drew a few laughs from the gathered crowd. "You know, when you first moved here to the manor, I wasn't so sure what was going to happen. I mean, besides the inevitable catfights between you and Holly over who got to date me," he teased, drawing more laughs, before he sobered, his smile softening. "Jokes aside, Evie, I can honestly say that you have made my life better simply by being in it. You're a loyal friend, with a beautiful and generous spirit, and you will be missed. Teddy, you're one lucky guy. May your new life together be filled with happiness, love, and a little bit of magic," he added with a grin. He toasted the couple, and around the room people raised their glasses along with him before taking a drink. "Holly, what do you say? You want to take it from here?" I choked a little on the tail end of my sip of sparkling cider. "You don't have to, Holly," Evangeline said from her place beside Teddy on the sofa. No, I want to." I drew in a breath as all eyes shifted to me. "Stars, where do I even start?" I asked with a soft laugh. "Evangeline, you light up every room you walk into, and for these past several years, I've been lucky enough to share my home and my life with you. You will be missed more than I can even say, but I also can't wait to see what this next chapter holds for you both." I gestured my glass at Teddy. "Congratulations to you both. I couldn't think of a better happily ever after." Everyone cheered and drank, and a few more people took turns sharing their sentiments and congratulations. When the last person finished, Evangeline was frantically trying to keep her mascara from sliding down her cheeks, while Teddy kept her tucked proudly under one arm, whispering thanks to her in between speakers. "Thank you, everyone," she said, with a shaky nod of her head, as she struggled to gather her emotions. "Thank you for being here, for all of the kind words and well wishes. Both Teddy and I are just blown away by all of the support and the love, and I wish this night could just go on forever." She paused and sniffled.
When I moved here, I was in a pretty low place. My whole life had been turned inside out, and I didn't know what to do or who to turn to. Staying here in the Beechwood Manor was meant to be a quick stopover while I sorted everything out. I thought I'd be here for a few months, not years. She smiled. But I have never been more grateful to be wrong in my entire life. Adam, Holly, thank you for taking me in and helping me find my way. None of this would have happened without your friendship and support.
Adam tugged me in closer, and we exchanged a watery smile. Evangeline continued.
Harmony, thank you for your friendship. I can't wait to have you down to visit us in San Francisco. We'll go on the shopping spree of a lifetime.
Harmony gleefully rubbed her hands together. Can't wait! Everyone laughed.
To my dedicated employees,
she gestured at Lucy and a cluster of others who had stayed close throughout the evening.
Thank you for working so hard and for sticking with me through this transition. The only reason I can leave is because I know the shop is in your capable hands. I can't wait to watch you all shine. To those who couldn't be here tonight, Lacey and Posey.
She swiped at a stray tear and smiled up at the ceiling for a moment.
Nick, Meryl, thank you for always having my back. And to everyone else, thank you for welcoming me into your town, into your lives. It's been the honor of a lifetime, and I promise I will be back to visit for decades to come.
Applause and cheers rolled through the room, and Teddy pulled Evangeline in for a kiss, which only made the small crowd roar even louder. The party went late into the night, with guests leaving in little clusters throughout, until it was down to just us.
Thank you again for the party, Evangeline said, one arm laced through Teddy's as they stood in the kitchen, readying to leave.
Are you sure you can't open a law practice here? I asked Teddy. He smiled. I wish I could. Seeing everyone here tonight was something special, that's for sure. You guys are really lucky to have all of these wonderful people in your lives. I couldn't have agreed more. We said our final goodbyes, intermixed with plans to see each other soon, and then we shuffled onto the back deck to watch Teddy and Evangeline slip into the portal shed. Teddy pulled open the door and waited for Evangeline to go through first, but before she did, she turned back toward us and raised one hand.
I love you guys.
Harmony, Adam, and I all raised our hands. We love you too! 18. It took some getting used to, but as the weeks rolled into months, Adam and I settled into our new life as the sole occupants of the Beechwood Manor. As promised, Evangeline came to visit every few weekends, regaling us with a blur of wedding planning news and ideas for her new day spa in the San Francisco haven. And a few weeks ago, she'd brought along Teddy and their newly adopted Pomeranian, a little black puffball named Licorice. Nick and Meryl technically still lived in Beechwood, but they spent the majority of their time traveling. Following her promotion, Meryl bounced around various SPA headquarters as part of a special task force created to combat any lingering pockets of rogue vampires. It was a problem that would likely never fully go away, but the agency was now better equipped to handle things before they got out of hand. As for Nick, he did his fair share of bouncing around too, conducting interviews for his forthcoming documentary series. When Evangeline read his first article, she immediately sent it to some of her producer friends in the Los Angeles haven. And in a whirlwind of a few weeks, Nick signed a deal to turn his idea into a TV special. The work took him away from home, and often away from Meryl, too. But I could honestly say that I'd never seen him happier, or more excited, since the first few weeks after we'd met. Every time I saw him, he was bursting with ideas and stories and plans for the future. Of course, that could also have a lot to do with the stunning emerald-shaped diamond Meryl sported on her left hand. Harmony visited the most frequently of any of our friends. I often teased her that it was like she'd never moved out at all. She was loving her new townhouse with the 2 apothecary employees. They went out to happy hour on Fridays, hosted a game night for their larger network of friends on Sundays, and all went to the same gym. She typically came to the manor for dinner on Mondays and Wednesdays. And more often than not, she spent Saturday puttering around in the garden with me or down by the ocean. Still, there were times when the manor felt too big for just Adam and me, and I found myself missing the craziness that used to swirl around us 24/7, with everyone coming and going. We'd briefly considered expanding the inn's reservation availability to include weekday guests, but ultimately decided that while the extra income would be nice, we were soon to be a family of 3 and would want to keep our privacy. We were already going to have to install some soundproofing to our room and the nursery as it was, to keep our guests from being disturbed on the sleepless nights that were sure to come. Familiar footsteps sounded on the stairs, and I smiled to myself. Adam appeared in the bedroom doorway, wearing a bemused smile as he shook his head. He leaned against the doorway and folded his arms. "All right, you've been up here staring at the wall for well over 30 minutes. Please tell me you've picked out which color to go with." Smiling, I squinted at the opposite wall. A dozen colored squares were painted in 2 rows, one over the other. Soft greens and grays, a buttery yellow, a pale pink, a dreamy lilac, and a few bolder colors too, a rich navy and a sage green. "I wanted to see them in the twilight," I replied, "but I still can't decide. What do you think?" With a chuckle, Adam pushed away from the doorframe and came to sit down beside me. Boots slid a one-eyed glance at him as he joined us. I think I'm still leaning toward the sage green," he said. "Second choice is the lilac." I tilted my head, considering his 2 choices. "Why is this so hard?" Adam laughed. "Maybe it's because you've been in here so long you're probably starting to go cross-eyed, or colorblind, or both. It's like when you sniff too many candles back-to-back at the home decor store." I let my head drop back against the wall. My hair was tied in a loose, messy bun that had started at the top of my head but had slowly migrated down over the course of the afternoon. At least it made for a good neck cushion. "What does Mr. Bootsy think?" Adam asked, as he scratched at the base of the tabby's tail. "I'm not sure he's too interested. Maybe if the paint was scratch and sniff and smelled like roasted chicken." Adam's eyes gleamed. "Well, then we'd have to repaint the whole house because that sounds amazing." I laughed and lazily smacked him on the forearm. "Don't make me laugh, I have to pee. Your daughter has been playing hacky sack with my bladder for the better part of the last hour." Adam snorted a laugh as he got to his feet and offered me both hands. "Come on, we can't have you ruining the new carpet in here," he teased as he hauled me to my feet. Boots made a low meow of protest at losing his human heating pad, but didn't make an effort to follow us out of the room. He'd been spending more and more time in the nursery. At first, I'd assumed it was just because there was new furniture to explore. But as the time passed, I realized he just liked it. Maybe there was some part of him, the part connected to me, that intrinsically knew what, or rather, whom, the room was meant for. "We can decide on the paint in the morning," Adam told me, as we wandered down the hall to our bedroom. "But I want to get it painted this weekend while we don't have guests. That way no one has to deal with the paint fumes. You're still going shopping with Cassie on Saturday, right?" I nodded. "She's going to help me put together the baby registry." "Good. I'll get the painting done while you're out." I stepped into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. My reflection caught my attention as I passed the large mirror hanging over the sink. In the last few weeks, my face had rounded out, and my lips somehow looked bigger than normal. Granted, that was kind of par for the course at this point. Everything else seemed to be growing too, right along with the baby bump. People told me I had that glow, but it was hard for me to see. I thought I mostly looked tired. Happy, but tired. And impatient. There was still so much to do before our daughter's arrival, but my arms were beginning to ache, so ready to cradle her tiny body and hold her on my chest, to kiss her sweet little face
and spend long nights breathing her in. I also wanted full control over my magic again. Ever since those early days of pregnancy, when my magic went haywire, things hadn't quite been the same. Harmony had been forced to take over even more of the potion work at the apothecary because between my forgetfulness and spotty magic impulses, I'd managed to ruin quite a few batches of potions. And when you were creating something as delicate and precise as potions meant to be ingested by others, it wasn't a risk I could afford to take. So, as much as I was looking forward to becoming a mother, I was also eager to get back to feeling a little more like myself, too. Adam was pulling on a clean t-shirt when I stepped out of the bathroom. He'd been outside for most of the afternoon, working to apply a fresh coat of stain to the back deck, while I'd been organizing the huge closet in the nursery. He had been staining the back deck for most of the afternoon, and had managed to get a few splotches on his tea in the process. "Want me to call in an order to McNally's?" he asked. "Works for me. I need to get my feet up. Any idea where those compression socks went?" Adam dug into the top drawer of the dresser and produced a pair of knee-high lavender socks. "Fresh off the line," he said, smiling as he brought them to me. I kissed him and took the socks. "My hero. Yeah. Women don't need white knights to slay dragons and cross gator-infested moats. They just need someone who knows how to run the delicate cycle on the washing machine, and that keeps them properly supplied with junk food." I laughed as I padded out of the room. "Oh, and someone to clean the shower drain." "Ugh," Adam groaned. "I told you I could shave my hair off, but you didn't like that idea either, remember?" "Oh, the things we do for love," he muttered, following me out of the bedroom. I went into labor on the first day of October. It was a rare Friday night when the manor didn't have guests, so Adam and I had invited everyone to our place for dinner. Evangeline and Teddy showed up half an hour early, bearing wine and a fancy cheese plate they'd picked up in some fancy San Francisco delicatessen. Boots wasn't a fan of licorice, and as soon as the small dog raced into the living room, my familiar clambered up the side of the bookcase and perched on one of the shelves, glaring at the dog with narrowed amber eyes. Licorice quickly found something else to play with, one of the throw pillows from the couch, and forgot all about the cat. No, Evangeline said, shaking one finger at the puppy as she swiped the pillow up and out of reach. "Come on, maybe Auntie Holly has something for you in the kitchen." "I didn't realize I was related," I said with a laugh as I pushed open the kitchen door. Teddy and Adam were already inside, making a dent in the cheese ball. "You're getting pretty close to your due date, aren't you, Holly?" Teddy asked, a cracker poised midway to his mouth. I ran my hands over my belly. 12 days, according to the doctor, but I don't know. She's either taken up the drums or she's getting ready to make her grand entrance. Teddy chuckled. "Well, you look amazing," Evangeline said. "But let's get you off your feet. Tell me, what can I do?" I raised an eyebrow, and she narrowed her eyes. "Don't give me that look. I took a cooking class last month, and the instructor said I am a very spirited chef." She turned away, and I met Teddy's gaze. He dragged one hand over his throat in a slicing motion, and I nearly burst into giggles. "I haven't quite finished the salad," I told Evangeline, still holding back a grin. "Want to finish chopping the mushrooms and tomatoes?" "Yes!" With a flourish of her hands, she swept her sleeves out of her way and went to the sink, vaguely reminding me of a surgeon scrubbing in before an operation. Hello! Muffled voices called from the other room. Adam stuffed a cracker into his mouth and went to greet our next guests. Nick and Meryl came into the kitchen a few moments later, their cheeks a bit pink from the brisk fall air. "Something smells good," Meryl said, swooping in to examine the assortment of pots and pans sitting atop the stove. "I don't even remember the last home-cooked meal I've had," Nick said as he gravitated toward the cheese platter. He just returned from a 10-day trip to California, and before that, he'd done a week in New Mexico. "No kidding," Meryl agreed. "I was telling Nick we should sublet our condo and just stay here on the rare chances we are actually in Beechwood." I smiled. "Works for me.
As long as you don't mind the occasional screaming baby, that is. Nick chuckled. Nah. Meryl came over and gave me a quick hug. Your baby will be an absolute angel. How could she not be? Is Harmony coming by tonight? Nick asked. She should be here as soon as she closes up the shop. Even though I'm nearly 2 weeks from my due date, she's forced me into an early maternity leave. Good, Evangeline chimed in from where she stood at the counter, prepping the salad toppings. General chatter filled the air as we finished getting dinner ready. Harmony arrived just in time to take off her coat and join us at the table for the pumpkin soup I'd prepared. Cassie had gifted me a contraption called an Instant Pot for my baby shower gift. And while at first it seemed like an odd present, I'd quickly learned how much time it saved and had used it multiple times a week. This feels like old times, Harmony said as she took her seat. Gang's all here. It does seem there is one person missing, though, Evangeline said, a sparkle in her eyes as she considered Harmony over the edge of her wine glass. When are you going to bring this new boyfriend of yours around to meet all of us? Harmony blushed and quickly took a sip of the too-hot soup, which only made her face redder. In a panic, she grabbed her water glass and drank deeply. Ooh, it must be getting serious, Evangeline teased. I've never seen you so flustered before. Remind me of his name again? Will, Harmony managed with a slight cough. His name is Will, and I'm not planning to bring him to dinner anytime soon. We're keeping things casual. Evangeline quirked her eyebrows. Uh-huh. I haven't met his friends yet, Harmony continued. If and when that happens, I'll think about it, okay? We made it through the rest of the soup and salad course, but when I stood to start clearing the table, the first pang hit. My mind jumped to indigestion, and I tried to smile and brush it off. But it took all of 5 minutes for everyone to realize what was happening. Nobody move, Adam shouted, then shook his head. I mean, everybody move. Is anyone parked behind me? Harmony, can you go upstairs and get the baby bag? It's sitting on the floor of the closet. And, what else? Oh, I have to call the doc and let her know we're on the way. I clutched for his hand and squeezed it tight. I think this is really happening. But it's too soon. She has to stay put. I'm not ready. The room swirled into motion as the others barked out instructions. But all I could see was Adam's face as he took my other hand and squatted down beside my chair. You can do this. You're the strongest person I've ever met. And if our daughter is even a little bit like you, and I know she is, then you're going to pull through this like absolute champions. Okay? His deep brown eyes glossed over at the end, and it took every bit of resolve to keep myself from bursting into tears right there at the dining room table. Everything felt so overwhelming and terrifying. But he was right. I had to be strong. For our daughter. For myself. For him. You ready, gorgeous? I sucked in a breath and nodded. Adam got me out to the car, the others floating in our wake, and the last thing I saw before we pulled out of the Manor's driveway was the faces of those I loved more than anything else in this world, all smiling and waving, offering cheers and encouragement, as Adam and I drove away. Valoria Eleanor Posey St. James entered the world 6 hours later, with a head full of auburn hair, stormy blue eyes, and 10 perfect little fingers and 10 perfect little toes. I was exhausted, but exhilarated in a way I'd never felt before. I wanted to sleep, but my eyes refused to close out of fear of missing a single moment. I still can't believe she's really here, Adam whispered. He was sitting beside my bed in a plastic chair, leaning in as close as he could to stare adoringly at the bundle swaddled against my chest. I smiled. And to think my biggest concern this morning was that my pumpkin soup wouldn't turn out right. Kind of crazy how fast things change, huh? Adam chuckled softly. The crazy part is that in a day or two, they're just going to let us walk out of here with her.
What in the other world are we supposed to do then?
I smiled and ran my fingertip over one of her perfect cheeks. Oh, I think we can handle it. Remember what you said. It's just another adventure. Adam leaned in a little closer.
Yeah, the wildest adventure yet.
Truer words had never been spoken. Epilogue.
Valoria, it's time to go.
Tiny footsteps bounced off the wooden stairs, and Adam turned just in time to catch our 4-year-old daughter as she threw herself down the last 4 steps, her auburn hair flying madly around her face like a crown of fire. "I'm a dragon!" she squealed, stretching her arms out wide to reveal a pair of wings made from bright red fabric. "Valoria!" I gasped. She giggled as Adam swung her in his arms. "Are you a dragon too, Daddy?" A spark gleamed in his eyes as he glanced at me, a quirked smile on his face, before he dropped his head back and let out a terrible screeching sound. Valoria clapped her hands, cackling with glee, before joining in. Boots appeared at the top of the stairs, his tail twitching back and forth. He looked up at me, and I shrugged. Laughing, Adam deposited our small girl on the floor and instructed her to get her shoes on. "Dragons don't wear shoes, Daddy," she informed him with a frown.
"They do if they want ice cream," Adam countered.
Valoria considered it for half a second, and then dove into the pile of shoes by the front door to dig out her favorite pair of rubber boots, pink with white and purple polka dots. She got her right foot stuffed into the left boot before Adam squatted down to help. Once her rubber boots were on properly, she jumped to her feet and then held one small and likely jam-covered hand out toward the door. Her round face contorted as she concentrated, and, with a wiggle of her fingers, managed to send a small shower of sparks toward the door. The brass knob twisted of its own accord, and the door flew open. Giggling wildly, Valoria raced out onto the porch. Adam looked at me, his eyes wide.
"Did you know she could do that?"
"She is going to be the death of me," I muttered, watching her skip down the front steps. She spread her wings again when she hit the bottom and started running in circles, screeching and pretending to breathe fire as she swooped over the boxwood bushes lining the front walkway. Boots brushed against my leg before lumbering down the stairs. He rarely let Valoria out of his sight. Adam chuckled as he helped me into my coat. Then, placing a hand on my swollen belly, he grinned.
"Just wait till this little one joins the party."
Samuel, our son, wasn't due to make his appearance for another 3 months, but my due date would be here before we knew it. Then we'd have twice the trouble on our hands, and likely twice the amount of gray hairs, too. Smiling, I looked up at Adam. "You think you're ready for another adventure?"
"With you?"
He winked.
"Always, gorgeous."
This concludes Goodbye's a Witch by Danielle Garrett, narrated by Amanda Ronconi, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2021 by Danielle Garrett. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Danielle Garrett and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.